sunlight begins to fade now, and I feel like I'm losing time, but I don't know how I'm here. The sunlight has turned to gray, and I feel like I'm losing love again. I don't know how I'm here. I could feel your heartbeat. I could feel it somewhere you're looking down. I could feel your heartbeat. I could feel it somewhere you're looking down. 'Cause it's you I'm loving, and it's you that I wanna breathe. And it's you I'm loving, and it's you that I wanna need.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Virtual Belcar eSeries and the 24 hours of Zolder. The final round of this series, we're gonna have a lot of closure and a lot of tight battles throughout the field and the point rankings that Jack Werrell, who is with myself, has about for these opening 6 hours of the race. And the excitement is brimming from the booth about this one. It's gonna be grand, it's gonna be huge, it's gonna be mega. I could find many more words to put on it that'll make it sound grand, but it is indeed gonna be a big one, and I think we're in for a very good race indeed. Jack's as well in the booth with me, and such a pleasure, Jack. What's your expectations for the racing we're gonna see over the next 24 hours?
Well, first of all, hello everybody, and a lot of excitement, like you say, as has been building up to this one. Where do I start, really? It's going to be a very long race. I've taken part in 24 hours. I haven't commentated on any 24-hour races before, so going into the unknown for myself as well. We have seen the cars out at Zolder, though, May the 31st, all that time ago, and then the last time we saw the cars out on circuit at all was at Daytona on June the 28th, so a very, very big break between then and now. So a lot of drivers, they might have increased their skills, maybe decreased their skills, got a bit complacent and not spent as much time in the car. So a lot of these drivers are going to be in varying situations. And what we've already mentioned has a very, very tricky circuit, one that isn't lit as well. So going into the night is going to be very difficult, but the first 6 hours, the first 2 hours in theory, are the hardest parts of the race. That's when the field is bunched up. You need to make sure you can get that gap, get comfortable in the car, get in a rhythm, and then make sure when it's that time to get out of the car and hand over to your teammate, you do it in the best situation possible.
Yeah, indeed, and just thinking back to the 3 hours of Zolder we had last time out here from the Virtual Belcar eSeries, that seemed to be enough to cause a lot of chaos. A very, very attritional and very unpredictable race as well. And I was thinking as well this morning as I was thinking about what's to come, and I was trying to manage my excitement and not to getting overbuilt, because I've really been looking forward to this, as you can probably understand. But I think it's gonna get attritional and very unpredictable as well. This is one of the races where you can really truly say it's not over till the fat lady sings, till the checkered flag has been dropped on him. You could basically see anything happen. I just want to mention, Jack and I is going to take you through the first 6 hours. As mentioned, we will be joined by Chas Drakert, Edward May, and Peter Mackay as well for the entirety of these 24 hours to make sure that you're in good hands out there. And of course, a kind word to be mentioned about all the sponsors of this series, making it possible to have these real-life drivers from the real Belcar series go head-to-head against some of the most skilled sim racers we get out there as well. We've got drivers with I-ratings as high as, well, above 7,000, which, to anyone familiar with that sort of ranking system, should tell you, well, what you need to know anyways. We have had qualifying going on. I think we have a few cars still running, and I think I'm gonna see if we can get to just a few pictures of it, or if it's all over. We're looking at approximately 6 minutes until race start at the moment, and qualifying should still be happening, but it's a lone qualifying, you could say. Every car by itself on track, and here is indeed the first one we're gonna have a look at here. It's Aaron Baba in the GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing. And if I'm not mistaken very much, Jack, that means that we're not gonna have the otherwise very good-looking stasis car on the grid tonight. Or today.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. It is a very, very good-looking piece of kit. And sadly, yeah, like you say, it doesn't look like we're seeing it on first glance. Whether they're going to join us a little later on, I don't know. But like you say, qualifying is underway. This maybe isn't as important as we usually think. Qualifying for most races can be very important, with it being sometimes a 15, even a 1 hour sprint race. It doesn't really affect this race as much as it usually does. With it being 24 hours, the where you start makes little to no difference. There's about a second from the first grid spot to the fifth grid spot, and over 24 hours, a second is literally nothing. So the drivers will be pushing because you want to make sure you can place yourself a little bit higher. It means less cars in front of you, which means you can get out in the clean air. But at this point in the race, or at this point in the day's proceedings, you've got to think, where are your priorities going to lie? Are you just going to sit quite comfortable in qualifying, get a lap in, and there you go, just make sure you're in your own class? Or just maybe push that extra little bit, get as much pace out of the car, find the limit of the car now, so then going into the 24 hours, you know where to ease it back. And we can see a fair few drivers putting in a fair few times already. Not a massive amount of spread, 20 seconds from the slowest set time to the fastest set time at the moment. Currently looking at Peter Lemkens in the Test Racing GT4 by Sickers.be, a very nice livery, that one. And I've got to say, these 911 GT4s, they seem to be one of the most balanced cars around here. They can use all of the curb. They're not, well, we're not seeing many cars sort of out of control. No major amounts of oversteer, unlike the Radical, which we have seen and tried and tested. They can be very understeery and very oversteery. The Porsche GT3 Cup car coming out of the corner can be very oversteery, but this GT4 is just handling it perfectly, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and it does also make it look a little easier than it might be to have such drivers of the talent that we're seeing here, because I have driven the GT4, the Cayman GT4, on a few occasions, and it isn't necessarily as easy as it seemed. For it to be compliant on the curbs, it really relies on a good, strong setup. As we see the session tick over here, and that means we've got Jack Werrell ready for the readout of the qualifying results.
So on pole position for 24 hours of racing. There we go. Fabrice Cornelis takes pole position overall and in the radicals for Simtag Racing, a 1 minute 21.510, followed by Cedric Wouters. Erind Baba starts in third position, followed by Simon Grossman. Yannick Lemmens in fifth and Roy Maas in sixth. Budwin Kuster gets pole position in the 911 Cup class, followed by Michael Pedersen, Matthias De Haan and Kobe Klaas round out your second row. Gregory Franks in fifth. Alan Day, very, very successful Euro NASCAR racer in real life, three-time Euro NASCAR champion, starts in sixth. Pimbau in seventh. IF Van Genekten in eighth. Steve Claes in ninth, and Jeroen Valet starts in 10th. Tim Claessens gets pole position in the GT4 for Talk Freak Racing, followed by Senna Hulsmans, Maxime van den Heuve, I believe it is van den Heuve, yes, followed by Thomas Axe, Oliver Verheerk, Peter Lemkens, Dimmy Deals rounds out your GT4 grid, and then pole position in the Audi RSR LMS TCR, and then whatever other variants you want to put behind it. It takes pole position for Bram Van Putten and G-Drive Racing Eximia. Renzo Uhlenberg starts in second, followed by Antoine Dupin. Attila Sipos in fourth. Oliver Blutnik in fifth, and Jeremy Hessels in sixth. And then the final few rows of what is a very, very occupied grid is made up of John Ford, Ivan Opti. Let me try and find the full name on the timing screen.
It's leaving up the beak.
Up the beak, there we go. Well, it was, but I believe his teammate has just got in the car. Pierre Yves de Sorte, followed by Phil Verheed, Dieder Dexters, and Stephen de Wolf rounds out the grid, the only driver not to qualify, I believe. And I think we are ready for what is just a full warm-up lap, I think.
Yes, it is indeed, and we can do our best to keep an eye on every part of the field. Once they go green in about 1 lap's time, and that is of course 1 lap at around 80k an hour, perfect chance to try and get some heat into the tires, but they'll be finding it difficult, especially in the radicals. Such a light car really doesn't create that much friction between the rubber and the tarmac, and that in turn makes it a little more difficult to keep the heat in the tires when going this slowly. That might come to bite him. The radicals indeed being twitchy. Oh, and a tent cam here. I'll just switch to that off because it's not that interesting. We can deal with it if they're going at 150k an hour, but at half speed, we're going to be seeing an awful lot of... And as I say that, more of that tent cam. So, a little note to self is to maybe explore the world of track cam packs. But anyways, enough of that. A little bit of info concerning the info tower on the left-hand side of your screen. We'll be doing our best to flip it once in a while, so you can see who's in the car at the moment for the start. But once we flip it around, you can also see which team is where in the current standings. And with these 4 car classes that we've got on the grid here today, Jack, is it gonna be a tough circuit to deal with traffic with so many classes on display?
I can only imagine it will be. Quite, like you say, a tight and twisty circuit, not massively wide. 2 wide is generally the limit. 3 wide if you are extremely brave. And we've got these Audi TCR cars. They're not exactly slow. These are proper thoroughbred race cars made to be quick within their class. But when you've got the cars like the Radical SR8, a big V8 lump behind the driver, very, very light, of course, with it being full space frame chassis. I think it's predominantly carbon fiber and fiberglass makeup. It's going to be quite the challenge, not just to get out of the way, but to get past them as well, because the Radicals, they've got just as much opportunity to hit them as the Audis do to get in the way. So they've got to make sure they can read each other properly. But then we've also got to think all the other classes will be trying to battle away as well. So lots of traffic to think about, and we're about to go green, Hasse.
We are indeed, Jack. The final few meters of the warm-up lap is just about to be done with. As they enter the final chicane, the Jackie X Buck, as it's called, the Jackie X corner, even though it's actually 2 corners. And Fabrice Cornelis, I think, will more or less be clear to go green when he wants. Oh, he has to hold off because he cannot overtake the safety car, and there he is. It's green, green, green for the virtual Belcar. I was about to say the 24 hours of Zolder being underway here. Fabrice Cornelis is leading them into turn 1, but they're side by side here already. They're not holding up at all here. Cedric Wouters second, and let's see if everyone gets on through. Oh, I'm afraid Alan Day. Jack has had a problem somewhere down the order. And we're going to have another look at that, of course, once we get everyone running.
It does look like Alan Day had an issue there, sorry, Hasse. But like you say, everybody battling away already. This is the first lap of 24 hours of racing, and seeing the 2 leaders side by side, Fabrice Cornelis and Cedric Wouters. Simtag Racing versus Traxxas by JV. Very, very close. Look at that train. Lots of noise, lots of downforce heading towards the Gilles Villeneuve chicane. There is Boudouin Custer, Porsche 911 Cup class leader at the moment. Gregory Franks for Pro Assist Sim Racing with that beautiful livery in the middle of this pack, trying to work his way through, trying to minimize damage. That's what you need to do in the first hour of racing. It's very easy to get hooked up with, right, there's a car in front of me, let's get him. That's a position made. Look in the background, all the cars pretty much springing together there. Jeremy Hessels almost went into the tail end of Attila Sipos, while almost being collected by Oliver Blutnik behind. Lots and lots of door-to-door and bumper-to-bumper action. Look at this. Up the inside goes the 109. Or for the moment, that's Thomas Axe on the outside now. It will be the outside come the final chicane. Very busy couple of laps already, Hasse.
Couple of laps, we're hardly even done with the first one, and they're absolutely going for it. You'd think this is 24 minutes of Zolder, not 24 hours by this rate, but luckily we haven't seen any huge incidents so far. We're just gonna have a look once it settles down ever so slightly, and once we get the time to have a second look at the off tracks we've had for the first lap, and just to see what happened, because we didn't get a glance at that at all, but so much battling still going on, and I think the drivers are just trying to arm themselves with just as much patience as absolutely humanly possible, because they're gonna need it, and they're gonna need the mental strength later on, the focus, the concentration to get through these 24 hours of racing safely. Here is Matthias De Heen, who is for BMS Motorsports GT3 Cup Belcar in the 51 machine, close to the tail of Michael Pedersen. And Michael Pedersen for AKS Volante Racing, but keeping the style of the livery from what they used to run, because if I'm not very much mistaken, they have changed the team name ever so slightly, which is something we see, to be honest, quite a lot in sim racing. But Michael Pedersen, the Dane, has very much so been up there for the entirety of this series, and it's great to see him once again. And speaking of drivers who's been up there for the entirety of this series, Jack, Fabrice Cornelis is in the lead yet again.
He is indeed, and he's lapping over a second quicker than anybody else currently out on circuit. A 1 minute 23.096 on the lap prior. Very, very quick opening time. Cedric Wouters chasing him down. Simon Grossman has managed to get in front of Eren Barber. So third and fourth swapping position already. But Fabrice Cornelis, he has got his head in the game, using all the track and a bit of the grass. I think almost a bit of gravel there as well. You can see he's pushing the limits, trying to build that valuable gap that we previously mentioned. And he's doing a brilliant job there. He's Eren Barber for GHK Racing by T2 Racing. Definitely not a mouthful, that one. Currently in fourth position, the number 66, chasing down Simon Grossman. Lost the position a few laps ago. But now Simon Grossman is getting onto the tail end of Cedric Wouters for third and second. Look at this, Peter Lemkins trying to fend off Bram van Putten. Bearing in mind there is a class difference between the two. Bram van Putten up the inside at turn 1 and position made before turn 2. We know Bram van Putten is very, very competitive in these TCRs, and he's showing off today.
He very much is here, as Dimitrios is being challenged by one of the Sky Limit GT3 Cup cars, and that's the car of Alan Day that seemed to have a little bit of struggles early days. And I'm going to see if we can just recall whatever happened to him on the opening couple of corners there. We have the first replay of this race here as Alan Day just gets hit by the cold tires, Jack. It's a little too heavy-footed there, exiting the corner. The rear end just slides out, and it's going to be plenty of time to recover for that team. Speaking of it, Fabrice Cornelis is now into the 22s, and he's still almost a second faster than Cedric Wouters in second place. And that's truly impressive to see so early days in the race. No one is taking time to getting settled here. Jeremy Hessel's on a train of TCR machines, and we've seen before these TCRs as they come out the woods into the tight right-hander here. They've provided us with some fantastic racing. These cars are truly raceable indeed, and they can take a bit of paint swapping as well between them without really losing their impetus about them and their ability to race one another. So a great class to watch racing, and already here we're seeing cars that aren't really getting spread out at all. And Jack, I think these drivers right now will be dealing with a pulse of 150 and beyond, because oh, look at that slide from the 30 car. That's going to open the door maybe just a little bit for Jeremy Hessels there. He's on the outside, and I don't think he's going to be able to really make anything materialize from that. It's not a good place to be unless he can stay there all the way down to the next chicane as they appear from the tents. It's the 30 car in front. And Jack, I'm sorry, stuff happened, and I actually did cut you off.
No problem at all. But Oliver Bliotnik just about managed to get that moment collected up. An armful of opposite lock, put his foot to the floor, dragged the front back around, and kept the position for the moment. Jeremy Hessels, though, behind the wheel of that Dynamic Simulators red Audi TCR, hot on the heels, chasing him down, but he's got to make sure he doesn't get hooked up on the car ahead, because Attila Sipos is just behind for Simtag Racing, looking to get that position made, and John Ford for Graphite Racing TCR just behind him as well. So lots of bunching up already. We can see a few little packs starting to form. You can see Anton Dupin there in the beautiful Flemish SimSports TCR machine. And I've got to say, that's one thing we haven't necessarily mentioned so far. There are some amazing liveries on show.
There really are. And it's been the case throughout the series that the team seems to have a high focus on graphical quality as well as driving quality in the seats of the cars. And that is something that we appreciate. And all the more so when driving is happening over this entirety of 24 hours. And look at this, Fabrice Cornelis already catching the first of the TCRs. And we're not even 10 minutes into the race. And so it begins. The real, well, I want to say the real deal, the real trouble for some drivers. It's going to become over the next day or so. But traffic is upon us.
It really is. Already Fabrice Cornelis carving his way through the traffic. Almost surgical precision there. And you can see they've clearly been practicing. Sometimes even putting yourself in a little AI race on iRacing can help you, just to help your ability to read the cars ahead. Two G-Drive teammates here grouped together. Steve Claes following Pim Bao with IF Van Genekten just behind. I think we've had a few changes of position a little further up. Looking back from Pim Bao now at his G-Drive Racing Exemia teammate, the number 15. We're riding on board with the number 20, or the number 13, pardon me, getting very, very close is Steve Claes, and Alan Day is working his way back up through the order as well, so keep an eye out for him. He's managed to drop from the very bottom, or from where he is to the bottom, and now he's carving his way back through. Keep an eye out for him. He will definitely be working his way up. He's just managed to get past another driver as well. Jeroen Valle has worked his way past. This will be his next target, IF Van Genekten. I think we're going to have a look at what's happened to Alan Day. So the number 69, the Israeli piloted car, flashing his lights, working his way up through the order. IF Van Genekten still chasing down the G-Drive teammates, who have now swapped positions. The number 13 is in front. Steve Claes and Pim Bao still side by side, charging towards the chicane. IF Van Genekten, if I was him, yeah, he's braking early, letting the two teammates sort it out. You wouldn't expect them to be battling this close, bearing in mind their teammates. 8 minutes into a 24-hour race, lots of door-to-door action already, Hasse.
Yeah, indeed. Jeff Van Genekten here really pushing it and trying to get past the G-Drive machines. And he knows also, I think, that from previous experience, if he can keep up with these cars who have been fast in the previous races, but also very unlucky, he'll be in a good position. And they are, after all, very much in contention still, even though a little down the order, but such a long race. Anything can still happen here. By the way, a very good afternoon to all of you. A very warm welcome here to Simracersworld TV, whether you're watching on Facebook, on Twitch, or on our YouTube page. We have very recently as yesterday actually, rounded the magical 1,000 subscribers here on SRW TV, and for that we are grateful for your support, and thank you so much for all that. It's absolutely great, and having so much fun bringing these races to you, so seeing you come back for more is always a great pleasure of ours as well. Here, Gregory Franks, one of the cars that is still very much in contention, as he's chasing down Kobe Claes in the Dynamics Racing Optica car, right ahead there. And then there's a little bit of a gap up to the top 3 cars in the Porsche 911 Cup class. And that's Bouter van Kuster for Bingo by Syntac EMP at the moment, leading Michael Pedersen for ASK Volante Racing, and Matthias de Heine for BMS Motorsport GT3 Cup Belcar as well.
Yep, lots of battles raging away. The number 906 we're looking at the moment, currently in 4th in class. What has happened to Phil Verheyen? Has he got it slowed down? No, he hasn't. Goes for a trip across the grass. We'll pick up 1x, 1 incident point, and a bit of a slowdown. You will hear us mention incident points as the race wears on. You get 1 incident point for going off track, 2 incident points for losing control of your car, and sometimes with some light contact with another car, and then 4 incident points for heavy contact with another car. And obviously that will then introduce penalties every 25 incident points. There will be what I believe is a drive-through penalty. I'll have to try and get some more confirmation on that. It could even be a stop-go penalty, but there isn't a limit, so you won't get disqualified. You can get as many as you like. You will end up with the penalties, but you won't get disqualified. So lots of drivers maybe taking that to their advantage already, willing to get a couple of incident points in the bag just to build up that gap. And something to bear in mind as well, Hasse, 2 fast repairs for 24 hours of racing. Normally in the iRacing official special events, you don't get a single fast repair, so some of the drivers maybe have in the back of their mind they will want to save one, obviously, for an emergency situation, but they can get their elbows out a little more than usual.
Indeed they can, but it's still going to be combined with a time loss, especially if you have a big accident, you have to tow the car and all that, you're really going to lose a lot of time. So I think they're going to just try to want to keep it as clean as possible still. But with the chaos that can ensue over the next 24 hours, I think if it wasn't for the 2 fast repairs, we'd be seeing a rather small number of cars finish just going by the sort of difficulty we saw the different teams having at the earlier mentioned 3 hours of Zolder. let alone 24 hours of racing here is going to make it very difficult indeed. We're still watching that 911 GT3 Cup battle here, and as Andrew Hopley mentioned, Van den Echten here indeed is a previous SRW GT Series champion, so expect him to make progress. He's already lining him up for it well here behind the two G-Drive Xemia cars, but really having to arm himself with patience. As I've said before, it goes for the entirety of the field here. Look at the GT4s going at it here. Senne Hulsmans in the Flemish SimSports GT4 car.
Yeah, the beautiful liveried machine. I've got to say, I am a massive fan of that Flemish SimSports livery, chasing down. I think that, who is that just in front? It is Jeroen Valle. She's sadly showing up in the wrong class colour. We will have to get that fixed and get him changed to the GT4 colour. But Jeroen Valle, believe me, he is in a GT4 Porsche, the 718 Cayman. Currently second in class. Tim Claeson's there in the lead, just a little bit further up the road. But Senne Hulsmans hot on his heels, putting the pressure on already. Those two only getting closer together. But if they are battling, it does mean they will lose time to Tim Claeson's, and maybe it will bring Maxime van den Hove into the mix. I think, have we had an incident for Steve Claeson? No, it might have just been him blinking a little bit in and out, but he keeps on popping around the timing screens already.
Yeah, I'm just going to have a look at that to see if that's a problem for him. I don't think it is, actually. He seems to be... Well, he's still in front, but the question is, did Jeff van den Echten actually get past on Pim Bauer there? I think that might very much have happened. And at the same time, Fabrice Cornelis now making his way through on the 911 Cup cars here in that class, and a TCR pitting in here early days as well, Jack, so we might have had a bit of a problem there. That's Phil Verheyen. So that was the driver we saw straight lining the chicane before and cutting across the gravel. And hopefully it's not going to be too bad. It's a bit of a problem if you have to open your can of fast repairs here after just 14 minutes of racing. Here is a close battle within the GT4s, as well as the Edge Esports car. The number 25 machine, currently piloted by Mathieu Mlunek, is chasing Oliver Van Herk and passing on the inside as well here. And that was a very, very nice move there. Textbook stuff, Jack.
It really was. Read the situation beautifully, going into the hairpin, a very, very heavy braking zone. The opportunity arrived, threw it to the inside, got it slowed down, grabbed the apex, and the Edge Esports car, the number 25 machine, up a position now into 21st overall, but 6th in class. And maybe a position gain now and a bit of time put between the pair of them, it can come in so, so valuable going into the final couple of hours of the race.
Indeed it could. Indeed it could. So let's see the class display. I'm gonna get that up. Indeed, so we can see current best times set by the different classes, which gives us a pretty good idea of something we've mentioned before, Jack. It's the fact that the GT4s and the TCRs aren't necessarily separated by a big pace difference in the end. And it doesn't take a lot of car damage to either of the cars for them to all of a sudden be battling it out with one another. So that's a thing to look out for as well. We've seen it before, and I think we're going to see it today here as well.
Yeah,
so, I'm sorry.
Like you say, no, I was going to say, yeah, like you say, we mentioned it a little while ago, but the inter-class battles that we'll see as well is something we need to keep an eye on, because the GT4s and the TCRs, we know when they're driven on the ragged edge, they can be very, very similar on pace. So do keep an eye out for those inter-class battles. Look at this. One of the 911 Cup cars tearing his way through, and a Radical in the mix as well, trying to negotiate two TCRs. Looking at John Ford there, the number 71 Graphite Racing machine. He's trying to chase down Jeremy Hessels, but look how busy this is now. John Ford has got Attila Sipos just behind as well. Very, very busy section of circuit. And we asked at the start, when do we think traffic will be an issue? And I think the answer is now.
And it's not even like now, because it's been an issue for 10 minutes already. It was a very, very short period of perceived calm, because it wasn't even calm at all. It was pretty close and stressful for the drivers anyway. And now it's really upon them here as they tightly bunched up into the final chicane. Looks to me like everyone made it through there. And just knowing how fragile the radicals can be as well, they're going to be having to be extra careful, not getting involved in anything. As I mentioned, and as we said not long ago, we do have those 2 fast repairs for each car here, but the Vapor Shop car goes cleanly through on Jeremy Hessels there. But that whole point of traffic negotiation here is really going to be a big point for all of these drivers here as we're watching Gregory Franks in the number 11 car for Pro Assist Sim Racing. And he's got Steve Clays right on his bumper. Both drivers should be well known to the core SRW viewership because they've been thereabouts and around for a long time here. And it's 2 drivers, Jack, that we also really know how to deal with a race situation such as this.
Yeah, they really do. They have been behind the wheel for a long, long time, taking part in a lot of the events we host here on Simracersworld TV. Notably, the Porsche Sport 2 Hours of Spa, we saw an amazing battle between the 911 Cup cars. I think both drivers were involved in that one as well. Gregory Franks, though, trying to negotiate a little bit of traffic there, slightly compromised himself coming onto the straight. You can see Steve Place has got to the overspeed, but doesn't have the room. Forced to the outside, very, very close to the white line. We know even with a slight disruption on the braking, these cars will swap ends. Steve Place was wise to that and decided that it wasn't worth the risk. Aya van Genekten doing the right thing, making sure he gives the Audi surplus space and just sits behind through the tight and twisty bits. Gregory Franks, he's got past one Audi and he's got another literally right there in front of him. I think that is Oliver Blutnik, the BMS Motorsport machine. It is indeed the number 30. So the only TCR Gregory Franks is yet to put a lap on is Bram van Putten, and I believe he is a lot further around the lap than we currently are at the moment. Alan Day dropping down the order once again. Wonder what's happened there.
That is a good question. I don't think it's anything we're really going to be able to see here. Alan Day is...
back up there.
What?
He was jumping around for a moment and then he's back up there. I'm not sure what happened.
I think a little bit of blinking going on. If anything, with this massive amount of cars on track, we can sometimes see a little bit of connectivity issues from time to time if the cars are on the other side of the track. I think it's something like that comes into play, but not really something we can do much about. Senna Hülsmann still right on the tail of Jeroen Medleb and having a look, having a bit of a glance to the inside, but not really close enough to make anything materialize on the number 5 car there. That's the second place machine, the Traxxas by J&V service car, currently driven by Cedric Wouters. And speaking of that, as we are 20 minutes into this race, just a quick run through it. Simtech Racing leading with Fabrice Cornelis behind the wheel of that Radical, in front of Traxxas by J&V Services in SimRC Club Sport, and then GHK Racing by T2 Racing in 4th place at the moment, the Fast Racing team in 5th, and Stage 1 Racing Belcar with Roy Maas behind the wheel of... oh, that's Roy Maas, of course. Apologize for my poor reading there. But anyway, Roy Maas for Stage 1 Racing Belcar in 6th at the moment. And then we get to the Porsche Cup cars. Bingo by Simtech EMG is leading ASK Volante Racing. Then BMS Motorsports, GT3 Cup Belcars in 3rd. With Dynamics Racing Optica 4th, Pro Assist Sim Racing in 5th, G-Drive Racing Semia with the number 13 machine of Steve Place in 6th place. And then you have Van den Echten from Vapor Shop, RDR Motorsports in 7th. Pimbao leads Alan Day, and then we get to the GT Force at the moment, led by Tim Clayson and Torque Freak Racing by Carrot.
Yeah, so a massive field spread already. What has happened here? John Ford, I think, Hasse, you might have to talk us through the replays because it's not keeping up with me, as you can tell. Talk us through what you see, Hasse.
John Ford has contact with Jeremy Hessels there in the TCRs, and both of them made contact with the wall. It was a relatively heavy hit, and I'm going to see if we can just catch it from the perspective of the other driver involved there. Jeremy Hessels getting a slight nudge there as he tries to defend his position. I think both of them may be a little too eager to get their right way here early days in the race. And both of them ending up paying the price. It was a little bit of an overused move, but that's what you get. And it's not an easy track to race on this, so can't really blame the drivers for getting it wrong once in a while, trying. But it goes to show what we've mentioned before as well, that very patience needed. And it wasn't there in that situation. And Jack, you tell me when your SDK is back and responding as it should.
No, I think it's just the replays. I can't see it. It can't quite keep up with the fast-paced nature of the race at the moment. You can see Dimi Diels here, currently in 23rd position overall. That being 7th position in class, trying to let a lot of the traffic by. The number 13 is on his way. That's Steve Claes, followed by IF van Genekten for RDR. Or Vapor Shop RDR Motorsports, I should say, streaming by now. But you can see traffic is already playing a massive part in this race. Dimi Diels chasing down Olivier van der Herk for Team MRS. And already, like I said, traffic, you seem to let by an endless stream of cars when you're in one of the slower classes. He's just let by, what was that, 3 911 Cup cars, and he's got another one desperate trying to get by. That's Pimbao.
Yeah, indeed, and it's what they're going to be facing as well. It's going to be a never-ending stream, as you call it, of cars. It just doesn't stop, and it's a rhythm you're just going to have to get into. Another thing is just recognizing the different classes of the different cars and just how to approach either overtaking a slower car or as the slower car, trying to give space without losing too much time yourself, because different cars with their different dynamics and the different traits, so to say, that they have, requires a little bit of a different strategy, whether you're talking the Radical, which is extremely quick through the corners, it's extremely quick on the braking and under acceleration as well, but it actually loses out on top speed ever so slightly. Might not be on this track because it's not really a top speed sort of circuit. Nonetheless, the Porsche Cup cars are faster on the top speed than the Radicals, so that's that's Dimi Diels for CCTS, almost getting it wrong on the braking, just managing to miss the rear end of the car ahead. Oh, and I'm afraid we've had a problem here, Jack, for Steve Claes. And
we have indeed. I think this one's caught up now, has it? So what happened? Going over the rise. Oh, touches the grass. Is that hard into the wall? It is. Massive hit. Spiraling the car through what almost looked like 1080 degrees. He's trapped in the middle of the road. Grabs reverse, grabs first, and then that goes flying into the 35 machine. That's not what we like to see at all. Very early on in the race, there is Olivier van Herk with his damage aboard that car. Oh, jumps on the brakes, tries to go left and then tries to go right, and sadly, I've got to say, for me, that looked like the number 13 machine of Steve Claes. He tried to get out the way, he did everything he could, but maybe didn't make it as predictable as possible.
No, that is true indeed, but it's a very difficult situation to be in, and having the car in that position, you can't really get out of the way quicker than you can. You're there, you can't really stop being in existence, even though it's a digital world. And with the car or the track just swerving left at that place, it's so hard. And if you made just the slightest of wrong decisions there, you find yourself making contact, just as happened between those two machines. That's poor luck, because Steve Claes was very much up there. Now he's behind Alan Day, not by much, but by a little bit, who's back on track here for the Sky Limit race team. And as you said, the European NASCAR champion. So we're in for some almost celebrity drivers, you could say here. Some big names indeed. Fabrice Cornelis, I think, is also who's used to driving a machine not much unlike this in real life as well. And of course, if I'm wrong, don't hesitate to correct me in this or in any other instances throughout the 24 hours here. Do get involved if you feel like it in chat. We'll be here to take you through the race, to answer your questions to the best of our abilities, and perhaps you'll hear me practicing my Dutch for a wee bit later on. So we're here to have some fun times indeed. It is a great track. It does make for amazing action here indeed. And that's very much down to the challenging nature of Zolder, which is indeed in itself a legendary place. in the world of motorsports here. Is Tim Claeson's in the Torque Freak car the leading GT4 at the moment? Is he even? Or is it actually Jeroen Vatlet? I think it is Jeroen Vatlet who's currently leading class here, if I'm very much not mistaken. And it's true that he's being shown somehow, for some reason, in Cup car colors, which is a little bit strange because it's not like he's suddenly jumped from Cup car to GT4 from the last round of racing. And of course, once we get the race just slightly, ever so more slightly settled, I'll make sure we get in and get that fixed. Indeed, no chicanes. A good bit of sarcasm never hurts anyone, does it? And certainly the abrupt nature of Zolder does add insult to injury in terms of just how difficult it is dealing with traffic. And somebody who knows a bit about dealing with traffic is this guy, Fabrice Cornelis, because he has been threading a needle race after race after race here in the Virtual Belcar eSeries. And he has been just that level above everyone else, and it's not always come from all-out pace. He is a very fast gentleman indeed. As somebody, did you see that? I'm afraid that Fabrice saw just what we saw as Kobe Claes was blinking ever so slightly. He came back into existence basically from out of nowhere, and I'll see, just look at that. He's got absolutely no chance of knowing that he's there if at least Fabrice Cornelis saw what we saw in that situation, and that is what I call poor luck.
Yeah, not what we like to see. As previously mentioned, the tiniest little tap unsettled the tail end of that Porsche Cup car and rotating it through 90 degrees. But Kobe Claes, I believe, is back up and running. There is IF van Genekten in 11th position overall. What is his 5th position in class? We have Steve Claes in the pit lane. So from so Kobe Claes, pardon me, in the Dynamics Racing Optica is continuing on, but Steve Claes, not to confuse you, in the number 13 G-Drive Racing Eximia machine is in the pit lane. We saw him have that incident earlier, still with damage aboard the front right of that Porsche Cup car and on the rear right by the looks of it as well. So whether that is something to do with incident points or they have something up their sleeves in regards to strategy, and they've decided maybe it isn't worth wasting a fast repair coming in and just taking some of the iRacing optional repairs, I'm not sure, but quite off strategy for him.
Indeed it is. They would be hoping to stay on their fuel strategy, because of course, if you're finding yourself having to do any extra pit stops compared to the opposition, it's a lot of time that you really have to gain back on track. So you want to make sure that you get your fuel calculations and all that stuff on point. And to me, some of that damage on this car actually just popped out, as you see it do sometime in iRacing. So I'm thinking maybe he went in to take his fast repairs and the server hasn't quite reacted. Or is it just me with a bit of wishful thinking there on behalf of Steve Claes and the number 13 G-Drive Eximia machine, who, well, to a bit of could be bad belief there, but the number 13 car, is that bringing him bad luck? Because we've seen him have plenty of just that throughout this series, Jack.
We have indeed. He's definitely not been the luckiest. I think the G-Drive cars themselves have just had rotten luck throughout the series. There is Gregory Vranks for Pro Assist Sim Racing. We've got to think, we've already seen one driver pull into the pit lane. Is that going to force the hand of the other teams? Like we said, it could be something to do with incident points, it could be something to do with damage, or something completely different. Another car in the pit lane as well. But at this point, yeah, like I said, you've got to think, is Gregory Vranks starting to feel like he needs to hand over to one of his teammates early on to get a pit stop under his belt, or it could just be the lone wolf G-Drive coming into the pit lane very early on. But Gregory Vranks, he does have Matthijs de Tiege, I believe, waiting to get in the car as and when, but we still could end up with another at least half an hour of racing for himself before he even starts to think about pulling into the pit lane, and even then he could just stay behind the wheel.
Yeah, he very much could. Let's go on board here with Simon Grossman in the Sim RC Club Sport car, the number 3 car, currently in 3rd, and a good place to be for the camera at the moment, as he is in the middle of I just think you could call normal running on a 24-hour place here. Just look at the speed difference coming out of the corners, and that is a very good example of the patience needed here, and at the same time also a good example of when you gotta go for it and send it down the inside, because all the radicals has to do basically, or not all the radicals has to do, that makes it sound so much easier than it actually is, and I do apologize for that, but what they have to do is to use their strength, their advantages, and that is of course one of them being their superior braking power into the corners, and that's what we saw Simon Grossman doing there. So as you can see, there is I think any driver catching any lap already from here, half an hour into the race as we are, we've got 23 and a half hours of racing remaining, and my prediction is that no car at any point in this race is gonna catch a clean lap with no traffic, and that goes to say quite a lot, doesn't it?
It really does. I think that you need to spend a lot of time monitoring what the car is doing in front, and you've got to also be careful that you don't get distracted with what the car is doing in front or behind. You've got to make sure you can focus on your own race, but also read the car in front. And like you said earlier, Hasse, it's a very busy circuit as the Vapor Shop RDR machine goes for a bit of a flight straight over the first chicane. Who is that behind the wheel? That is IF Van Genekten jumping the chicane. It looks very good, but has that done any damage to the underside of that Porsche? It could affect the cooling with it being rear engined. Will it affect the handling? We don't know as of yet. We'll have to keep an eye on them, but that was a very, very big moment very early on in the race.
Yeah, indeed, and that's exactly the sort of moments you want to avoid at all costs, because we know those sausage curbs can indeed cause damage to the underside of the car, to the suspension, if you hit them at a wrong angle and take too much of a bounce. And that's it's just something to be ever so watchful about. The lead battle still going at it. Here is Jeroen Vetlet and the Torque Freak racing car by Carrot of Tim Claessens. And speaking of battles that's been going on for the entirety of the season, we've mentioned on a few one of them. And the Scuderia Sim Racing number 14 car has been up there as well. But Torque Freak just all the time seeming to have that upper hand every time they've met. It's not like they've won every single round, but they have been slightly superior to Scuderia Sim Racing. And I'm sure the number 14 guys with Jeroen Vetlet at the wheel right now is really wanting to change that. And if I'm not mistaken, Jack, there's something about double points here at the 24 hours of Zolder that could very much still open up some of the fights for positions that we're seeing in the overall standings.
It could indeed. At Daytona all that time ago, we did think that in the GT4 category that Torque Freak Racing by Carrot had won the championship. That is the car piloted by Tim Claessens and Brown Reniers, but we were informed after the race that the Flemish SimSports GT4 team of Diego Heims, Senna Hulsmans, Hans Polmans and Sebastian Kaimil are still within touching distance. Under very certain circumstances, though, I do believe that Torque Freak will either have to retire or finish at the very bottom end of the order. And I think even Scuderia Sim Racing, of the car we're looking at the moment, of Jeroen Vetlet and Kevin Lemons, are still just about within touching distance. Obviously, double points with it being 50, I think it's 25 points for a win, plus 2 possibly for the fastest laps. That also means Heli ABK Racing are in touching distance as well, and we're just thinking about who could possibly win the top end of or top honours in that class. You've still got obviously all the battles within that class, whether it's be at the bottom or the top end of the order. If we look between 8th and 12th, there's 6 points difference, so the championship is very much up for grabs today.
Indeed it is, and the thing up for grabs is still track position, very much so here. Anton Dupin in the 102 machine for Flemish SimSports TCR, challenging Renzo Erlenbroek in the Radinion Motorsport by QSR car. And they, in turn, are on the tail of another TCR machine, but I don't think that's a battle for position, as that is the number 110 machine of Steven de Wolf, who is indeed about to be lapped by the 2 cars behind, so make no mistake about that. Well, it doesn't mean that these two guys aren't racing, and so are the GT4 leaders. As Alan Day makes his way around, and there's a TCR on the way as well. That might hamper Tim Claessens now, who looks to be losing time throughout this wave of traffic. He very much certainly does. And look at this now, Sanne Hulsmans in the Flemish Sim Sports GT4 machine running his tail. He's trying to get the run here down towards the hairpin. And they approach the hairpin. They come out from the trees. And I love that shot when they come there. And he's going to look for it up the inside. And it's just going to be a thought about it. But that's hard to see from our zoomed in angle of this camera. It looked to me for a moment as a big send. And yet again, more radicals coming through there. That is the number 2 car of Fabrice Cornelis. And look at that, Jack. Is that a little bit of a dent at the front of the car? That could have been from the slight contact before. I don't think he'd be the only one having had a little bit of contact at this moment of the race. And with a 15-second lead, it certainly doesn't look like it's impeding him too much at the moment.
No, it just looks like a little scrape. Definitely on the right-hand side of the car, you can see a bit of crumpling to the fiberglass body. And I think even on the front right, that could just be using the curbs, though we know that this radical is incredibly low. Look, there's barely even half an inch worth of space between the lower end of that radical, or between the bottom of the radical and the racetrack. So if he has just been a little bit greedy on the curbs, he's figured it out now, and he's being even more greedy on the curbs. You can see using all of it and a bit more there at the second chicane, but he's still pulling out that gap. Like you mentioned, 15.7 seconds the gap now between Fabrice Cornelis and Cedric Wouters. So those two are separated by 15 seconds, and then back from Cedric Wouters to Simon Grossman, there is another 15 seconds as well.
Indeed there is. Here the number 10 machine, we saw it before. Here's Steven de Wolf, who goes a little wide, and that is much less dramatic than some of the other incidents, the off-track incidents we've seen. Remember, we have a, you would call an event viewer, and we can see when somebody's had either an off-track or a crash. I mean, a crash is a car standing still in that sense. So that's what we get in terms of just trying to keep an overview of proceedings. And sometimes a driver gets lucky, and something that could have been a serious incident isn't what it is. Or isn't what it looks like to us, is what I meant to say. Here, Sanne Hulsmans just got held up a little bit, the car in front there, and he's still battling very much so with Tim Claessens, and Jeroen Badlet up ahead is now really taking that into his advantage. He's into his stride with a 2.8 second lead now.
He is indeed, like you say, 2.8 seconds to the good, and with the championship being up for grabs still, this is exactly what he wants at the start of the race, building that valuable gap which could come in very useful at the end of the race. There is Sanne Hulsmans for Flemish Sim Sports GT4 chasing down Tim Claessens for Talk Freak Racing Belcar. Those two have been battling away throughout the entire season. So far, the pendulum has swung the way of Talk Freak Racing. However, today, Sanne Hulsmans has got the bit between his teeth, and he is chasing down the championship leader, the number 31 car in front. You can see hard on the brakes into the Gilles Villeneuve chicane, but Sanne Hulsmans, at this point, he could just be thinking, if I sit on, I might be able to save a bit of fuel, and also if they do end up approaching some Audi TCR traffic, they will just be able to work their way through as one big blob almost. If there's a bit of gap between the pair of you, you've got to maybe compromise yourself, and the lead car can get through a bit sooner. But if you are nose to tail like this, you tend to get through at the same time. So Sanne Hulsmans, the ball's really in his court. It's all down to him. What does he want to do? Does he want to play the aggressive card and get up the inside, get the position made, and slowly start to disappear into the distance, or is he happy just to sit on for the moment?
That is a good point indeed. Oh, what has happened here? I cannot see Kobe Claesen. He all of a sudden appears, so I think that was just a bit of blinking. Apologies for that. As Sanne Hulsmans, I was just noticing that the carrot sticker on the rear end of the car ahead, he is like a donkey chasing the carrot that's held before his head, Sanne Hulsmans. And if he can just do that for the entirety of the stint, be in a good position indeed. Currently sitting third, and it's indeed very nice to see the graphics there as well, with the LED display on the side of the car. It's meant to do just that, give you an overview, an easier overview of the position of the cars on track in these multi-class races that can sometimes get very, very complicated indeed. Look at the run Sandy Hulsmans get through there. He takes so much curb. He might have gotten a little damage to his car there, but it might be worth it if he can get on alongside. It's not going to be enough, but he's going to send it into the braking zone, and I think he's passed as well. That's a huge move there from Sandy Hulsmans, and of course, Jack's going to be there to have another look at it.
Yeah, so let's just have a quick look back. Look at this. He gets the overdrive round the outside through the very quick left-hander in towards the Gilles Villeneuve chicane. Senna Hulsman's much more confidence on the brakes. He's got the preferred line, uses all of the curb on the inside. He knows he can do it, cuts across the nose of the Carrot Racing Machine, and there you go. Senna Hulsman's up into second place in class, 7th overall, and he's now got to set his sights on the lead. There is Antoine Dupin for Flemish Simsports, chasing down Renzo Uhlenbroek for Radion Motorsport by QSR. Those two glued together once again, trying to let by the 911 Cup car of Alan Day, and we said we knew that the traffic would play a part, but in the 42 minutes, best part of 43 minutes we've been racing now, I don't think there's been a single shot without at least 2 classes in it.
No, it's very rare indeed, and it's only when we get a zoomed-in shot like this that we don't get several classes indeed. If we zoomed out a little bit, I'm sure we'd see some TCR, some Porsche Cup, or indeed a Radical coming up from behind. It is frantic out there, and frankly, I'm sort of glad I'm not driving this one, because even though multi-class racing often makes for a lot of fun and it's very engaging as a driver, and it appeals to different things than just single-class all-out racing, where all of a sudden you have to be mindful of the different classes that you're not racing directly. You have to have a different, perhaps a little more respectful approach to everything that concerns to the other cars. But this, for me, just looks like it is frantic indeed. It looks very, very difficult to master the flow of the traffic indeed, and just the speed difference of the cars here, as Bram van Putten as well has left the pits in the number 17 G-Drive Racing Eximia TCR machine. And that's a team that's done very, very well indeed over the course of the season. Let's see if they're not in for some of the same. Now, leading the TCRs at the moment is Olivier Bultink for BMS Motorsports in the number 30 machine, ahead of Renzo Uhlenbroek and Anton Dupin. That was the battle we were watching before. Another thing that's making me think of is that the 2 closest battles at the moment, Jack, is podium position battles in both the TCRs and the GT4 class.
It is indeed, and we knew that the drivers would be glued together. And look at this, Anton Dupin and Uhlenbroek all over each other. Anton Dupin, the chase car, Uhlenbroek, the lead car. But this will be playing into the hands of the TCR leader, Olivier Blutnik of BMS Motorsport. These guys will just be slowing each other down. It won't feel like it behind the wheel, but believe me, they'll be slowing each other down by a couple of tenths a lap, possibly even stretching towards a full second. So they've got to be careful as well, because Attila Sipos only 3 seconds behind this little battle. So the gap may start to dissipate. You can see in the background Attila Sipos charging towards the pair of them. And I have just noticed, I've been looking through my notes, we do have what you referred to as celebrity drivers. We have one more out that I've noticed. There might be a couple more, but Mirko Bertolotti is hopefully at some point going to get behind the wheel of the number 51 machine, the BMS Motorsport GT3 Cup Belcar Porsche. And Mirko Bertolotti, a name that you might know. He's a Formula 2 champion, a Euro Cup Megane Trophy champion, an Italian Formula 3 champion. I can go on forever. He's won the Blancpain GT Series Championship. He was second in the ADAC GT Masters as well. So he's definitely got a lot of pedigree behind the wheel of a race car. So do keep an eye out for him. And I think at the moment he might even be a Lamborghini factory driver. That's a change of position. Tim Clayson's up the inside there of Senna Hulsmans. Let's have another look back, Hasse.
Absolutely, what a send into turn 1. The latest of late moves there, and I think Senna Hulsmans might be a little bit unhappy with Tim Clayson's. But once you're there, you're in a position to send it. You just got to do it. And Tim Clayson's did exactly that. The reason behind their success is, of course, not waiting about, but they're going to go for it. The Torque Freak Racing by Carrot car there. Beautiful move indeed to take back second place in the GT4 class at the moment. And just to touch... Oh, look at that! Tim Clayson's almost going wide as he flies over the curb there in the first chicane. Indeed. But anyway, another interesting fact, I don't know if it's an interesting fact, but it's a fact that I liked, at least, about Mirko Bertolatti that you just mentioned, Jack. It's that his favorite dish is tagliatelle al ragu, which is very high on my list as well. And look at that down behind there. I think there's a bit of radical action going on. And just who that is, I'm not sure, though. Is that Yannick Lemons getting lapped by the race leader? I think that is indeed the number 2 car, just squeezing ahead of the number 7 machine there of the Fast Racing team. As we are nearing the completion, so slightly nearing the completion of the first hour of racing. We're 47 minutes into it now. And interesting stuff indeed. It's been over the opening hour of racing, Jack. I feel like, not to say we've had enough, but we've had enough to call it a good race already. And we've got 23 hours more to come of it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. If you said there's only 10 minutes of the race to go and we're going to finish in 1 hour, or we're going to finish at the 1 hour mark, I wouldn't be disappointed with the quality of racing we've already had. But only 1 hour, almost only 1 hour in, and still 23 hours and 10 minutes to go. So lots and lots and lots of racing and action to get on with. But Tim Clayson's, he seemed like it was almost a mistake that puts him in behind Senna Hulsmans, but now he's back in front. He's continuing on. Kobe Klaas there, I think it's saying he's out of the race. So whether that is a disconnect very early on, that's not what we want to see. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen at the timing tower. There you go. He is back in. He is still racing. Panic over. Kobe Klaas continuing on in 13th position. The number 906. Look at this. Lots of traffic to negotiate here. Senna Hulsmans staying on the painted white line, almost off the grass. I think there was nothing between his tyres and the grass. Somehow managed to keep the car pointing the same way. He's had to move out the way there for a bit more traffic working its way through, but it must be a very, very, very busy job behind the wheel of that GT4 car. Because Tim Clayson's, he's had to let by a Radical, he's had to let by a Porsche GT3 Cup car. He's now trying to work his way past the TCR car while also keeping an eye in his rearview mirror for Senna Hulsmans.
Yeah, it's really a skill that you have to master for this. Good old multitasking. It's never just one task at hand. You always seem to have a multi-pronged focus. As Senna Hulsmans has a little bit of a slide there, well caught early in proceedings, keeping the car nicely composed, even while taking a little too much curb, which is obviously what almost caught him out there. And just to mention about a little thought about the real-life drivers that we've mentioned. What a lot of real-life drivers seem to say when talking about sim racing, and sometimes iRacing in particular, is that they often feel that it's actually easier to be in the car in real life than it is to do the actual driving in the sim. And that actually makes sense to me, both in terms of your spatial awareness, given that you have full visibility and the field of view is going to be more natural and correct. It's not all drivers who are lucky enough to have a huge screen in front of them, given that that spatial awareness that you really need in traffic as well. And one thing you don't have as well is the fear of dying, basically, if you have a crash, if you have an accident. So that's, of course, also a difference. You also don't really get to use what a lot of racers call the sensor, the behind sensor, if you will, connected to the seat and feeling what the car does. And as an avid road cyclist myself, I'm well aware of exactly what that means. Just feeling the grip, especially if conditions are a little slippery, as a lot of you Belgians watching, if you're used to riding your bicycles out there, I think you know what slippery conditions is like as well. And it's very much the same for these racing drivers, so that of course makes it all the more difficult on the sim, only having really to rely on whatever you can feel in the force feedback. And my god, has that technology grown and improved over the last couple of years with direct drive wheels and whatnot, but still not the same. And of course the visual cues from the screen as well. So that's a thing to keep in mind, because often I think we find ourselves being spellbound a little bit by he's a real racing driver. And sometimes I think we put a little bit too much expectancy onto the shoulders of at least the real life drivers that are not necessarily used to sim racing. And we've seen this a lot over the course of the spring 2020 COVID-19 lockdown. And obviously the real life drivers that are very much used to sim racing is going to be able to use that as an advantage as well. So that was just a quick point, I think, to be made well indeed as well. Here's Attila Sipos. Look at the traffic here, Jack. Oh my word. It's like watching rush hour in New York City, in London, Barcelona, whatever big city you want to go to. This is tight indeed. And we're still within the first hour of racing here. And I gotta watch my voice if I gotta keep it for the remainder of these 6 hours, let alone the 6 hours I gotta do tonight. This stuff is edge of the seat indeed. Brilliant.
It is indeed. Attila Sipos has got front row seats to this in front. It hasn't really played to his hands, but look how close he is now to Renzo Eulenbroek in front. There is Jeroen Vatlet, 16th overall, first in class for Scuderia Sim Racing, the number 14, managing to negotiate the Audis, managing to let by the Radical and the 911 Cup car as well. And like you said, it is very much like rush hour, a very, very quick rush hour, admittedly, but there are lots and lots and lots of traffic to negotiate. There is Renzo Eulenbroek trying to fend off the attentions of Attila Sipos. He fills his mirrors, looks to the inside, lets him know he's there, but nothing comes of that. And once again, it's going to go back to to a similar situation we saw earlier on with Tim Claessens and Senna Hulsmans. At this point, Attila Sipos is in the driving seat. What does he do? Does he decide just to sit behind, or does he get the position made, get out into some fresh air and slowly start pulling away?
Well, he needs to get the move done, because it looks to me he's quicker on his pace than Renzo Eulenbroek at the moment, but that doesn't really mean that it's easy to get past here. Yet again, they appear from the trees, and the 334 car there of Renzo Eulenbroek is really defending it well at the moment. We've seen Attila Sipos on multiple occasions being such a fast driver in the TCR machines here. Of course, Simtag Racing, a serious team indeed. I don't think you race with these boys without being a pacey gentleman or woman or whatever you are indeed, or identify yourself. I'm not out to shut anyone out of anything. All things to everyone, but Attila Sipos, a talented driver indeed, the point being. And just to touch upon something as well, I think I can make out in chat a little bit of talk about the incident between Fabrice Cornelis and the 911 Cup car that he made contact with earlier on. And from what we could see, we had a short replay of it, we had a short view of it, and from what we could see, and I'm not saying that necessarily is the same as what the drivers see, it doesn't always correlate, but from what we saw, the car had kind of blinked into systems from out of nowhere, and having been away for quite some time as well before. It was the car of one of the Claesses. I don't remember if it was actually Kobe or Steve, and I know they're probably not related because it's not spelled the same way, but it was indeed one of the Claesses here. So as far as we are concerned and aware here in the booth, there was really nothing that Fabrice Cornelis could do about that situation, and as such, it was very much an incident, a racing incident, you could say here. Jeremy Hessels fighting Steven de Wolf here. Jeremy Hessels is fighting to return from what looked to me to be an early pit stop, and the two Dynamics cars are gonna wanna. You can see actually, oh yeah, of course, Jeremy Hessels, who was put into the wall there early in the race as well. That's of course what happened to him. That's the reason he's having to fight back here from early days in the race. And Jack, 4 minutes from the 1 hour gone mark, and it has been, well, we've mentioned it already, not only a few minutes ago, but I really, I feel like I have to take a deep breath and sort of like, ooh, it's going to be a long one.
It will be indeed. You could see there, I think that was that a change of position there? It was Jeremy Hessels now in front of his Dynamics teammate. I'm not sure whether there is some sort of inter-team rivalry there, because I know they're both Dynamics cars, but one is Dynamics Simulators Red and one is Dynamics Belcar Green. So I think the only similarity is the team sponsor. Whether those two are just going to put all cards off the table or they're going to try and help each other along. There is Senna Hulsman's two Flemish Simsport cars in the same shot. We really are being treated to a good little battle here. You can see, I think that was our leader tearing his way through the order, getting back past all of the traffic once again. And I think the closest cars on circuit are the ones we were looking at there. Senna Hulsman's chasing down still Tim Clayson's. We saw the pair swap positions consistently about 15-20 minutes ago, but as soon as Tim Clayson's got back out in front, Senna Hulsman's just can't get the bit between his teeth and can't get there. I think we've got some closer cars up the road there. I think that's Gregory Franks, and is it IF Van Genekten? For 10th overall, 4th and 5th in the Porsche Cup class. It is indeed. So there is IF Van Genekten, Gregory Franks up the road in the Pro Assist Sim Racing car. Those two have been getting closer and closer together, very close to the shot we were just looking at. You can see they're trying to work their way past Tim Clayson's, which obviously means after a lap or two they will be very much on the tail end of Jeroen Vatlet. But it's nice to see these little class battles almost staying very similar as they work their way through other classes as well. And this is a great shot. I'm sure Flemish Simsports will save the replay of this to get some good little photos. But Senna Hulsman's and Tim Clayson's now much closer together. Traffic has played into the hands of Senna Hulsman's.
It really has, and it's been doing so for quite some time. It seems like Tim Clayson's struggling ever so slightly because Jeroen Vatlet out in front in the Scuderia Sim Racing car, the number 14 machine, has just been able to make the gap grow lap after lap after lap. It is now up to 5.5 seconds. Remember, it's not a long time ago that they were really going at it, all three cars, in a battle for what was basically a battle for the lead here. Now let's have a look at Boudewijn Kuster as well for a bingo by Simtech EMG, who's currently 7th overall, and that of course means class leader in the 911 Cup cars here. The number 63 machine has actually have had a little bit of contact, well, it seems to me at least. There's a slight dent on the right hand side, the front of the car, at least that's from the driver's angle, and when looking at it from the front here, it's of course on your left hand side. And Michael Patterson, though, still behind, but only by 5 seconds, so the battle's still very much on here as well in the 911 Cup cars, and it is by no means getting settled here. And further down, the battle that we just saw before is still going at it here as Jeff van den Echten is chasing down Gregory Franks. And to use a phrase that Chess likes to use as well ever so often, I don't see this battle going anywhere at the moment, Jack.
No, these two have been stuck together for a while. We see the gap fluctuate between the pair of them. Look at this little battle, though, raging away, riding on board with Alan Day, the beautiful sounding 911 Cup car. Kobe class in front, recovering from that incident with our current leader, Fabrice Cornelis. They got together going through what I believe is classed as turn 4. This is turn 2. This little right-hander is considered as turn 3. Please do correct me if I'm wrong. And then driving towards turn 4. A very odd corner. Looks like quite a slow corner, but when you get there, you carry loads more speed. Look at that in front. Alan Day almost under the rear wing of Kobe Class. Kobe getting held up by a bit of GT4 traffic, but that just shows how traffic can play into your hands, but also work with and against you. It was the number 19 GT4 of Maxime van den Hoof for GTE ABK Racing, riding on board now with Simon Grossman with a Sebastian Vettel helmet. I'm not sure whether it's going to make him any quicker today, but currently in 3rd position for SimRC Club Sport, trapped behind this traffic, and this is where patience is key. He's going to have a little look up the inside, never mind, right up the inside of Alan Day, works his way through the TCR traffic, and then he gets past Kobe Class as well, making it look nice and easy from Simon Grossman, but it's also making it look very controlled. He knows what he's doing. If he has to be patient, he will do. But every little advantage you can gain now might almost double, triple itself come the end of the race.
Indeed here, and I think actually that Jeff van den Echten just went past on Greg Franks indeed here in turn 1. He does, as he gets the run on the inside. He's right in front of overall race leader Fabrice Cornelis, who wisely just waits up and gets it on the exit of the corner. And Jeff van den Echten, that brings him up into what is effectively 4th place in the GT3 Cup class, and that was a very nice move indeed. And that as an overtake we've seen on a few occasions now, that overtake into turn 1 doesn't necessarily seem to be the easiest of places to go for it, but the relatively fast nature of the corner means that, of course, if you are on the ideal racing line, it's going to mean quite a bit more than it maybe does at the slower of the corners indeed. Pit lane is now brimming with activity from the top runners in the GT3 Cup class, with all 3 cars that are on the podium places at the moment coming in for their respective first pit stops. And we'll see just how they're getting along with it, and if anybody overcuts them, but I don't think so. I think they're going to be pretty much on point here and making their 1 hour marks on their run in 0. But yeah, Van den Echten's going for it. He's going for an extra lap there in the number 12 machine. He thinks that he's saved enough fuel to go for a light car lap here indeed. And that fuel load difference between himself and the other cars coming out of the pits might as well be a big difference here. And we'll of course also be keeping an eye out for whether or not these cars take tires on this early stuff. And something that we haven't mentioned at all whatsoever, look at this, Bodewijn Kuster taking tires indeed here at the very first pit stop. Track temp at the moment 34 degrees, and that means that at the moment we are not within double stinting territory for the tires at the moment. And I've said at the moment very, very many times over the last 30 seconds. So let's just see if we can leave it there. But tires indeed here on the first pit stop, which to some might come as a surprise. And look at that! They're going to be side by side on the exit. That's the 51 machine. Who is that coming out in front? I think they are coming out in front. And that is a well-timed move for BMS Motorsport GT3 Cup Belcar to take 2 positions on 1 pit stop and now be virtual class leader here, Jack.
Yeah, Matthias de Haan behind the wheel of that number 51 machine. He has done a brilliant job to get in front of that beautifully liveried car. Hopefully soon to be piloted by Mirko Bertolotti, of course, making it work on strategy. Bodewijn Kuster looking to the inside and decides, yep, it's not there. And there you go, it's working against him now, the traffic. He will have to compromise his exit a little bit, but it looks like the car of Matthias de Haan got slightly sideways coming out the corner. You could see the GT4 in front slightly dab the brakes, a bit of damage aboard that BMS Motorsport car. You can see on the front left splitter there's a bit of crumpling. You can see it from this camera angle as well. Currently 9th, or currently 8th overall, 2nd in class. We've got the class leader IF Van Genechten for Vape Shop RDR Motorsport in the pit lane, not currently up on the jacks. That looks like the number 13 G-Drive car coming into the pit lane. It's Steve Clace now in the pit lane, so 2 911 Cup cars in the pit lane together in opposing pit stalls. There is Matthias de Haan for BMS Motorsport charging through the traffic on the run up towards the final corner. I think that's Vatler he's managing to get. Yeah, the number 109. No, it's not. That's the number that's the 014, the 109. I can't find it. Maybe there we go. It's Thomas Axe that he was working his way past for Track Velocity Racing. But as it stands, strategy is already starting to throw a spanner into the works for a lot of the teams. Only 1 hour into the race, and strategy has swapped some positions around. And I can only imagine what it's going to be like going into the final pit stop for the race, because it means that all the drivers will start to think, oh yeah, this will be all right, we can finish here, and then the pit stop just throws their strategy on its head.
Yeah, indeed. Here is Van den Echten. He is leaving the pits. Let's see just where it's going to be. It's going to be behind. It's going to be behind by quite some time, actually. And of course, he is also behind by quite some time coming into this pit stop round. Would be surprised to see him gaining that amount of time. That, of course, would only be if you would be able to do a stop or a stint without changing the tires, but that just doesn't seem like a possibility to me at the moment. And also, this track isn't necessarily one that's easy on tires. Got plenty of braking zones. You've got plenty of not super fast corners, but mid-speed corners that are fast enough to really get the tires to grab a good hold of the tarmac, get some wear in on them. And just looking through the ranks here, Dries Moody, I think, is now in the Dynamics Racing Optica car. And that's in 13th place overall, or P7 in class. And then Alan Day has also left the driving seat for Pepin Krijeveld in the number 69 car here, who is onto some poor luck from very, very early days and is now on a fight back. And look at this still going on here. Matthias de Heine, he wants to defend this position from Bodewijn Kuster, and they're still going at it here. Position that was gained on the pit stop round. And as you mentioned, Jack, strategy already beginning to play in here. How much fuel can you save? How short can you go on the stops? And if you underfuel, you'll find yourself maybe missing the 1 hour mark, and that could cost you a lot of time over the course of the race if you have to do an extra pit stop all of a sudden. So there's a fine balance, I think, to how much you can actually twist that knob of just trying to gain time on the pit stops. And also interesting to see that several cars that seem to have picked up damage early days in the race haven't really opted to use any of their fast repairs on any of these so-called, should we call it, superficial damage. And that just tells me that drivers and teams are more than willing to sacrifice a little bit of time in order to have the repair ready if they should have a larger incident later in the race. And to me that makes very good sense indeed. Still watching the GT3 Cup lead battle here as Matthias de Heine gets a little wide on the exit of turn 1. And that might bring Bodewijn Kuster closer, and it certainly does, as he's yet again within half a second. As they appear from the white tents. And in not too long, we're going to see him appear from behind the trees. But the white tents, I feel like, isn't really a nice scenic shot. But coming out from behind the trees there, I think it has some certain value to it there. A good job letting the radical pass there. That is the... What is that even? The question is that Baba? No, that is not. I think that's actually... That's not Grossman either. Well, that's of course Cedric Bouters in the number 5 car. That just cleared the GT3 Cup lead battle indeed. And back to that. Let's look at this yet again. Very same part of the track, Jack. And Bodewijn Kuster seems to be fast around here.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it? And we know that he can control the race from where he is behind the wheel of that's been goal by Simtag EMG machine, the number 63, chasing down the car ahead of De Heine, the number 51, battling away, also trying to work their way through a little bit of traffic as well. Just looking over at the timing screen, these two separated by under 0.2 of a second. It's fluctuating a little bit, a bit of traffic there. The number 209 TCR, who is that they've had to negotiate. That is Pierre Yves de Sod in the Desopit Racing Team machine. But look at this, looking behind or looking backwards from Matthias de Heine. He doesn't get the best run through turn 4. This has opened the door for the number 63 machine, Bodewijn Kuster, on the inside towards the chicane. We'll have to try and pick up a TV camera. Has he got the position made? Yes, he has. Bodewijn Kuster now back in front, but how long does that last? Because Matthias de Heine looks like he got a decent run out of there. So the BMS Motorsport machine, he's lost the position for the moment. The key word in that, going into the Gilles Villeneuve chicane, it looks like Bodewijn Kuster has got the bit between his teeth. All of this time he's spent behind, he's been analysing Matthias de Heine, found out where he's maybe a little bit weaker. But then look at this, traffic plays a part again. Matthias de Heine doesn't have to lift off mid-corner, and he's brought him right back in the mix again, heading up towards the hairpin, going through the final sector of the circuit. The number 51 has to give way for the moment. But once again, Hasse, we've seen this battle swap, and swap again. And it's just pretty much a repeat of what we've already seen. I'm guessing those two, come 15 minutes time, they'll be back in the other order once again.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see that battle going on for a long time indeed. And now look at this here. Aaron Baba has really closed in on Simon Grossman. That gap hasn't been closed for quite some time indeed. But the podium battle now alive. Then the radicals as well, and that is absolutely great to see. That is just what we want. More action, more stuff to cover, and more stuff to get us excited indeed here. And Simon Grossman seems to have, let me just check his lap times. So his last lap actually 2 seconds down on his fastest. And it's hard to say whether that's down to traffic or whether that's down to the car being off pace. That could be tires. Could be a little bit of damage being picked up somewhere on the car. It doesn't look like there's any dent to it whatsoever. It still looks clean to me. And Aaron Baba, we've seen him before, very fast indeed. But speaking of fast guys, Fabrice Cornelis, 1:22.308. And that's the new fastest lap of the race here, an hour and 11 minutes into it.
Yeah, so a change of position on its way by the looks of it. But there is Edin Baba chasing down the car ahead. This is the battle once again. Oh, that was so close. And again, I think that's the Torque Freak car, hard into the wall, in left, in right, and then back in left again. Let's have another look back, Hasse. There is Tim Claysons, the number 31 Torque Freak by Carrot, gets a bit of a wiggle on. I don't think it was assisted by anybody else. I knew they were close to rip into the wall, and I can very much agree with Hasse's dog. That was a very big incident from a very nice position indeed. I think he was in third at the time, and it's Tim Claysons in the wall, in the pit lane now. That was a massive incident.
That was huge indeed, and you said it was unassisted. It actually wasn't. See the 908 car getting on the inside there, just slightly getting the car out of sort. And I think Stella, my dog, who is by the way half Case-horned and has a bit of Belgian Tavern in it as well, I think her heart is broken to see someone from her place of origin being exposed to this sort of luck, because that is rotten luck indeed. But on we go. It's a long race. It's 24 hours, and now it's going to be an uphill struggle to get back for Torque Freak Racing, who at least they will be having the fast repairs to go on, and that's going to be very useful and necessary for them to not lose too much time. Of course, the time that it takes them to get towed back to the pit lane is going to be a substantial loss in itself. And with that said, Simtag Racing is bringing in the car, and Koen Klopman is taking over for Fabrice Cornelis, and he has done his duty over these first hour and 13 minutes. The first stint for him has been absolutely, well, he's been amazing.
He has lived up to the previous performances. Look at this, Renzo Uhlenbrug looking up the inside and going into the hairpin. Is there still an overlap there? I think there is. They're side by side driving towards the final corner. Renzo Uhlenbrug is now in front of Didier Dexter's, Didier Dexter's, pardon me. So Didier Dexter's for the circuit, Zolder by Simtag, losing a position there. The American dropping down into 30th overall, 6th in class. There is the Torque Freak Racing by Carrot Machine leaving the pit lane now with a new driver. So Tim Clayson's getting out of the car, and it is David Baraklov now in the car. And let's see what he can do behind the wheel. There is Edin Baba. Is this him just leaving the pit lane? Does he manage to... Oh, he just manages to find his pit box. I thought he was going to overrun it, but that Torque Freak Racing car is now back out on the road. But I couldn't agree with you more, Hasse. It's an uphill struggle now from here on out for the next 22 hours and 45 minutes of the race. They are going to be making amends for that very big incident. It only looks like they lost about 3 minutes worth of time, but 3 minutes worth of time to get back and to gain back on the rivals could take the full 24 hours.
Yeah, indeed. Thomas does a good one. Now the commentating dog. Yeah, there might be a few small contributions, we could say, from my dog Stella, is her name, by the way. As she likes to tell me about stuff like people on the staircase, or maybe my phone ringing. Now it's set to quiet mode, so that's not gonna happen. But I do apologize in advance if anyone gets a good old shocker from that, because it does tend to happen pretty much out of nowhere. But she's a good one. She's a good doggo in the end. She's a sweet one. Look at this battle, by the way, Jack. Dries Moody, who we know his qualities as a driver, is just closing off the outside lane and making sure not to lose too much speed on Pepin Krajeveld in the 69 machine in behind, and does a good job of it so far, at least. And it's a thing that we saw at the 3 hours of Zolder as well, not too long into the race, before pretty much all the cars had their little dents and bips and buffs. Maybe a mirror that's broken off for the GT4s here, as we see both of these GT3 Cup cars sending it on the GT4, and that's what you mentioned earlier, Jack. If you're close enough in traffic, you can just squeeze on through with the car ahead, and that's a useful strategy, though also at times it comes with a little bit of a risk here. We're watching the closest battle at the moment on track, and that'll be our approach, I think, for the entirety of this race. If there is a battle going on, we're going to be keeping our eyes on it, because we want to watch the racing, and we'll do our best to give you a glance of the class leaders, the class podium contenders, and just all of the good-looking cars of the field. So we've got plenty of time this time around here, and Dries Moody just gaining a little bit of time. There is 0.7 of a second this time around, and he's going to be under slightly less stress through the middle sector on this lap. An hour and 17 minutes into proceedings at this point.
Yeah, lots of cars out on the road. I think for a lot of this we didn't really need a commentator. The race really just says it all. But there is Luca Dolce cutting across the front. Oh, I think that is the SimTag TCR machine being chased down by the GHK E-Racing, by T2 Racing Radical, piloted by Eren Barber. What has happened to Pepien? Krasfler, oh, he's over the curbs. Has he got the position made? He nearly did it there. Very brave stuff. Gets held up by the traffic, but the Sky Limit race team, number 69, I thought he wasn't going to get it slowed down, but somehow he got it slowed down for the Gilles Villeneuve chicane. Used all the track, nearly made it work. So from a bad situation to a very good one, clatters the curbs there through the final chicane. Once again, that could cause a bit of suspension damage, maybe a bit of floor damage, but he's continued on nonetheless. Dries Moody now behind the wheel of that 906 machine. I think that was previously piloted by Kobe Klaas. So he has been handed the car in very good nick, and he is continuing on 13th overall and 7th in class. But the number 906, bearing in mind, very early on in the race, that was pointing backwards. It's been a very good recovery drive from that team.
It really has. It really has. And we also know that it's going to be possible, actually, to come back from a poor start in a way that shorter race it just wouldn't here. Eren Baba, who used to be driving the Stasis car, I just have to say, I'm really missing that Stasis livery. Oh, we've had a problem here, Jack. By the way, I'm just going to cut over to it. It's Peter Lepkins in the 900 machine here. Ooh, I'm afraid gets just a touch from his dad, Jeremy Hessels, and he gets crammed into the wall. There just wasn't any more space, and now he has to decide what car he takes. Oh, and is that the class leader, the number 30 car? That's the 51. That's the 51. And that is
just... Matthias de Heen.
It's Matthias de Heen, it is. So it's no longer class leader who was fighting Boudewijn Kirsten for so long, and how good luck can turn into rotten luck in a matter of seconds, in a matter of moments. That Porsche 911 Cup car is not in a good shape. That's the worst shape we've seen anything be in so far in this race, and I think Matthias just has to pull over, and, well, he's so close to the pit lane, he can bring it through and home, but it's going to be a fast repair, I'm sure, for them. It's going to be a time loss. Not that much time, of course, because it hasn't been so long since they got their pit stop. And my 5 cents on this is that they're going to take fuel. They're not going to take tires. They're going to try to extend their next stint as much as possible and hope not to lose too much time on it. But that was a huge incident indeed as well. And just for another look at it, here we go.
Yeah, so you can see the number 11 wasn't willing to give any more room, neither did he have to. He was already on the gravel. The number 900 machine tries to go round to the left and then just carries on reversing. It's like he didn't even check his delta, but Matthias de Heen got away with that fairly luckily. The only contact he had was with the car, managed to get it back to the pit lane. He will go up on the air jacks. I'm assuming he's taken fuel, and then the fast repair should take place. What has happened to Didier Dexters for these circuits Zolder by SimTag? That almost looks like a brake failure. The brake lights aren't even on, straight into the wall. And for me, Hassa, that might be a hardware issue, because there was no brake lights throughout all of that, where you would think he would get it slowed down for the corner. And even if he didn't, if he was going into the wall, he'd be hard on the brakes trying to get it slowed down.
Yeah, indeed, and we've had a large amount of incidents here as Robert Janssens for the fast racing team. Oh, gets rear-ended as well by the car in 7th in the GT4 class. And that is just a lot of bad luck playing out over the space of very short time indeed. And I'm afraid that's going to cause major engine damage. So Robert Janssens will probably have to pit for that. And it's probably going to cost him a fast repair as well. So, and there was really nothing he could do about that as he got rear-ended by a car that I think was carrying damage coming in towards the pit lanes as well in that situation. We'll just go back to live pictures. There's Didier Dexters. He's in the pits as well. So attrition picking up here over the last few minutes as a lot of the drivers are finding the going to be getting tougher and tougher. And Budeman Kuster seems to be thriving at the moment. He has a 12-second gap on Michael Pedersen, the Dane. And then again, a 19-second gap down to Jeff van den Echten behind them, now in 3rd place. And indeed, Syria, a big amount of madness descending on Zolder. And let's hope the madness will lift sooner rather than later, because otherwise it's going to be a long... Oh, and that's the number 2 car, Cedric Wouters. Almost caught my... Oh, and gets a bit of a flash from Michael Pedersen as well. As we have a look at the team standings as well. And as I said earlier on, I will do my best to keep it rotating to give you the best kind of overview as well. And if you should require live timing, I'll make sure to just drop that link in chat yet again. There you go. So you can keep an eye on all cars at the moment and just how they are getting along. That was a sketchy moment indeed for Cedric Wouters there, as he's really hammering along trying to keep up with the race leaders in the Simtech Racing number 2 machine. I think they'll be having to hope for some kind of bad luck, at least as it is looking right now. Here's the battle between Dries Muti and Pepin Krijeveld. And that's been going on for quite some time now. They got separated by traffic, and now Pepin ever so slowly, ever so slightly coming back again at Dries Muti.
He is indeed, and Pepin Krijeveld for Sky Limit Race Team, having been handed the car off by Alan Day. You can still see that BMS Motorsport car in the pit lane, not looking as factory fresh as we would expect. We know that they didn't take the tow. Somehow they managed to pilot the car back to the pit lane in one piece, and they do have 2 iRacing fast repairs to take, but it looks like they're continuing on. There is Dries Muti in the Dynamics Racing Optica, the number 906 Porsche Cup car, being chased down by the Sky Limit Race Team, the number 69 machine, for 6th in class, what will be 12th overall. Both of these cars, however, have lost positions from where they started. Biggest mover in the field at the moment. We have a quick glance over. I think it's Olivier Blutnik for BMS Motorsport, the leader of the Audi TCR class, but very close to this battle, just up the road, Aya van Genekten up 5 positions for Vape Shop RDR Motorsport, up into 9th position overall, 3rd in class.
Yeah, indeed. And let's just stay on board here and enjoy the scream of the Flat 6, the 4-liter Flat 6 engine of the 911 GT3 Cup car, piloted by Pepin Krijeveld here, as he takes on the number 12 Dynamics Racing Optica car. And I think this will be a good battle to watch for a short moment here. Oh, for once I'm right, Jack. That was close indeed.
It really, really was. Very close stuff between all of the cars. Runs wide a little bit to let that Radical through. He's now got traffic. He's had traffic to let by. He's now trying to work his way past some traffic, is Pepin. And he just plays the long game, more than happy to sacrifice a couple of tenths here and there just to make sure he can negotiate the traffic safely. Runs out to the outside and then puts his foot to the floor for the straight. Easy way past there. Very patient stuff from himself. Through the final chicane goes Pepin. Drives towards the line, and this will be himself completing lap 53 in the book. I think he's going on to lap 54 now. So 54 rotations of the 4 kilometer Zolder circuit and we are only 1 hour and 26 minutes into this race, and it just seems unreal that we've already seen all of these incidents, and there's still well over, or just over, 22 and a half hours of the race remaining. So I don't know what's going to be in store for us come the end of the race, but going off the start, it's going to be full of action. Still riding on board with Peppian Kreisveld. Just keep an eye out up the road, see what happens. You can see the Dynamics Racing Optica car up the road a little bit further, I think. Who is that? That has now worked his way in front. That's the number 63 machine that has managed to get in front. That's Budvin Kuster first. That is the class leader who has managed to work his way in front, passing the BMS Motorsport Audi TCR. There is Budvin Kuster. There is Michael Pedersen. There is Budvin Kuster by the Bingo by Simtag EMG. Getting a good look at all the cars out on circuit, but a very, very controlled drive from Budvin. 12 seconds ahead of the ASK Volanti racing machine, piloted by Michael Pedersen.
Yeah, indeed, Michael Pedersen. And a steady drive as well. And that's what we know him to do very well as well. Fast but steady. Scuderia Sim Racing is in the pits as well. And at this point, I think an hour and a half in, does make very good sense that the GT4s are about to have emptied their fuel tanks, and they'll be coming in for the first round of their pit stops. And here, with an hour and a half gone of this race, I'd just like to extend another welcome to anyone having joined us here lately on the still what is very much the opening part of the Virtual Belcar eSeries. 24 hours of Zolder here on Simracersworld TV. I'm of course Hasse Römer, and for the first 6 hours of the race I'm joined by Jack Werrell here in the booth, and later on indeed we will be joined by the likes of Chas Draycott, Peter Mackay and Edward May as well here in the booth. So a lot of good people indeed to keep you on good course throughout these 24 hours of racing. I'm already thanks to all of you as well for tuning in, and if you like what you've seen here over the opening part of the race, do leave us a like on the video for added exposure. And if you want to see more here on Simracersworld TV, of course, feel free to subscribe and hit the bell icon to stay notified as well. And with that little bit of a commercial break, if you could say that, on with the racing we are at hand, Jack.
We are indeed, and somebody who is absolutely on it is that man there, Yannick van Overloop. Definitely controlling his race for Scuderia Sim Racing. The number 14 machine chasing down the car ahead of Dimi Diels, the CCTS Esport Endurance team. The number 902 GT4 just up the road, 4th in class at the moment. And for some reason on my overlay, it says Yannick Overloop is a Porsche Cup. It doesn't say it on the stream, and it doesn't say it on the timing tower. Let me just get that fixed on my end. That was slightly confusing for me, but Overloop at the moment doing everything you need to. We can see the GT4s slowly starting to peel into the pit lane, as well as a couple of the Audi TCRs. Anton Dupin for Flemish Sim Sports TCR in the pit lane, as well as Robin van Gogh for BMS Motorsport, Dimi Diels and Jazz Harvey in the pit lane. So Jazz Harvey being handed the Track Velocity Racing Porsche as well. And at the moment, Hasse, it seems like the Radicals and the Porsche Cups pit at a very similar time, and then the GT4s and the TCRs pit at a very similar time. So the inter-class battles could be pretty unreal coming into the final stages of the race, because we know the TCR and the GT4, if driven correctly, can be very, very similar on pace around a tight, twisty circuit like Zolder.
Yeah, and just thinking about whatever happens once those two fast repairs are going to be spent, well, we might see TCRs going well up into the ranks of the GT4s on the overall standings board. And as we've hit the 1.5 hour mark here on the race, Koen Klopman from Simtag Racing is still leading Cedric Wouters. And that's, of course, Traxxas by J&B Services in second place there. SimRC Club Sport third, with Lucas Dalzer behind the wheel, the Austrian, I believe. And then Aaron Baba for GHK Racing by T2. Then Fast Racing Team in fifth for the Radicals. And Stage 1 Racing Belcar in the 907 car is 6th in the top class at the moment. We have got Bingol still leading in the GT3 Cup class. Boudewijn Kuster there in the 63 machine, who's battled away, who's chipped away, and who's done so well so far in this race to lead it in his class with a 12-second advantage over ASK, Volante Racing, and Michael Pedersen. And 12th Vapor Shop machine there of Jeff van den Echten, also very much there in contention still. Although good 32 seconds off of the race lead. And from there on, it's Pro Assist Sim Racing, it's G-Drive Racing Eximia, it's Dynamics Racing Optica, and the Sky Limit race team with Pepin Krijveld in the car for them. And then Steve Claes, who's a lap down. Senne Hulsmans now comes into the pits in the lead GT4. I don't know if this is going to be the lead after this round of pit stops, because the Scuderia Sim Racing cars did have a bit of an advantage as well. Here is Yannick van Overloop, who's now in the car for them in the number 14 machine. And speaking of cars who's done well here over the opening part of the race, we can certainly say here, oh, when we have a battle, we really indeed have a battle here. This is David Barraclough for Talk Freak Racing, who's on the comeback, chasing down Jazz Harvey by Track Velocity Racing indeed. And oh, with the traffic there, that might open the door. And Jazz Harvey's gonna have a hard time defending this one. I think David Barraclough is up and ahead, and he is passed indeed. And that takes Talk Freak Jack back up into 4th place in class. I think I'm getting confused by all the classes we have racing here tonight. It is, of course, 4th place in class. Thank you.
It is indeed, and look at the gap he's already built up. We know that David Barraclough is hungry for positions after that major incident earlier, and to think they were, were they leading at the time? I knew they were right the way up there. I think it was Scuderia leading at the time. Senna Hulsman's now in the lead of GT4. And I think Talk Freak were in 2nd or 3rd, but somehow, even after one of the biggest incidents we've seen over this entire race, they got to the pit lane, got their fast repair, back out, and they're working their way back up through the order. I said, if you lose a lot of time now, it might take the entire race to gain it all back, but they've just proved me wrong, because in about 25 minutes, they're already back up and fighting towards the top end of the order. Currently in 4th position in class, 17.8 seconds up the road is Senna Hulsmans for GTE ABK Racing. And then there's under a minute still till to the leader as well. This is Renzo Eulenbroek in the TCR, chasing down Robin van Gogh in the BMS Motorsport machines. Those two separated by 1.5 seconds. I say that, but I think traffic might have hurt Van Gogh, because the gap has now come down to 1.2 seconds, 1.1 seconds as they cross the line up towards turn 1. Very tricky turn 1 here. It can lead you in very early, very easy to wash out onto that curb as well. You probably will end up bottoming out in the radical. We've already mentioned how low the car is. So lots of different dynamics to think about at this very tricky circuit. I think somebody in chat asked where we were racing. We are racing at Circuit Zolder here today for 24 hours of virtual Belcar racing, and so far we've fitted a hell of a lot of action into only 1.5 hours worth of racing, Hasse.
Absolutely, and I don't think this action is going anywhere. We're getting short periods where cars seem to be separated by more than a second, and then all of a sudden they get back together. We got a good little battle at our hands, and something that's caught my attention is that a lot of the battles that we've seen has really been for top placings in the different classes, and that just tells me a lot of the cars still running very strongly, still keeping their pace about them. And Renzo Eulenbroek here has done a good job so far over the opening couple of stints of this race series, really gaining on Robin van Gogh. And I'm thinking that before long we might see an attempt on that 2nd place that it actually is a battle for well and good podium positions here. That's the number 12 car of Dries Moody. That's not the number 12 car of Dries Moody. That's of course Jeff van den Echten, who's sends it up the inside there. And Jack, if I'm very much not mistaken, I'm afraid Jeff has had some kind of contact with somebody at some point here, and we've had a few incidents that I'd like to have a look at as well. Here is Steven de Wolf in the number 10 machine for Dynamics Belcar Green, who gets a very undramatic off-track incident for himself there, and then Didier Dexters, who goes very wide in the 908 TCR car, and at the very same spot on track. Maybe somebody spilled a bit of an oil, a bit of an oil spill there or something. Of course not, but we can imagine, can we?
And we know that iRacing sadly doesn't simulate that, but if it did, it would be absolutely brilliant, as we know that the cars do have the ability to blow up their engines. If it did drop some sort of fluid on the road, it would be an interesting little dynamic to deal with. Look at this change of position, I think, has just taken place. Well, if it hasn't, it's just about to, because Robin van Gogh for BMS Motorsport, you can see the number 30 machine, currently the lead car going through the Gilles Villeneuve chicane, has got Eulenbroek just behind in the number 334 machine. Renzo Eulenbroek for Radion Motorsport by QSR, battling away up the road. Let's see what happens going into the chicane. We know it's a hot spot for overtaking. Closes up on the brakes. How does he take the corner? Compromises his entry to get the better exit. Does Eulenbroek. He will be tucked underneath the rear wing. He will be getting the draft assistance as well. Heading up towards the final chicane. He has a little look to the inside. What's he going to do? It looks like he was thinking about it, but maybe not this time by. They do have another straight to contend with as well. Robin van Gogh takes the final corner a little bit better, carries the momentum out of the corner, but Renzo Eulenbroek is in the draft assistance, coming down from 0.2 of a second to 1.5 of a second, 0.1 of a second as they cross the line, heading up towards turn 1. There is an overlap. Up the inside goes Eulenbroek, and a position made, but for how long, Hassel? We know that these two can swap positions all day long, but the BMS Motorsport car has been lacking pace.
Indeed it has, and we've had a problem here for Michael Pedersen, who's been running so well so far. When he gets touched at the rear end, and there's a scrape of the wall for the Dane there. I think he gets involved with Jeremy Hessels in that situation. Or could it be the other Dynamics TCR car, but it's going to be no more use nonetheless for him. That's a poor situation to be in, and the damage to the front end of the car, the right front of the car there, seems pretty heavy to me indeed. So the next car we could see we'd say to be struck by the poor luck here at Zolder indeed. The 26 car, the ASK Volante Sim Racing car, who was doing so well, still in second place in class, but the question, if it's not been too long, only about 8 minutes or so since they had that pit stop. It might be a little more actually. They're actually a good halfway through it, because it's just about an hour. I was mistaking them, of course, for the GT4s for a moment, in terms of how long they could drive on a tank full of fuel. But it doesn't make it any better if he has to pit in mid-stint and get an extra pit stop on their hands, as well as maybe having to spend a fast repair on getting the car fixed for that one. Not what they wanted whatsoever here. Renzo Eulenbroek really having done well to pick up the pace. You'll see that 3 on the LED display changing to 2 as he crosses the line here, because he is now in second place. And out in the lead, 19 seconds ahead of those two, is Bram van Putten. And Jack Attila Sipos for Simtag Racing, whom we saw being very quick earlier in the race. He's dropped down for some reason, finds himself 40 seconds off the class leader, and with his pace, I'm a little surprised like that.
Yeah, not quite what we were expecting from himself. We know he's got the pace, but clearly some sort of incident, or maybe just getting caught up in traffic. We know that he's got the pace to be right about there. Look at this, 2 Audi TCRs trying to let 2 radicals through. I think, who was that? We are currently about halfway around the circuit, so I'm assuming that is Erind Barbar being hounded or trying to chase down Lucas Dolce. You can see there is Lucas Dolce, and it is Erind Barbar just behind, squeezing past the Dynamics Racing, I think that's the Dynamics Simulators red TCR, currently being piloted by Jeremy Hessel. But Erind Barbar in hot pursuit of Lucas Dolce, 1.2 seconds separating the pair of them, driving towards the final corner to complete another lap. The leader is now on lap 70 of the race, Cohen Klopman, with 7,200 I rating. Not that it makes a massive amount of difference, it could just be that he's got more official event experience than others. But at the moment, he is now going on to lap 71 of the race. What has happened to David Barraclough? Hard into the tail end of the number 908 TCR. Not sure what happened there. Hassad, let's see whether we can get another camera angle and another look.
I'm a little lost for words on what the 908 car was doing there. It looks a little strange to me, going so slowly on the outside there. I think that can only be some kind of technical problem on the rig side of Didier Dexter's. It's behind the wheel of that car at the moment. That's the only real thing I can think of. Like, hit us up in chat if you think something else went wrong there. But, and a weird incident indeed, also because David Barraclough, really, you cannot really expect him to I know you have to expect the unexpected when dealing with a race like this, but that was a little more unexpected for David than I think you could count on him being able to foresee. So a very unlucky situation there, and maybe someone can shed a little bit of light on just what happened there, because it was certainly dramatic there. You see the number car still carrying the damage it picked up early in the race, but it got rear-ended into the final chicane. We'll have to see whether that's going to cost more. Of course, it's costing time, costing straight line pace. But as you said earlier, Jack, especially the radicals, the engines on these cars are pretty much, well, I'd want to say they're a little bit fragile, and stuff can go wrong pretty quickly here. Dries Rohard getting in the car, and a change of drivers for the number 12 machine.
Yeah, so IF Van Genekten handing over the car to Dries Rohard. So those two swapping drivers. We were just looking at the Edge Esports car currently being driven by Bart de Vos. He was handed the car by Maciej Mlajnik, I believe. Now back to the action. Erend Barbar in the number 66 machine. Brake disc glowing on that radical into the Gilles Villeneuve chicane. Once again, traffic playing a part in this race. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen where people are. Lucas Dolce now 1.9 seconds up the road in third place. So that gap has slowly started to extend. But you've mentioned it so many times, Hassi. You've hit the nail on the head, really. At the moment, they are slowly starting to move away from each other, but give it 10 minutes time and they'll be back nose to tail once again. Yeah,
that seems to be the way the race ebbs and flows, like the tides and turns on the moon. And indeed, whether you get caught up a little bit in traffic, the car in front gains, and then always, before too long, often you find yourself in the reverse situation, and all of a sudden you're gaining through traffic and being right on the tail of the car in front as well. And we've also on several occasions here seen just how small things can create big incidents and really cause a lot of trouble for drivers and teams. Erend Barbar here is really attacking this. He's trying to chase down podium positions, as this is some of the closest cars on track. Although Bart de Vos, and that is Jazz Harvey, who's trying to defend there for Track Velocity Racing in the 109 car. And they have the Edge Esports GT4. And Jonas, there is a timer on your screen. That's the one that says race, and 1 hour and 1 hour 44 minutes and now 40 seconds out of the 24 hours. So we're closing in on having a 12th of the race completed, Jack, and that in itself, after 2 hours of hard-on, tough, atrocious racing here, that seems like an absurd thing to say almost.
Yeah, I see what you mean. You got to be very careful with your wording, but I do 100% understand what you mean. Lots of close door-to-door action. A few little incidents which we don't like to see. However, everybody is continuing on. I don't think, touch wood, we have had any retirements at all. I might be lying to you. We've still got Matthias De Haan in the pit lane for that BMS Motorsport GT3 Cup Belcar team in that very heavy incident earlier. They should have 2 iRacing fast repairs available to them, but clearly not taking them. There is Bart de Vos for Edge Esports emerging from the tents. He is chasing down the Track Velocity Racing car. of Jazz Harvey, the number 25 catching the number 109 for 5th in class. At the moment, Jazz Harvey has gained 2 positions, but for how long will that remain the same? There is Jesse Hendricks for the Dynamics Belcar Green, trying to defend from the number 71. The 71 has just unlapped themselves, I believe. The Graphite Racing TCR team has now pulled a lap back off. Look how busy that little section of track is. There's lights flashing, 2 TCRs, 2 Radicals and a GT4 all in the mix. And you can see another Radical in the background and 2 Porsche Cup cars on their way. There is Edend Barbar. So all in that battle, you could see 2 inter-class battles, a car unlapping himself from a rival, and Edend Barbar chasing down Lucas Dolzer. And that just shows how the aspect of this endurance race is already going. There's lots of little battles, and you can see Lucas Dolzer gets much better run through turn 4 purely because Edend Barbar has to compromise his line because of the traffic.
Yeah, indeed, and that's the old saying that time and time again just shows to be true. Traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. And you really have to be aware of this and have to not get yourself caught up too much in the frustrations that it can lead to being caught up. And sometimes you can find it happening to yourself lap after lap after lap, and you can really feel that you're getting hard done by, and all of a sudden, as I said before, it's just with reverse front marks, and then all of a sudden, gaining on the car ahead here. These two have been going at it for quite some time. They have been pretty stat quo between one another for, well, quite some time indeed here, with Lucas Dolzer leading Edend Barbar by 1.5 seconds, and it's been like this for last half hour or so. Ever since the last round of pit stops there, Edend Barbar seemed to close in quickly on the SimRC Club Sport car for a little bit of time, and then they just went to a sort of stalemate at a very high speed indeed. And I think we've had a little bit of problems that we're going to do our best to cover here. Yannick van Overloop in the 14 machine, as what's happened? Oh, he gets touched by the 1010 car and semi-mounts the rear of it, to use perhaps a phrase of wording that should belong only on the Discovery Channel, in the words of the Bloodhound Gang. Yannick van Overloop with a bit of a problem there, and that is not good news for them because they are still in podium positions here. And just gonna have to think whether that's gonna be a problem for him. Jesse Hendricks is, of course, the car that was also involved. And then Hans Blancard has had a problem as well here in the 907 stage run racing Belcar machine. And that is an engine gone. That is the first engine gone of the race, Jack. Under 2 hours in. That's incredible.
It is indeed. Whether that is something to do with his driving style, whether he's changing down the gears a little too quickly, over-revving the engine, whether he's hit a curb and the engine is overheated, whether he's had damage on the front end of the car and the engine is overheated. There's so many different bits that could play a part in that mechanical failure. But now look how close these two are. There was 1.9 seconds between them 10 minutes ago, and now we're back with them. And look how close Edend Barbar is to the tail end of that SimRC Club Sport machine. So at the moment, separated by very little time at all. You can see Lucas Dolzer only half a second up the road, if that. Now heading up through turns 2 and 3. What happens here? We know a couple of laps ago, Lucas Dolzer was much quicker through this section of circuit. What can he do now? Up through turn 4. Edend Barbar looking to make amends for a previous little mistake, and he's well and truly doing that now, heading up towards the first of the chicanes, jumping on the brakes, and it just shows how quick these cars are. I was honestly thinking he wouldn't get that slowed down somehow with the downforce mechanical grip and obviously the amazing braking performances of this Radical. They get it slowed down. It could almost give an F1 car a run for its money, the speed it's going.
Yeah, through the corners, this is an absolute beast, and I think we've seen this on many occasions. And I think also any driver who's tried their hands on the Radical themselves in iRacing will also know that it's an absolute beast. The last race I did in these was around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Let's just say that was an eventful one indeed, as they go into the final chicane and getting very close to one another yet again here, as Edend Barbar still challenges for that third place here. We're 10 minutes away from the 2-hour mark, and we're currently having a couple of battles that are quite close to one another. Here is Jazz Harvey, who's still trying to bring the heat to Edge Esports in front, and that is of course the car of Bart de Vos. And then further down running, Robin van Gogh and Renzo Erlenbrook, Jack, is very much still going at it as well. And they've been going at it for quite some time now, ever since that last round of pit stops. So a really good overtake as well from Erlenbrook, and since then he hasn't really been able to shed himself of Robin van Gogh here from the BMS Motorsports team. And that means that this battle still very much open, and we have had a problem, I'm afraid, for Ivo van der Linden, Jack.
We have indeed. What has happened to Ivo and the CCTS Esports endurance team? Does he hit the grass? Yes, he does, hard into the wall. Seen that already with one of the other Porsches. I think it was a GT3 Porsche at the time. Knows what to do. Sees, thankfully he's pointing the right way. Well, the wrong way in theory, but the right way to see what is coming at him. Uses his iRacing relative box to see if there's any traffic coming his way, and I think he's got back going without too much of an issue. There is Renzo Eulenbrock, and he is under pressure here. If I click on the right button, he's under pressure here from Robin van Gogh for the BMS Motorsport team. So those two, once again, very, very close together, that you could see the Sky Limit Race Team Porsche up the road, and I think that's the track velocity car sneaking through. And there you go, like you said, Hasse, traffic giveth there for Robin van Gogh. The BMS Motorsport machine tried to sneak through the same gap the track velocity car did. He's going to be on the outside. Both of them break at exactly the same point, almost side by side on the way through. But at the moment, it's still Renzo Eulenbrock remaining in second place. How long that lasts once again, we really don't know, because like you say, this race ebbs and flows.
Yeah, it really does, and we're going to have to keep our attention several places on track at the moment, because Bart de Vos is really having to defend at the moment from Jazz Harvey. What a wonderful name indeed here. And the opening part of the track, these two GT4s seem to be, well, closely matched. Isn't really enough. They are glued together at the moment. So tight, so close to one another. And at the same time, it's still just over a second between Lucas Dolzer and Aaron Baba in that battle for third and fourth place in the Radicals at the moment. So we're really trying our best to keep our eyes on everything going on at the moment. Here is Robin van Gogh, who's now getting split. Look at that, getting split by the Flemish Simsports GT4. That was car of Senne Hulsmans earlier on. I think they have not changed their cars, and that's actually the class leader from what attrition we were talking about earlier, and the bad luck that seems to have befallen a couple of the GT4 contenders. Flemish Simsports have been there to pick up the pieces so far, at least, and are now leading the class. Very good charge there from Senne Hulsmans, who's looked cool, calm, and collected so far. Sometimes you can really see on the way the car behaves and the way the car is being driven what kind of mind state the driver is in, and for me it seems, without saying too much, I think Senne Hulsmans looks like a driver who's been very, very cool so far in this race, and that is exactly what you need.
It really is indeed. Going into a long race like this, 24 hours, keeping your head clear of any other distractions will make a massive difference. Getting into that rhythm will help you. There is Robin van Gogh, still behind Renzo Eulenbrock, and that gap has come out once again. Whether that's anything to do with traffic, I don't know, but it's the very similar dynamic to what we've seen already. One lap they can be nose to tail, the next lap they can be a second apart, and then once again they can be back on top of each other. And then a few laps ago, Aaron Barber was right on the tail end of Lucas Dolzer, and now we look back at them, the gap has come back out, but Lucas Dolzer doesn't get the greatest of runs coming out the final corner, and once again Aaron Barber is gaining on the straight. What can he do going into turn one? Held up by traffic is Lucas Dolzer. Aaron Barber has to deal with the same traffic. I didn't think the number 19 had seen him there, and once again the gap comes back out. So in the space of one sector, the gap has got further apart, much closer together, and pretty much exactly the same once again.
Yeah, indeed, and that's also something that drivers always they have to take into consideration when they're thinking about their own consistency. Sometimes you're doing a multi-class race and your lap time seems to be east and west, and you just seem to forget just how much traffic has an influence on things here. And it is really the main part to throw people off, because it was everyone in the same class of cars for 24 hours of racing. Once they're spread out, we also don't have that much that can actually throw any kind of monkey into the works of anyone. So indeed, we've seen that on several occasions so far this afternoon, as here in Europe at least the afternoon turns into evening around now. It is getting dark. It's not yet getting dark on track, and actually I don't know just what time that's gonna happen, because I didn't check my sim date coming into it. So that's quite interesting. So far it doesn't look like any type of darkness falling yet, and I think the drivers will be pretty happy that they don't have to contend with the night being too long. As you mentioned earlier as well, Jack, it is not lit up at night here at Zolder, which means it's going to become pitch black for the drivers once they enter nighttime.
Yeah, so they will have another little dynamic to contend with. If I just have a quick peek over at my iRacing in-sim time at the moment, 5:10 in the evening, and I do believe we, let me just have a quick look over at the months. We are on the 1st of the 7th, so that is July, so very long days during July in Europe, so I think we're going to be in the light of day for at least another 2 hours. We will start to see the sun descend though, so in 3 hours time expect it to turn into very much dusk, and we might just catch the tail end of the light going into our final hour of commentary, Hasse, before we hand it over to Chaz and Ed May. But I think for the moment that is a long way in the future, almost 2 hours of the race gone, and like you say, almost the 12th into the race. Lots of action to pack into this next 22 hours.
Yeah, from what we've seen so far, it's not going to be anything to leave alone for too long, that's for sure. Your eyes are glued to it, because you might just miss the good stuff. And it's been happening thick and fast so far. It's only like in the last half an hour that it's really ever so slightly started to calm down. And by saying ever so slightly started to calm down, we still have battles within a second in 3 out of 4 classes currently on track. So it's not to say that it's not close, still it very much is. Remember, you can hit us up with any sorts of comments, feedback, questions, whatever you have for us in chat, and we'll do our best to give you an answer. The best answer we can give. I'm not going to promise any good answers, but you will get answers whatsoever. And another welcome to anyone who's joining along there awake. Welcome to you. Good to have you along, mate. You'll find plenty of speakers of your native tongue in here as well. Look at this. Lucas Stolzer is having to begin to think more and more about defending from Aaron Baba, who's done a very good second stint so far here, Jack. And I'm beginning to wonder whether he's been a little softer in his tires or something. It seems he has a little bit of a pace advantage over Lucas Stolzer at the moment, though. Lucas were faster early in the race. And this is a good one to watch indeed at the moment, as they cross the line yet again. A minute to go before we've done 2 hours of this race. And got G-Drive number 13 in the pits. I think they've been for some time by now. It's Marvin Julian-Mamantz who's getting in the car. And I'm afraid that yet again we see this car with dents and bits and bobs all over the place. They've shown such good pace, Jack. They've shown an amazing bit of fighting spirit as well, but they've been so unlucky, and it's not the first time we've seen it this season.
Yeah, they've had a bit of rotten luck as the race wears on, and like we said earlier, G-Drive, they've just been really getting the short straw every single race. They've not managed to. They've had a good few finishes, don't get me wrong, but it just seems like odd little incidents here or there, whether it's their fault or not. It's just really hurt their races. Currently looking at Cedric Wouters setting his personal best lap, a 1 minute 23.068, very quick lap from himself. Quicker than Lucas Stolzer behind in third position for Simracersworld Club Sport. Riding on board with Eren Barbo for GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing, still chasing down Lucas Stolzer. The gap now down to 3/4 of a second. What happens going into the corner? Will Lucas Stolzer get held up by the G-Drive? I think that's the G-Drive Porsche in front, or is that the Vapor Shop RDR machine? We'll find out when we get alongside. Well, we say alongside, but as we mentioned earlier, the Porsche is slightly quicker on the straight. It is the Vapor Shop RDR machine in front, and now Eren Barbar gets slightly held up on the apex, so the gap fluctuates to 1.1 seconds once again. And these two are still nose to tail. Dries Mujdi and Pepijn Krijveld for Sky Limit Race Team. Those two have been together for a long while. 3.5 tenths, best part of 4 tenths separating the pair of them. And once again, we're seeing little battles here and there, ebb and flow. New battles arise in between them as well. And 2 hours of the race gone now, Hasse. I can't see any other way for the race to go forward. I'm guessing it's going to be battles from now until the checkered flag.
Yeah, that's. I think that's a good call on it, and it's also, it feels like whenever somebody drives away from another car, leaves them in the dust, they just get eaten up by someone else in behind, and we have a new battle forming instead here. Though this battle, overall 11th and 12th and 5th and 6th in the GT3 Cup class, they have been going at it for a long time by now, with Pepijn Krijveld trying but not succeeding getting the better of Dries Mujdi, who's been in the car for quite some time now as well. And just as I say that, he has a big lockup into the final chicane, and that might just compromise his run towards the start-finish line. And this is the opportunity, I think, for Pepijn Krijveld. The question is if the car does have the straight line beat. Oh, here he comes into turn 1, and I think this is going to be the move from the 69 car. He keeps it wide. He goes 2 wide as well, and they're 3 wide with the number 3 car on the outside. Gets past easily, and now I think Aaron Baba might get held up by these because they're still 2 wide. And look at this, I think Dries Mujdi, look at that. Oh, Baba on the inside, and the 69 car has passed, and Pepijn Krijveld, that was a move to see again, Jack.
It really was. Lots to deal with there. Lots of traffic trying to work its way through. Let's have another look. Pepijn Krijveld for Sky Limit Race Team. He's in the middle here. You can see the SimRC Club Sport car go screaming through, then leaves plenty of room. I say plenty of room to the 906 on the inside. Very, very close stuff there. There's the 66 streaming by of Barbar, and somehow Pepijn Krijveld managed to get the position made, and now up into 11th position overall. I think that is 5th in class. It is indeed. And bearing in mind, we've seen that car caught up in an incident earlier on. Alan Day at the wheel during the first stint, and then having that bit of an incident, somehow that team have managed to get the bit between their teeth, and they're lapping quicker than anybody else in that class at the moment, and they're continuing to work on, but has to make way for a radical, compromises his exit. Will the 906 be able to get back? I don't think at this point he has got the pace underneath the rear wing for the draft. But Pepijn Krijveld, the number 69, continuing on and building that gap already. The next targets for him up the road, if I can get my live timing up, will be Rob Tyson, and we've seen Rob Tyson race in the GT, I think it's the GT Evo series we also host here on Simracersworld TV, and we know he's very quick as well. So lots of talent up and down the order, which can only be an amazing recipe for some great racing.
Indeed it can, and now half a second splitting these two apart. I'm sorry, I just had a burp stuck in my throat and I didn't want to let it out on all ya. But half a second between these two, it's like it feels like a big gap all of a sudden, because we haven't seen them split by this much for quite some time here. The number 69 car really showing their way back. They're really charging along, and given how much bad luck they were seeing over the opening 2-3 laps, 2 spins, and they were all the way at the back of the class, that is so far an incredible recovery drive. And don't discount them from anything just yet. Meanwhile, SimRC Club Spot with Lucas Dalton behind the wheel of the number 3 machine, still defending, still keeping and staying in front of Aaron Baba in the GHK E-Racing by T2 racing car. They're still just split by around half a second as well. And something I don't really think we've touched on too much, Jack, is that these radicals, with the amount of downforce they produce, they also seem to upset the air behind them enough to create a little bit of dirty air that's certainly noticeable when you're driving this car, when you're close to a car in front. And that, especially around a track like this, it really can make it that little bit more difficult to get close enough to actually be able to pull out any kind of moves here. That's a nice place to get the run on those 2 TCR machines. And this battle isn't going anywhere. And at the same time, look at this here. Robin van Gogh and... who's that in front now? That's Anton Dupin as well. So I'm thinking, did Van Gogh had a problem, or were they into the pits or whatever? I'm just gonna swing up through to see what happened, because they've had a change of drivers. Or haven't they? Oh, that's the Flemish Sim Sports car. Now I'm a little bit confused. But it's a good drive nonetheless. It's a good position to be in for Anton Dupin at the moment. Very much at the sharp end of affairs here. But saying sharp end of affairs and TCRs at the moment, Bram van Putten in that G-Drive Exemia number 17 car, Jack. We've seen it time and time again this season. Bram getting in the car, taking off, and not really looking back at all.
And now he's done a brilliant job behind the wheel of that Audi TCR. We know Bram is quick. We've seen him performing throughout the season so far. You can see there Robin van Gogh for BMS Motorsport catching onto the tail end of Anton Dupin. Anton has built up a name for himself in the GT Evo series as Steady Eddie Anton. He is very quick behind the wheel of the Ford GT, the GTE variant. Of course, we know he's very quick there. There is Glenn van Parijs now in the Pro Assist Sim Racing car, the number 23 machine. He has been handed the car by, I think it was Gregory Franks. I think Matthijs de Tige and Ruben van Buell still yet to get in that car. There is Pepijn Krijveld for Sky Limit Race Team, 9th overall, 3rd in class now for themselves. Clearly starting to build that gap very nicely to Dries Mousdi for Dynamics Racing Optico. 1.2 seconds between the pair of them. There is Robin van Gogh, and still trapped behind Anton Dupin. Anton desperate, trying to gain time and get back up in front. The number 907 squeezing through there. The Stage 1 racing machine somehow managing to get past the BMS Motorsport car up the inside. I think this is the incident for David Plasman. What has happened here? Sideways into the corner, maybe changed down a little too early, over stressed the rear axle, and then it's just spat him sideways into the corner, possibly a little lockup as well. Quite a common incident in these 911 Cup cars. We know on the brakes they can be quite tricky. Let's have another look, Hassa.
Yeah, it's the very same situation from before, as he just perhaps on the cold tires and the differing fuel loads. Remember, David, fresh into this car, might have had a little too much braking force on his rear wheels. I'm not quite sure as he came into the corner there, or it could just be the cold tires of having done a driver switch as well. But he managed to keep it going in the end and didn't get too impeded by that in the end. Wayne, by the way, driver interviews is very much going to be a thing, and any driver wanting to do an interview, you can hop in on the SRW Discord channel, the SRW TV, the Simracersworld TV Discord channel. Hop into the interview waiting room and we'll pull you in. And speaking of such, we've got one such John Ford in from the Graphite Racing team, and I think Jack Warrell is going to be having a word with him now.
So, John Ford, welcome to the commentary box for a little mid-race interview. And Graphite Racing Team, they've been there or thereabouts throughout the race, and you're still running out there now. I think we've seen a couple of incidents for yourself, but how's it getting on?
Yeah, you know, early on we got caught up in a very unfortunate incident, and we elected not to take a fast repair on it. We still have about 8 to 9 minutes in the pit stall, and kind of reset my stint, so I just got out of the car after about 2 hours. Yeah, we got caught up. We were racing hard, and the car in front of us was making some blocks that may or may not have been happening or should have been happening. But you know, that's the past now, and all we can do is just keep on driving and wait for the nighttime when those fast repairs are going to come in handy, more likely than not.
Yeah, we know that the race can be attritional and there can be incidents in the night. Speaking of the night, though, you bring up a good point. What do you think that is gonna, that's gonna hold for you? Because Zolder is quite a tricky circuit in the day. Then add 3 other classes, so you've got the Radicals, the Porsches, and the GT4s, of course, following you around. And there's no lit areas of the circuit. You've got to rely on your headlights and possibly a car in front to follow. What do you think the night has got in store for you and your team?
Well, you know, we've got the next few hours for all cars of all classes out there to try to get used to each other and get good passing opportunities of either passing slower classes or getting passed by faster classes. Hopefully, as folks start to settle down and really understand where the safe places to be are identified, hopefully we don't have too many issues overnight. But as you said, the lighting's very poor. The radicals are radical, especially in the TCR. They come out of nowhere during the day, so you're really just watching the mirrors, have a live spotter with you, and try to maintain as much situational awareness as you can.
Well, we'll look forward to seeing how you deal with the Knights, and good luck for the rest of your stint. We're going to have to let you go, obviously, because we do have a race still going on. But quickly, before we do let you go, anybody you'd like to thank or shout out?
Shout out to all my teammates who may or may not be watching this and laughing at me right now.
Well, best of luck for the rest of the race, and I'm sure we'll speak to you very soon.
Have a good one.
So that was Jack Worrell, and a quick word with John Ford of the Graphite Racing GCR team, who has indeed been struck by a little bit of poor luck. They have been playing the long game for some time. They will be continuing to do so, and hoping to pick up the best they can later in the race. Look at this Cone Clubman now comes up to lap this battle that is effectively the battle for third place on track at the moment. And watching his car, Jack, I'm a little bit surprised to see the dents it has. It seems to have picked up a little more. Seems to have picked up quite a bit of dirt on the front end of the car, wherever that comes from. Not quite sure, but the race leader certainly still on the pace, but they'll have to keep the car mint for the rest of this one if they want to keep it up there. I believe at the moment their advantage down to Cedric Wouters, who's there in third place, is currently 43 seconds. So they're not under any immediate pressure. You would expect them to be able to indeed also play the long game. So we're still watching this battle play out for third place in our top class with the Radicals here.
Yeah, you can see, like you say, playing the long game could be the way to go. Eden Barbar there still in fourth position. You mentioned Cohen Klopman on his way, and the damage and the dust on that car. The dust doesn't necessarily surprise me. We've seen a few little gravelly moments here and there on the circuit. Going into the Gilles Villeneuve chicane, we've seen lots of drivers overshoot that, and then obviously the incidents we've had up and down the order could spray a little bit of dust onto the circuit. The damage, I'm not 100% sure, because nothing has popped up on the event viewer to say our leader has had an incident with another car or anything like that. It could just be slight overusage of the curbs, maybe. We know the curbs can be quite violent around here on what is a car that is very, very low. Eden Barbar letting Cohen Klopman by. But for the moment, he's driving a perfectly controlled race. If we have a look at the last lap set, he's still lapping over half a second quicker than Cedric Wouters, and he is on his way to lap him now. Obviously, you can see Cohen Klopman trying to lap Lucas Dolce. Lucas making the most of a bit of breathing room here, trying to build that gap to Eden Barbar. But to put this into perspective, Hatha, oh, a very, very loose moment there. I heard you breathe in. I'm sure Cohen Klopman did something similar there. A sideways moment for the Simtag racing machine in towards turn 3. There's turn 4. Gets the better run of the two. He will have the draft assistance. What does Lucas Dolce do? I'd like to think he might let him by on the brakes. It's not mandatory. No, he doesn't. Clearly not comfortable with letting him by just there. Eden Barbar has got front row seats for this little change of position. There is the change of position. You can see Lucas Dolce lifts out of the throttle, gets back in front of Eden Barbar, and everything is back as it was. But to put it into perspective, Cohen Klopman has lapped every car in the field bar one. So we're only 2 hours and 14 minutes into the race, and that is a hell of a lot of cars to lap. We've got 35 cars out on the road, and 34 of them have been lapped by our leader.
Yeah, indeed, they are on a charge. They've been for 2 hours, 15 minutes now. They haven't really stopped at any point, just charging along. And I remember another race in the series where the Simtag Racing Radical was hit by an engine blow-up in the latter stages of one of the races. They had enough of a gap to get it back to pits and to get it repaired as well. I think perhaps just with a fast repair, because they kept the car clean enough for having one left at the moment. And they will certainly have some left here as well. I don't think they've even gone into the first ones, as that is the BMG Audi TT car close in behind there. But anyways, they have been very strong. Just half a level above everyone else so far this season, the Simtag Racing boys. And I saw some chat about it was just Fabrice Cornelis and his teammates, but you got to be fair to Cohen Klopman at the moment here. To say the least, he's doing well. I was at Daytona indeed, Thomas, so I do remember that. And of course, Daytona, a track that puts maybe a little bit more strain on the engine itself. This will be revving 6th gear at more or less the rev limiter for a long time in that car.
Yeah, we know these radicals in more way than one can be rather fragile, with it being a very light piece of machinery, very much a track weapon built out of carbon fibre and fiberglass composites. Very, very light machine, big V8 lump in the back of it. Sometimes, well, I say sometimes, a lot of the time, actually sounds like an F1 car from period, but Head Barber at the moment managing to pilot it around very quickly, and this is quite a nice little aspect of the race we haven't seen much before. Lucas Dolzer and Edin Barber, pardon me, have managed to get Cohen Klopman, or let Cohen Klopman by. However, Cohen Klopman isn't exactly driving away with it. There's still a couple of seconds between the lot of them. There is the RDR Motorsport machine, the Vapor Shop Motorsport machine, managing to not necessarily get in the way, but I'm sure to the frustration of Lucas Dolzer, not managing to get out of the way before the chicane, slightly opened up this battle once again, sticking to his line as he has the right to do. But this battle, has been raging on for probably getting on towards an hour now, and only 2 hours 16 into the race. I can imagine for the time we're still in the commentary box, these two are still going to be nose to tail.
I wouldn't be surprised, and it all comes down to the pace of the next couple of drivers getting into the cars, because there's also a dynamic that we haven't mentioned upon yet, with this being a team race, of course. 24 hours would be insane to do it on your own, basically. Sorry for calling anyone who might have done that insane, but you are. All jokes aside, all of a sudden, when you have these changes of drivers in the cars, see that the pace can vary, not wildly, and I think with these top-level radical teams and such, I think it's going to be very even across the teams as well. I wouldn't be surprised to find it, but sometimes we still have small differences that can make the larger difference in the longer run over the course of a stint there. By the way, very bad luck to Steve Clay is there. It's heard, just read in chat that his he had everything disconnect, wheels, pedals, the lot, and that caused an incident for him. And I think it's not the only one we've seen today. Look like that was what happened to one of the TCRs as well. Oh, look at that! The 50. Is that the 52? Probably the one. It was one of the BMG Porsches, that's for sure. And it looked a little bit sketchy to me. Oh, it's the one with 31 machines who's back on track here with Quinn van Hooydonk behind the wheel. They were running so well for so long, and now they are at the very back of the field. But impresses me that at this point they're still soldiering on.
Yeah, it's nice to see that they've got that team spirit, and the car is looking factory fresh. I'm not sure what happened, because they went into the pit lane a long while ago. If we have a look at the timing screen, I think they went in a while ago. Anton Dupin under pressure here from Eulenbrock.
I'm sorry, Jack, it's the other way around. He actually takes the position on Renzo Eulenbrock here. He gets a very good run. He has the inside line for the chicane, breaks that a little bit later, and makes the magic happen indeed. And you know what, even just looking at the side windows, that's a change of the TCR lead at the moment. So Flemish Simsports, Anton Dupin really moving on here. And now having to defend from Renzo Eulenbrock. And anyways, Jack, sorry for cutting you off there.
No problem. You saw the battle. You saw the overtake. Wow, that scared me. Eulenbrock driving straight in to the pit lane. Gets it slowed down to make sure he doesn't make any contact with Anton Dupin, and then using all of the track in the pit lane, hitting the apexes, grabs the brake, grabs the pit limiter, and continues on. Anton Dupin getting the position made. Eulenbrock deciding that there you go, that is the time for him to come into the pit lane. I can understand why he's done it, but that has now put no pressure on Anton Dupin. It means he can drive out front in the clean air with no pressure from behind. So it'd be interesting to see what the Flemish Simsports TCR car can do, obviously, with that change of position. And it is, back to the previous point, it is nice to see the BMS Motorsport GT3 Cup team continuing on. Obviously, Matthias de Haan getting caught up in that incident a few laps, I say a few laps ago, a long while ago now. It's just the race is going so quickly. And it's now Quinn van Hooydonk in the car. So it's nice to see that they're back out on the road. Anton Dupin, though, the lead of the TCR class, is everything. But here's now Sven Kalbert in 29th position, the number 11 car, trying to let by a Radical and trying to let by the GT4 number 900 machine. Test Racing GT4 stickers car. Look at this, lots and lots of battling up and down the straight. Ivo van den Linden trying to defend from Olivier van Herk, and I don't really know where to look at this point, Hasse, because there's battles literally everywhere.
Yeah, indeed, because behind these for second place in the TCRs now, Attila Sipos is all of a sudden there on the rear end of the number 30 car. And Simtag Racing bringing the heat to BMG in the TCRs here. Up ahead, just as we've had Anton Dupin take the lead, and the car of... I'm sorry, that was the former leader of this class who went into the pits. And I was just struggling to figure out who that actually was, but it's close indeed. And Attila Sipos shows that he's very much still there, very much still in contention. And the gaps, as far as I can understand, Jack, at the head of the TCR fields is closing in at the moment. So I think we're going to see some really good action here as Attila Sipos has a big old look up into turn 2. And he must have had some kind of feeling that he could carry a little more speed there. I think he's scoped that out over the last few laps, and he's looking for the overlap here. Oh, it's going to be enough. I think it is. And he's just compromised the line of the number 30 car. They're going to be side by side into the chicane. Watch out, because traffic coming up from behind, and I think Sipo is going to take this position, Jack.
Yeah, it looks like he will into the chicane. Attila Sipos. And no, there you go. He makes way for the traffic. Great driving from himself. Manages to keep it out of every other car. You can see the number 15 G-Drive car working his way through. There goes the Torque Freak car. Let's have another look back. He has a look up the inside going into turn 4. So this is for second overall. The number 30 has a bit of a sideways moment. Like you say, compromised his line. The number 40 had the overlap. Moves over a little bit, and then somehow these two managed to go into the corner a very different way as we expected, because you can see the number 15 G-Drive car looking to the inside. I think at that point he decided he doesn't want the position, and then the number 40 just invited him up the inside, compromised his line, and there you go. The gap is now back out, and look at the gap that has been built already. Like you said, it ebbs and flows, but within half a lap the gap has come down from pretty much side by side to 7/10, best part of 8/10 of a second now.
Yeah, it goes quickly all of a sudden. One bad exit and one really hampered exit can be enough for you really to lose out big time indeed. And that's what we've seen on so many occasions already here through the opening. Now 2.5 hours on the time. I was about to say it's creeping along. It's rather running along. It's going rather quickly. It's feeling like it's going rather quickly. And these opening 2.5 hours have gone rather quickly, I think at least. So that's always a testament to the quality of the racing, and as you say, when time flies when having fun, and this is very much what we've seen here as well. And Jack, I'm afraid there's been a problem for Phil Verheyen.
There has indeed. So what has happened to Phil Verheyen? You can see him there, runs slightly wide, tries to give the traffic as much room as possible, does the exact opposite as what you would really want to do there. It's a natural reaction though. You're spinning, you want to hold the brakes. But I think in the front-wheel drive car, the best thing to do is point the wheels the direction you want to go and put your foot to the floor. It tends to drag the front around and the rear follows suit. There is Ivo van der Linden for the CCTS Esports Endurance Team, the number 908 at the bottom end of the GT4 class at the moment, but still continuing on and lapping fairly well. As we said, it is an endurance race, so it's not necessarily about your one-lap pace. It's all about consistency, and somebody who is consistently at the top end of the order is this man there, Cohen Klopman, obviously with the help of his teammates, Thomas Stockmans and Fabrice Cornelis. But that Simtag Racing Radical is something else today. It really is shifting forward. The only car they haven't lapped still remains to be the Traxxas by JV Services machine. But that is over half a lap ahead at the moment. But Cedric Wouters, I think he's been in the car from pretty much the start. I think Simon Grossman was in the car, or started the car. The stint was cut short for Cedric Wouters. He's been in the car for a substantial amount of time, but he's still continuing on very well. There is Lucas Dolce, and there is Aaron Barber. Look at that gap, Hasse. That has massively come out, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's up to 6 seconds, so something must have happened to Aaron Barber. There could have been a small mistake somewhere. It doesn't really take a lot. He hardly even has to lose leave the track to lose that amount of time. But I just have to say, Simtech, they have been impressive, and I'm going to use a bit of my Dutch here. Kopman is Klopman. Kopman is Kopman. I think it's the other way around. Kopman, of course, means the top man, the head man, the leader. So, knowing that it's, of course, a Belgian series indeed, gives me a good chance to flex some of my rather poor Dutch. I don't know a bit, but it's mostly from watching sports, and that's mainly from watching cycling. So there's a lot of motor racing terminology that I don't necessarily have covered, but Kopman is certainly one that I've picked up over the times, and having something that rhymes so well, how could I leave it be? Anyways, just going back to check on the battle between Attila Sipos and Robin van Gogh. They are still caught up in this traffic as well, and I think that might just impede the number 30 cars. Attila Sipos gets very close. Once again, we've seen it before, and here it happens again in the number 14 machine. Well, that is the, if not the leader, it's the former leader of the GT4 cars. And Jack, I think we haven't hardly even touched upon this, but Yannick van Overloop, they were looking so good early in this race. They're down into 4th place, and with a little bit of bad luck, it seems they've really been overtaken by Senne Hulsman, especially in the Flemish SimSports GT4 machine, but also by the GT ABK racing team and the Torque Freak car, who's done so well to get back after that incident they had.
Yeah, they have worked absolute miracles at Torque Freak Racing. They have gone from what looked like a very dire situation to be back in a podium position. And like I say, Scuderia Sim Racing, they were leading class at one point, I believe. But sadly, they have dropped back into 4th position. But that is the position they started, so strategy is still play off. There is Attila Sipos chasing down Van Gogh, and these two, Hasse, they're just inseparable. I think they should just form an alliance at this point. Simtag Racing with BMS Motorsport, I think, is where it needs to be. Cohen Klopman is having a bit of a moment going into the pit lane, nearly collected the tail end of a TCR. Cohen Klopman, obviously our leader now in the pit lane. What will happen to that lead? Is Cedric Wouters still chasing him down? Cedric Wouters about to come through the final couple of corners. I think he's working his way down the back straights. There is the Simtag Racing car, the number 2, pulling into pit box number 41. And it looks like he has got out of the car. Expects Fabrice Cornelis to get in the car, and there he is, Fabrice Cornelis in the car. Cedric Wouters also coming into the pit lane. I'm trying to figure out who will get behind the wheel of that car. It could be Matthias Maas, whether he has already been in the car. Jorn van den Akker, somebody we need to keep an eye out for as well, to see whether he gets in that number 5 machine. But Edend Barbar there in 4th position, still chasing down Lucas Dolzer. And at the moment, to be honest, I really wouldn't be complaining if we were only looking at the Radicals. I know, obviously, we have multiple classes out on circuit, but the Radicals really know how to put on a show. We've still obviously got a lot of the 911 Cup cars, a lot of the GT4 cars, and the TCR cars. I think we've still got every single car that started still out running. Most importantly, Quinn van Hooijdonk for the BMS Motorsport GT3 Cup entry. They are only 3 laps behind their next target, Didier Dexters.
Indeed they are, and it's still wide open pretty much all around the field here, as Damien Allo is now leaving the pit lane, and would probably be confused if ever he goes to France, and when he tries to introduce himself, everybody just thinks he's a little too blunt maybe, and saying "Allo" to everyone. Sorry. I'll show myself out. That was really poor. Anyways, Thomas, thanks for that. I appreciate the kind words about my pronunciation of all these Dutch names. I am doing my very best to keep on learning, not only in terms of my vocabulary and such, but also just in getting the pronunciation right. And as a Dane, I know how hard it can be, because I don't think I've ever heard someone from somewhere that is not Denmark get, for instance, my name right. Not even Jack, who seems to be, and I say that, Jack, out of pure respect, because I know you also, put an honor into trying your best at getting all pronunciations right. And I feel like, as a duo, we do pretty damn well. And also, not to brush our own shoulders off too much, but we do better than a lot of other sets of commentators as well in that way.
I've got to say, yeah, I do pride myself with pronunciations. I do try. 9 times out of 10, it is literally copying their name and putting it into Google Translate, just to get not necessarily the pronunciation but the accents right, because a lot of foreign names from myself, of course, they can have little accents and little bits here and there which I'm not quite familiar with, and just to get that little pronunciation on their name, I do massively pride myself with. 9 times out of 10 I get it wrong, but it's just worth a go. And if you could see my wall at the moment, I've got 6 pieces of paper all blue tacked to my wall, with pronunciations, drivers, team names, all of the numbers, the lot. So I also pride myself with that as well. But we do have a race going on, Hasse, and Fabrice Cornelis is the one at the front of it. We've now got Steph Del News in the car. I've got to say, I didn't see that happening. He is in the number 66 machine. So he has been handed the car by Erind Baba. And there is Patrick Young in the Simrc club spot. He shows he's in 4th, but he went into the pit lane marginally in front, so keep an eye out for where he will come out of the pit lane. Obviously, he has got in the car after Lucas Dolce. So those two, they were glued together for the first 2.5 hours. They're in the pit lane now, punches the throttle, grabs the gear and gets going again. What is Steph Del News going to respond with? Is he going to get going? The car drops down, and that gap has massively come out, Hasse.
It really has. It's going to be around 10 seconds or so, maybe even once they really get their way out of the pit lane. And that is not what they were looking for, I think, here. GHK eRacing, who were really closing in. It was down to 2 seconds, but they have found themselves losing out a little bit of time on this round of pit stops. And now that we're done blowing our own pronunciation horns, we'll get back to the racing indeed. Of course, it was not to... If anyone should think of us as arrogant, just keep notice of how many times we say that we're always wrong and such, etc., etc., etc. I don't think we are. But if you think so, fair be it. Anyways, back to the racing. And it's still close at hand. These two drivers, Jack, people have been trying to separate themselves from one another for quite some time. And Attila Sipos is having none of it because he's been glued to the tail of that car for so long, more or less the entirety of this stint. And now he's really gaining on Robin van Gogh. And this is not the first time we've seen it. He seems to be very good through this middle sector. And if he can just line it up, he might get the overspeed that he needs. But he gets a little wide too early there. And yet again, we see Robin van Gogh absolutely mastering the art of getting on the throttle early in a front-wheel drive car, managing the understeer, and able just to keep that impetus out the corners that in turn enables him to stay in front. And it's like racing in the minis of old, or maybe even in the DAF Actoroids racing of athletics. Exactly, they're front-wheel driven cars, but once you're driven and driving them backwards, it's not really the same situation anymore. I stand corrected by myself. And speaking of that, have you ever seen that type of racing before, Jack? The good old Dutch backwards racing?
No, but I've got to say I've had a good go. Every time I get in these Audi TCRs, I tend to go backwards anyway. So I'm clearly giving it a good bit of practice. But it is very much a unique style of driving in these Audi TCRs. What have you seen, Hasse? Talk us through it.
I'm sorry, but this is big things, big news in the GT4 class, because second place, Senna Lansens. Oh, he's lost it, the 19 car, and he's just going to be reversing on the track. That's a dangerous place to do so, and just about manages to miss. I think that was the 26 Porsche. Look at that, 2 cars flying by there as well. I'm not quite sure if he's lost a position. If I recall correctly, they were relatively close around here, and indeed, we're going to be watching up ahead. Senna Husman's leading David Barraclough, then Senna Larson's now in 3rd place in class. So I think he actually did lose a position. And look at that! Sipos going for it as we come back here, and Robin van Gogh is having absolutely none of it. And I'm going to need a second look at that. They're flashing one another, and things are really heating up between these two. Attila Sipos just wants to get past. I think, Jack, that he thinks he's the faster driver of the two at the moment, and he could really gain an advantage by getting up ahead.
Yeah, he's showing his nose, definitely. Attila Sipos making his intentions known, sowing the seed of doubt for the car ahead. But you've got to think at this point, we know that these two have been glued together, Robin van Gogh and Attila Sipos, BMS Motorsport versus SimTag Racing. Are they going to keep slowing each other down? If I was Robin van Gogh, I know it's very difficult to say, sat here in the commentary box, and I know it's difficult to swallow for the lead driver, but if I was Robin van Gogh, I would probably let the car behind go, just so you can sit on and save a bit of time together. But wow, that was close. Ivo van der Linden almost getting picked up by one of the radicals. But if I was Robin van Gogh in this situation, I'd let Attila Sipos behind and then just sit on. If he's got some sort of voice chat or some sort of communication, or even asking his teammates to message the Simtag team, just say, we're happy to let you by and sit on. I think at this early stage of the race, almost 10%, or almost 15% into the race, I would probably just say, yeah, this is where we need to start thinking about strategy. We'll let you by, but we will sit on.
Yeah, indeed. Now, someone who was in the lead of the TCR class for a long time, indeed, is the number 17 car here, who's now in 4th. This is Kevin van der Silk. I apologize for the van der Silk R Silk on the naming board there. I'll see if I can get that fixed up for later. But anyways, they were leading and they were comfortably in the lead as well. I don't really know what happened to them, and I don't recall it at the moment. Might spring to mind all of a sudden, or maybe someone can tell us a little more, if someone in chat knows a little more about it indeed. But it's all at the moment, Jack, playing into the hands of the 102 car Flemish Sim Sports TCR here, driven by Anton Dupin at the moment, who's doing a sterling job so far of just keeping his car clean, keeping his nose clean as well, of course, and just putting in them consistent laps, and he's doing a brilliant job of it at the moment. The more they battle behind here, Van Gogh and Attila Sipos, the more they battle in between themselves, the more time they're going to be throwing away to the current class leader. And I think you're right. They should probably start working together a little bit more rather than thinking of track position so much, because we know how quickly it can change. And to say that there is still time for a change or two would certainly be well, way below what there's actually time for. It would be a big exaggeration indeed, because we could have position changes hundreds of times yet before we reach the checkered flag of this race. So having to battle it too hard there, you just have to keep in mind that the drivers can easily get mentally caught up in this battling and just wanting to go past and just looking at the time being lost from being in behind another car. But once you're ahead and battling, oh, as they almost make contact there out of the first chicane, there's almost an overlap, and they really have to be careful that the 63 machine, that is the GT car, the Porsche GT3 Cup, leader, and there is a radical involved as well, and that is the 907 car of Hans Blankart, I'm afraid. And I'm not afraid, but I'm afraid he's going to be losing a bit of time here. It's not, I'm afraid, that it's him that came out the very wrong way. I did not mean to, I apologize. Almost 3 wide here. And is that, look at that heavy rear wing damage to one of the radicals.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's a very second-hand looking radical. There is Fabrice Cornelis, our leader. That is Damien Allau. Yes, that is our second place car. I'm not sure what has happened there. Let's have a look at the replay. The car is already damaged at this point. I think you're going to have to talk us through the replay, Hasso, because my SDK has decided it doesn't want to show me.
Oh, a little bit of a shame there for Damien as he goes round, and round he goes again, and the car just, he should have held his brakes, I think, in that situation. He tries to turn it in, and he just manages to pick off a bit of the tire, a bit of the soft barrier. Not soft enough, it seems, because it's done substantial damage to the rear end of his car, and I am very much afraid that that is going to be a big piece of trouble, at least for now, for Traxxas by J&V Services. If they're going to want to keep it running until the next stint, they're going to lose quite a lot of time on that account, I think, because they only just came out the pits. Damien Allau hasn't been in the car for too long at all, and it's going to be a difficult one to contend with, as I mentioned before. So a good chance for SimRC Club Sport in 3rd and GHK eRacing by T2 in 4th at the moment, who's now separated by 20 seconds, Jack, and that's come pretty much out of nowhere as well. They came out 6 seconds from one another from the recent round of pit stops, and that's massively grown after Steph Delnews got in the car here.
It really has. Steph Delnews knowing how to pilot that radical around this tight, twisty Zolder circuit. What has happened here? This is Robin van Gogh in the lead car.
Oh,
Look at the contact between the pair of them. It was a long time coming. Attila Sipos going into the side of Robin van Gogh. He's not going to get it around there. Has a clip of the wall as well. Let's hope that hasn't done any damage to that TCR car, but that is not the circumstances we wanted to see that position change. However, everything continues on, and sadly we won't be able to look at that battle for much longer, as it has now dissipated. One thing I want to bring up, Hasse, you mentioned earlier on that if you want to do 24 hours on your own, you need to be very brave or very stupid, one or the other. I think one of the bravest drivers out on the track at the moment is Didier Dexters, because looking at the entry list, he is the only driver to register under the Circuit Zolder by SimTag banner. So if Didier Dexters is going to do this entire race by himself, props to you, mate. That is a very, very big achievement. I knew going into this race that the driver minimum and maximum entry, the minimum is 1 driver, the maximum is 9 drivers. Didier Dexters is the only solo attempt, as far as I'm aware, to enter. We've got a couple of 2. The Composer Racing is one of the teams with only 2. SimTag Racing, the battle we were just looking at that had Attila Sipos in, he is doing it with Janos Zinor and nobody else. And I think there's one more a little further up. Yes, the G-Drive Racing Exemia, number 15, Rob Tyson and Pim Bauer. I think they are a duo effort as well. So lots of teams deciding to go for the deciding to get very, very close to the minimum driver limit.
Indeed, it is, and again, I have a habit of maybe speaking before I think. So if you're offended, Didier, by me calling you insane, it's not meant in a bad way. It's like you're positively insane to do that. Like, it's a thing that I wouldn't be able to do, or wouldn't even hardly dream of ever doing, driving 24 hours in succession for one another. I know a few drivers who've done so for charity events once in a while. It could, of course, be some kind of charity that Didier is running for as well, but hugely impressive. Picking up 24 hours then consecutively. How can you even do that? It seems insane. Oh, there's a little bit of battling there behind. Class and Class in between. I think that was the car of Henrik Blancard, who was squeezed in. Or could that be the fast racing car of Jerry Crispin? Yeah, that it was. Just around the BMG Porsche. And speaking of the Porsche GT3 Cup class, it's actually being led by Tommy Rao, who's now in the car that was formerly driven by Bodeven Kuster, the 63 bin goal by SimTag EMG car, who has been dominant on previous occasions in this series as well. Currently leading David Plasman for ASK Volante, but by 46 seconds. And then Dries Rohard, currently 3rd in class for the Reaper Shop RDR Motorsports number 12 car. Then Glenn Price is in the car for Pro System Racing in 4th in class. Pim Bauer in 5th. And then Martin Deckens at the moment for Dynamics Racing Optimus 6th in class. David Soufaliers is in 7th for the Sky Limit Race Team. That's the 69 car who've been subject to quite a few issues so far. They've been very unlucky, to say the least. And then the same, I'm afraid, goes for Marvin Euler-Manens and the number 13 G-Drive Racing Exemia car, who by now I think should really consider getting another number of the car, because they seem to be struck by that unlucky number 13, the curse of that number hitting them time and time again, and just maybe to test out if that's what's working against them.
Yeah, you never know, but one thing I am certain of is that they are doing a decent job at getting back up to the pointy end. They are continuing on 14th position overall, so by any means still continuing on in a very nice position. 8th in class is Marvin Euler-Manens, and looking at it, he is 1 lap down, 1.5 laps down, give or take, on Davy Soufaliers for Sky Limit Race Team. But the most important thing is they are still continuing on and continuing to turn these laps. There is Attila Sipos in the pit lane for SimTag Racing. There is Robin van Gogh now in front. Obviously, he will be a pit stop down come the end of this lap once Attila Sipos has left the pit lane. But like I said, Hasse, it's important to see that the G-Drive car is continuing on. I get nervous every single time any car goes too wide through turn 4. I've had personal experience of being on the receiving end and the giving end, let me finish, going through turn 4 with incidents. But now I've got to say that every time I see cars go too wide through turn 4, it is quite a scary prospect to be up here in the commentary box, let alone being behind the wheel.
Yeah, and it's a feeling that we just got to learn to live with, I think, in time. Jack, we might learn, both of us, to keep our heart in control, but it just seems to go up our throat sometimes when things at least look to be going wrong, or be close call as the one we had before, but expertly navigated by both drivers in that sense, in that situation. We're going to take a 2, 3, maybe 4 minute break. we're gonna be on board with our race leader, Fabrice Cornelis, as he laps the traffic. I'm gonna leave you with the engine notes from his Radical for a few minutes while me and Jack have a bit of a stretch, a bit of a visit to the bathroom, and the things we need after having spent almost, well, actually a little bit over, because we were on for a little bit before the race start as well. We've been here for 3 hours now, and I think we have deserved a short break. You can take a short break as well, pick up on coffee, pick up on snacks, maybe it's dinner time, wherever you are. Do that now, that's a good call anyways, and we will be back with you, Jack Worrell and I, for the final 3 hours of the first 6 hours of this race in a short while. Welcome back, everyone, to the final 10 minutes of the first half of this opening 6 hours of the race. How I can make it tricky, even though it's really simple. I hope we haven't seen any calamities in the time we just spent away. We are with Glenn Van Parijs still on board. And that's Pro Assist Sim Racing, third in class in the 23 machine. They've done well so far. And same goes for the other podium runners at the moment. A little bit of spread, and that's the first time we've really seen this. I don't know if Jack's there with me yet, but not too many cars that close to one another. There is a battle down lower in the orders at the moment, but we've also had an issue for Tommy Rao, the class leader here in the 63 machine, and that's into the first chicane on track. And I might, oh, they should be there with me, Jack, whenever he's back. We'll just have to see as he just cuts across to keep it safe. And that's nowhere near as bad as it could have been for them in that situation. Here's Casper de Kort for Graphite Racing TCR. We had a word with his teammate here earlier on as they're playing the long game, as they're saying it themselves. And he is currently really in a close fight with the Composer, racing a two-man team there. And Casper de Kort trying up the inside. It's for P9 in the TCR class indeed. And I can see that Jack's back with us as well.
Yeah, so Phil Verheyen there, having to defend very, very hard to keep Casper de Kort behind. Like you mentioned, we were speaking to John Ford, and he let us know what the score was with his strategy. We did have one incident that I saw. It was Didier Dexter's ran wide, what I think was at turn 4. Oh, a big little wobble there for the BMS Motorsport machine. There it is, turn 4, goes a little bit too hot in, holds the brakes, tries to get the moment collected up. And there you go, and that was just in front of our leader at the time, Fabrice Cornelis. There is Casper de Kort, touched the grass on the brakes, does a great job at collecting it up, minimised any sort of loss from that, put his foot to the floor and pointed the wheels where he wants to go. So a little bit of sideways action for Casper, clearly knows we're watching. I think that's Robin van Gogh behind in the BMS Motorsport machine now looking to get by. So there goes Robin van Gogh up a, not up a position, but puts a lap on Casper de Kort. Robin van Gogh still chasing down Anton Dupin, our TCR leader, and he is really dominating this class now. He's lapping there or thereabouts with everybody else, if not quicker. So Anton Dupin doing a brilliant job.
Indeed he is, and I'm just trying to fix it. I saw a little bit of a, you see, 25th position, it says undefined Fender Silk. I can't live with that. It's Kevin Fender Silk, and I'm going to try my best to just fix it real quick. And that was just to know, and let you know that I'm a little preoccupied at the moment with trying to fix some technical stuff in there. It might not say Fender Silk, but at least it doesn't say undefined, because I don't think any of the drivers in here would necessarily be appreciating being called undefined, because a name is some of the most closely defined. Anyways, that's, you know what, I'm just gonna leave it there. We're not gonna go into a philosophical debate about what is names. That's for the night stint, the graveyard stint. That's philosophical debates. Let's wait until tonight. I'll be tuning in, and I'll be getting back on from after we go off here at the end of the first opening 6 hours. I'll be back tonight at 2:45 tonight. So we'll leave the silly talk for back then. And I'm afraid, Jack, we've had a problem for Damien Allo.
So what has happened to Damien Allo? Oh, heading into the chicane. I think the GT4 in front left it a little bit late to decide he was going for the apex. Damien Allo, I've got to say, was a little eager as well. I think that was two cars going for the same piece of tarmac. There is Senna Lansons. Sort of, he's almost letting him go, and then decides, actually, you know what, let's just go for the corner. And I think it was misread by Damien as well. Back to the same point on the road, just a lap later.
Oh, look at this!
And there is Patrick Young, pardon me, for SimRC Club Sport. Those two have really, really closed up. Look at the tail end of Damien Allo's Radical now. Lots of damage aboard that car. So you can only imagine that it's handling a little bit worse. Patrick Young looking to get by. What can he do out of this chicane? Got to be so careful on the throttle. Make sure you don't spin up the rear wheels. You can hear him feeding in the throttle. I think he knows that all he has to do is sit on and put the pressure on the P2 driver. And Damien Allo looking to control it at the moment. He's got in front of the Belcar RDR Motorsport Porsche, but for how long? We know that Patrick Young is quick, and we know he's been gaining.
Yeah, indeed, that's a very good question. And look at this 3 wide with the Radical coming up on the inside. Casper de Court nearly trading paints there, and the other car being left on the grass. There's Casper de Court, cuts the chicane a little bit, and there's the 15 car behind. Oh, and yet again we see the traffic turning ugly. And it's not because they're wanting it to turn ugly. It just so happens to be because of the difficult nature, the twisty, tight, and technical nature of Zolder, indeed. And that was very, very close indeed. And Casper de Court, I think he just managed to actually get past on Pilferheim there. That's 32nd position in the overall standings, but it's just within the top 10 of their class. And we're going to spring right back to Damien Allo and Patrick Young, because those two now coming back together, and we can see the damage on the tracks by JV Services car. We're just in time for the move there. And I'm afraid that is... Oh, I'm afraid. I don't know why I keep saying that. It's not necessarily a bad thing, and I'm supposed to be impartial, goddammit. But Patrick Young just took that second position. That was a very good move, though. That was very nicely lined up, just with enough patience to, as you said, Jack, once you see a rear end looking like that, you just know that you don't really have to over push in order to be able to get in front, because it's gonna impede the car in front nonetheless, and thus you can take the prescient approach that Patrick Young did in that. And I'm still a little bit surprised to see Steph Delnews here in the GHK E-Racing by T2 machine down by 30 seconds on the cars in front, because they were so close for so long. And a little bit of poor luck perhaps to blame, perhaps traffic has been a little bit against them, Lord knows. Can be many things, but it's sad to see, and we hope that battle's going to open up again later in the race as well. Here, I'm afraid, Jack, we've had a problem for Jazz Harvey.
So what has happened to the GT4 car? Oh, I think that was maybe Jazz Harvey not quite expecting the BMS car to come across his nose quite that quickly. I think that was the number 51 machine that peeled over in front of Jazz Harvey, but that is just what happens. Almost contact there between the number 906 and the number 19. Very, very close, right in front of Steph Delnews there in the GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing. Radical, there goes our leader, the number 2 machine, the Simtag Racing, piloted by Fabrice Cornelis. So I think that is everybody. Yes, definitely everybody has been lapped by our leader now, and I've got to agree with you, Hasser. I'm not sure how GHK E-Racing have dropped down quite that much. We knew that Edith Barbar was very, very quick behind the wheel, and we know Steph Delnews is quick behind the wheel as well. It just seems like the race hasn't come to them.
Yeah, indeed, that's a good point to be making. I'm just watching as we've had a T+C posted, and he's changed for teammate Joseph Kovacs, who's now in the Simtag Racing TCR machine. They're getting a tire change as well, and let's put them a little bit down the order, on the running order, that is, of the TCR still. Anton Dupin leading for Flemish Simsport. TCR has done so well for so long, and it's been a brilliant show, a brilliant performance, and he will hope he'll just be keeping that kind of level going. They'll be looking really good at the end of it. And Robin van Gogh still fighting, still very much there for BMS in second place, but they're 36 seconds down on Anton Dupin now. And we have Kevin van der Silk, who's taken over the number 17 G-Drive Racing Eximia TCR machine, and they were well ahead of the composition. So at some point they must have had some kind of problem that cost them, well, quite a bit of time, because they are down, and they're down at the moment to the leader. They have 52 seconds up to Anton Dupin. So it's not really close at the head of the TCRs anymore, although I think it's safe to say that it could very well come back together all of a sudden. Before we know it, they're back together racing here, as a few of the GT4s are now coming into the pits as well. That's Yannick van Overloop in the Scuderia Sim Racing car, number 14 machine. And Anthony Beekman and Jazz Harvey, who was with a bit of a problem before there. Let's open the door for Bart the Fuss here, Jack.
Yes, it really has. You can see that Edge Esports car doing exactly what he needs to do in second place. Ben Kuipers behind in that Talk Freak Racing car has continued on and has already had his pit stop by the look of it. So Yannick Van Overloop still yet to pit, Bart de Vos still yet to pit. Kuipers last pitted on lap 100. You can see everybody was pitting into the pit lane there. Brian Crowell's in the pit lane for Track Velocity Racing. And you can see now Bart de Vos trying to almost let the traffic by. There's no mandatory sort of precaution that you have to take. You don't have to let them by. It is preferred though. You can see the number 63 there streaming by. That is the class leader of the 911 Cup class, Tommy Rao for Bengal by Simtag EMG. Ignore what it says at the top of the screen. It is not Budwin Custer leading that class. It is Tommy Rao. You can see there doing a brilliant job getting right up close and personal with that wall. And Hasso, I'm not sure whether it's just me and whether it's just on my screen, but that front right wing, it looks like that has had a slight bit of a knock.
It certainly has, but I think they've been carrying that through more or less throughout the race. I think they picked that up pretty early days, if I'm not completely mistaken. And as I said, I think I've noticed that for quite some time. Many of the cars have picked up that minor kind of damage. And yeah. So it doesn't seem to be impeding Tommy Rao too much at the moment. Of course, this isn't the worst of tracks to pick up these minor types of aerodynamic dents and the aerodynamic damage that usually hits you the hardest on the high top speed tracks, the fast tracks indeed, where of course in high downforce cars as well it's worse because you lose more of that downforce. Of course, the front end of a 911 GT Cup car, I believe, doesn't really make that much downforce in the end at all. And most of the tractive effort comes from those massive tires underneath it. So, and of course, a massive rear wing to keep the rear in check. But being a Porsche 911, sometimes it needs that. And speaking of the 911 Cup car, one of the most entertaining cars, I think, at least, to drive in iRacing. It is such a rewarding machine when stuff goes right, and it's a car that you need to get used to driving, but once you get in the groove, it's an amazing machine. But it's also one that really seems to spread the waters, so to say.
Yeah, it's a car which either works for you or against you, and we know from the championships we've held on here on Simracersworld with having the Porsche Club GB Sim Racing Series. We've had Season 1 and now getting towards the tail end of Season 2. We know everything, the ins and outs of these 911 Cup cars, and also on the way, I'm pretty sure we've got a little treat for you as well going into the latter stages of this year. I'm pretty sure it's been announced by now because there's not long left, so I'm going to go out on a wing with this, but I think the GT4 series is very, very close to its round 1 date.
Ooh, and that is it's going to be an interesting one to cover, whoever gets to cover that commentary-wise, and it's going to be an interesting one to follow, I think, for the viewers. TCR, GT4, all of these slower car classes, as some people like to call them. Of course, these are still fast cars, but sometimes the slower cars just make for better racing because the drivers in turn, they have time to react, they have time to actually do a little more thinking in between the attacking one another, and it feels like it sometimes turns out into better racing in the end. Sometimes, not always. Of course, the fact that you don't have dirty air from the rear wings in the same degree at all, and you don't lose the same amount of grip whatsoever. That's also a thing. Now, a good question there from Steven de Wolf in chat about the Simtag Racing TCR. Now, I'm not sure about the dive one, and of course, as always, we'll let the race jury be the deciders of all that kind of stuff, and we'll stay impartial up here in the booth for as much as we can, that is. But just looking at it, they have dropped a large amount of places, Jack. They're down to 6th in class in the TCR. Mind you, they were battling for the race lead, more or less. They did have that slight contact with the number 30 car that they were battling for so long before. So I wouldn't be surprised to find that's actually what happened here. Now, all of a sudden, Flemish Sim Sports TCR, I think they've been in the pits because Keanu Borgagnon, who's another driver of the Flemish Sim Sport team that we know very well here on SRW TV, he's taken over the car from Anton Dupin, and I think the car is still in safe hands. But it means that Kevin van der Silk in their number 17 machine all of a sudden finds himself at the class lead again, and that just goes to show how quickly it will all turn around.
It really does. We know that he's got a good team behind him as well. G-Drive, very, very well-equipped team. Obviously, they've been racing in the GT Pro and GT Evo series here on Simracers. Seen them in multiple other series beyond, and they've been in multiple classes here at the Virtual Belcar series. That the car we're looking at the moment, like you say, currently piloted by Kevin van der Silk. He has Ben Thanes, Bram van Putten, and Robin Monster. What a name! As his teammates for the 24 hours of Zolder. I'm hearing off Ronald Moon's championship, or one of the championship organisers, that Didier Dexter, the man that is doing this solo, is actually in the SimTag Centre. So he is using one of the simulators there to race this race. So he's definitely gone all out for this one. And you mentioned the race jury, the race directors for this one, and obviously we've got live stewards. I think they have managed once again to get into the Zolder race control room once again, and they are using all of the monitors available to them, as well as all of the live timing, to keep an eye on everybody and making sure everybody's behaving.
Yeah, indeed, it's a pleasure to have that kind of live stewarding going on, because it just gives you a certainty, both as a viewer, a commentator, but especially as a driver, that justice is going to happen. Because I think it's a feeling that every sim racer out there knows all too well, the heartbreak of being put in the wall by someone else. And sometimes it's racing incidents, and that stuff happens. It happens in the real world as well. And at other times, someone is at fault in those situations, and that's another good point I just want to make. That someone is at fault in a situation doesn't necessarily mean that it is in any kind of bad spirit that it was done, but it can still be someone making a mistake that thereby is at fault. And thus the rules of racing sometimes call for penalties to be applied for such situations, and I think that is what we saw earlier in this race for the number 40 car there, who is down. And by the way, the number 30 machine is now being driven. That's not this car. I got a little confused there for a moment. So I'm just going to see if I can dig out the 30 machine. There he is. Stefan Kalbrecht. And I got a bit confused because he's right in front of Sven Kalbert. And Kalbrecht and Kalbert, not too far from one another on the last names there. But Stefan Kalbrecht is in 4th place in class. So they did lose time. They didn't lose too much time on that incident, and they'll have time to get back on the affairs. And it just goes to show, as I said before, things can turn around so quickly indeed. And I think the number 17 car, the G-Drive Racing Extremely machine that we're watching now, they might have had their heads drop ever so slightly after being in the lead with a nice advantage earlier on, then losing the lead somehow. And I'm still a bit of at a loss just to as how that happened. Still can't remember. And I don't recall having seen anyone write it down in chat, so it might just be a bit of a mystery. But back on top they are here with Kevin van der Silk, who is no longer undefined as well. I hope you appreciate that, Kevin. But it's a good drive indeed, and as I've said on many occasions now, within the opening 3 hours of this race, it's certainly not the first time we've seen this very car driven in by these very drivers in this very position in the race. They are all high talent, they're all good drivers, and they're consistent, and this is exactly what you need for an endurance race like this.
It really is. They are doing exactly what they need to do. Glenn Van Parijs currently in the pit. SK Volante Esports. Tommy Mars has just left the pit lane as well for stage 1 racing Belcar. So we're starting to get into that point in the race where drivers are peeling off into the pit lane. Dries Rohert crossing the line now to put another lap in the book. He is currently in 3rd position, and I think we are starting to see those 911 Cup cars peel into the pit lane, but it's also making me realize that a lot of these drivers are on very, very, very different strategies, because the earliest pit was, or the last time we saw, to put into perspective, the Sky Limit race team pull into the pit lane. Currently being driven by David Suffaliers, was on lap 81. The last time we saw Dries Rohert pit behind the wheel of the Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport machine was on lap 106. And they are currently on lap 120, if I can spit my words out, 120. So lots of differing strategies already. And only 3 hours into the race, come the end of the 24 hours, we're not going to be able to keep track of who is on what strategy.
It always, I think it's a situation that we always come to at some point of these long endurance races that, of course, a few cars, some cars, sometimes most of the cars is going to be on the optimum kind of strategy, keeping their fuel runs in check, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that most of the field here would have a plan as to how they'd get through this race in these this least amount of time. Indeed, and we've got bad news from Tim Jacobs Racing here. Vapor Shop had to pit early as Jeff van den Echten, his wheel didn't work and was stuck in 4th gear. So, and that's something I gotta say that really, it just adds to the immersion of sim racing, that drivers sometimes get these kind of rig issues, these technical issues, that just so closely mirror what we see drivers getting in trouble with in the real world. And a car stuck in 4th gear, it wouldn't be unheard of at all, except for the fact that in a sim, unless you have a complete modeling of every part of the gearbox, it's very, very hard to make a damage system that's going to incorporate the ability to have your car stuck in 4th gear. Now, it's not to say that it's good, Tim. I'm very sorry to hear that. It's such a big shame indeed. But it just adds to the unpredictability of this sort of racing, that anything can still happen, even though we're a good deal of the way through the race. If I could just get the word out of my mouth this time around. Sometimes you get a little cut-mouthed by talking a lot and not drinking enough here. And Bram van Putten there, a nice view to give us that bit of info as well. And I'm just gonna share it with you all in case you're not reading chat. But the G-Drive TCR had to take a quick repair halfway into the first stint because of a crash. And coming back from that to leading the race now here 3 hours and 13 minutes into it, Bram, that is certainly not bad at all. And Tim, I do get that. And as I said, it wasn't to make it sound like it's a good thing that you have your problems. It's such a shame indeed, but it makes it very realistic indeed. And sometimes you could say a little too realistic as well. We're following Jesse Hendricks in the number 110 machine, and I'm just scouting across the field to see if we have any drivers that are really close to one another. But for once, and for the first time I think in this race, it's really starting to be spread out. And saying that, actually here, Patrick Young has lost a little bit of time down to Damien Allo there. I think that was just the traffic catching him out ever so slightly, because it's still around 5 seconds between the two. It doesn't mean that it's an easy task. The traffic is still so hard to deal with. And as I think we had the interviewee from Graphite Motorsport, now I've forgotten his name, our American friend there. Jack, maybe you can help me out here.
So the man we had in from Graphite Racing TCR was John Ford. We do have somebody else to drag in though, and it is David Barraclough. He is from the Talk Freak Racing team, the number 31 Porsche GT4 still out on the road. Let's just have a quick glance over. They are now in 2nd place. So welcome to the commentary box, David. How's it going from your perspective?
Hi there, guys. Yeah, it's going all right, I guess. I mean, we had a small issue in just towards the end of the first stint, which necessitated a quick jump to the pits and a quick repair. But other than that, got the car back out, made up some positions, and I've got our third driver in the car, Ben, and he's doing really well at the moment. So looking forward to keep it going and see where we end up over the coming hours, I guess.
Well, I've got to say, it has been a very good recovery drive from here. You're chasing down Diego Hames and the Flemish SimSports GT4 team. Come the end of the 24 hours, where do you see yourself? What is the end goal from here on through the night as well, where it can be attritional? What is the end goal of this race?
Well, I mean, the end goal of the race for us has to be championship orientated. we came in with a reasonable lead in the championship. Tim and Bram have done an amazing job all season, and brought myself, Ben, and George in to help out, finish off the job. And really, the aim is to win the championship, and we'll just need to do what we need to do to achieve that end goal. Be that finishing on the podium would be nice, winning the race would be perfect, but as long as we get enough points for that championship, that's our primary goal.
We'll look forward to seeing how that goes. And you very briefly mentioned that yourself and George Gruber were brought into the team, and going into what was a very valuable situation for the team. Obviously, like you said, Tim Claessens, Bram Reniers, and Ben Kuipers have done very, very well at the starting leg of the season, and then going into the main event, this 24 hours of Zolder. Was there any extra pressure on your shoulders, knowing full well that the team is in a very healthy position for the championship? Like, what was your sort of outlook on the team going into the event?
I mean, the pressure is there absolutely to not mess it up, to win the championship. But on the same token, we have full confidence in all of our drivers. They've got plenty of experience, done many of these long endurance races in the past for some very prestigious series as well. So we got full confidence that everyone on the team can do the job. And yeah, we're just having a bit of fun with it as well, you know. Keeping it light and humorous on the voice chat. So that's helping out, I think, just to relieve the pressure a little bit. But yeah, the primary concern for us at the moment really is safety. We can see that the the Flemish guys up in the lead are doing some awesome lap times, and but we're not too worried about trying to bust Doug up and match that at the moment. We're just looking to stay safe and keep it on the track, really.
Well, that is always the best way to go for it. Best of luck, not just for the race, but for the championship as well. And hopefully, come 21 and a bit hours time, or 20 hours and 40 odd minutes, we might be speaking to you as Belcar eSeries champions.
It's a long way to go, isn't it?
Yeah.
But thank you, Jack. Appreciate the
No
good
problem.
luck. And yeah, may the best team win, I guess. And thanks for the broadcast as well. You're doing a great job. I've been listening in the whole race so far, except when I've been in the car, of course. And yeah, really enjoying it. So thanks for that.
Thank you very much. I'm sure me and Hassett will continue to keep up the level of work. And yeah, like I said, just best of luck for the rest of the race. And hopefully, yeah, we'll speak to you at the end as Belcar eSeries champions.
Cheers, Jack. Take care.
Sorry for the silent moment there. I had my microphone muted as not to interrupt the the interview before, and it didn't really register as I clicked the unmute button. So that's a bit of a silent for. It depends. If you like my voice, what a terrible couple of moments, and if you don't, finally peace and quiet. So that all comes down to your personal preferences in the end, I guess. David, they're talking about keeping it humorous in their voice chat, Jack, and I feel like we're very much doing the same thing here in the booth.
Yeah, we always do try and keep it light-hearted here, and as always, it's so far it's been a pleasure. I mean, it can all go wrong. You might start to annoy me as the but no, we are continuing on with the best of our abilities as always, and I can't wait to get rid of you so we can get to Ed and Jazz. But no, it's been an absolute pleasure for the first 3 hours and 20 minutes of racing, and obviously the qualifying before, and I look forward to the remaining 1 hour and 40 minutes. And we've still got lots of racing to get on with as well, and you can see here, look at that lead. Radical screaming down the outside of everybody, late on the brakes, grabs the apex, and that just shows how quick and how confident Fabrice Cornelis is behind the wheel of that Radical SR8.
Yeah, it's incredible to see, and I just moving up through the event viewer. It's a few minutes ago, I think 6 minutes ago, this situation for Patrick Young, the SimRC Club Sport car currently in second. Was that... Is he pitting in? No, he's not. No, he's not. It was not an in kind of situation there, like Lewis Hamilton-esque, or was it just looking like it with coming a little too late on the brakes into the final hairpin? We'll never know. I think Patrick is going to be happy to tell us that it was just a bit of confusion with the pit stops there. And Thomas, indeed, the bromance is already going strong, I'd like to say, between me and Jack. And I might be pissing Jack off once in a while and annoying the shit out of him for most of the time, but we still get along mighty fine with one another, and we do enjoy the company of one another greatly here in the booth. And generally speaking, across the board here on Simracersworld TV, not to blow our own horn again, but I just think we've got a really good team of commentators by now, and we've got some nice characters along. We always have a lot of fun with these broadcasts, of course, of upcoming series here on the channel. We have... Oh, we're still watching a replay. I apologize for that. But anyway, we've got the SRW GT4 Winter Series coming up. We've got the SRW NASCAR Series coming up, which I'm going to bring, and I'm going to be very excited for that. It's going to be a lot of close racing, and you know, nothing gets me excited like close racing. Last time we had NASCAR, we've had a single race, and I almost lost my voice there, so that goes to say quite a lot. And did we actually ever see... Well, there was that situation with Patrick Young before, but he managed to escape pretty well, not too hurt from that situation. Oh, Mike Barton might have had a bit of an issue here. He seems to have had a couple of situations in close conjunction with one another. It's the 69 machine. Oh, well, it's the lead car. He almost took him out. Oh, my word. Oh, Jesus. That was so close. And somehow he managed not to take him out. I'm just going to go on board. Look at this. Oh, talking of close calls there. Oh my word. And that was... I think no damage done to the 69 machine, who after a fast repair looks a lot cleaner than it did earlier on here. And with Mike Barton in the car now, that's of course the car of the European NASCAR champion on their team as well. And now of course I forgot his name. That's very embarrassing. At least I can be honest about it. By the way, now we're almost 3.5 hours into this race, and I feel like it is a good time just to give you a little bit of an update of the running order, at least just the top 3s of the different classes here, and also where we got close battles still on track, but it's still Simtech, of course, leading with Fabrice Cornelis now behind the wheel of the car in front of Patrick Young, who had that moment before, and Damien Allo, who's still carrying damage to his rear end, and he's obviously losing time as a result of that, but I think the team has made a decision to not really go ahead and do too much about it, because they know we're still early in the race, and the longer you can wait with taking your fast repairs, well, in the end, the better. In the Porsche Cup class, it's still the bin goal by Simtech EMG car, the number 63 machine that we saw get very close to trouble before. None of his own fault whatsoever, but he managed to avoid it. And it's a race leader lapping another race leader with the car of Fabrice Cornelis just whiffing by on the inside there. And they're leading ASK Volante Racing, as they've been doing for the entirety of the race, actually. And then the Vapor Shop number 12 machine of Dries Rohart at the moment, who's in third, and they're doing a very good job of actually just flying ever so slightly under the radar, trying to avoid the trouble. Jack, look at the traffic right here, though. It's absolutely packed. Chaotic scenes as the Flemish Sim Sports car make contact there, and it's the race leader, it's the class leader, and they're into the wall.
Yeah, not what we like to see, straight into the wall. I fear he did slightly cut across the nose there, rejoined the circuit as expected. What happened now? Yeah, I think that was just sort of, he was maybe looking in his mirror, seeing the car behind, the RDR Vapor Shop machine, and Diego Hames into the wall, all 4 wheels off the ground. A side impact, so might affect steering, and again goes for a bit of a rumble through the gravel. You can see the damage on the left-hand side of that car. So not what we like to see at all. However, he is continuing on in the lead. We're hearing in chat that Thomas Smith saying, fun fact, Make also drove in your own NASCAR. It has been a while since he drove it. What I'll do is I'll do a quick bit of research for you, Hasser, and get back to you with some little stats.
Yeah, indeed. Stats. Sorry, I was reading chat for a moment there. So what stats? You're going to have to repeat the question as I really wasn't paying attention for a short moment. And to my defense, at some point of a 24-hour broadcast, that is going to happen. But stats are stats, and we're going to talk about it later, because I was actually going through the standings check, and I just like to complete what I started before with moving on to the GT4 machines, where we have Diego Hames, and talk about Curse of the Commentator coming into effect even before we started talking about him, as he had that incident, and to me that does seem like it's rather impeding his car. It's not a good place to be in whatsoever. He's lucky he got a 1 minute 22 second cushion down to Ben Kuipers, who's also carrying a bit of damage in the Talk Freak Racing by Carrot car. And as they call it, David Barraclough, we had him in for an interview not long ago. He said, oh, they're not going to be too worried about the pace of the Flemish Simsport cars, because they were going around really fast indeed. But seems that his words might have cursed them a bit as well there. We still got Scuderia Sim Racing now in third place here in the GT4 class with Yannick van Overloop in the car. And the 14 machine there doing well. They've been championship contenders all the way along. And they've been bringing the fight to the Talk Freak guys with quite a lot of success. And for a lot part of the season, with most success of anyone. And then in the TCR, still leading is Kevin van der Silk for the G-Drive Racing Ximia number 17 team, who even with that crash and fast repairs back in the race lead. Keanu Borgagnon is second for Flemish Simsport, and Jano Loré for Radillion in the 30 car is in third position at the moment, and it's being changed by Stefan Kalbrick, but he's got a minute up to the car ahead. He's got a minute down to the car behind as well. So really, you could say he's Robinson Crusoe at the moment. Jano Loré on an island.
Thank you very much for running us through the order there, Hasse. It's always very good to see where people are out on track, and I do have a few little details for you. So Make Barton currently driving the number 6, or currently with the number 69 Sky Limit race team, and if you're familiar with the NASCAR Wheel and Euro series, you will know that there are two classes, the Wheel and Euro Elite 1 and Wheel and Euro Elite 2, Elite 1 being the faster of the two classes. As far as I'm aware, please do correct me if I'm wrong, he had 2 races in both, of which he made up positions as well in both of those. Sadly, no wins, podiums or poles. However, he did make places in both races. His average start was 17th, his average finish was 14th. So evidently, he is very confident with a comeback drive, and his team are more or less cementing that, because they have been working their way back up through the order after that incident. Make Barton currently in the car at the moment, the number 69 machine, 7th in class, and wow, that was close between David Plasman and the SimTag TCR machine. So 13th overall and 7th in class is Make Barton, and he is on for a mega comeback drive. Obviously, that he's been partnered with Alan Day as well. There is Dries Rohert, the Vape Shop RDR Motorsport machine, the number 12 car, continuing on 9th overall, 3rd in class, rounding out your provisional podium for the moment. Of course, we've still got lots of time left of this race. A lot can change, but the number 12 machine, in a world of its own, more than happy to keep churning the laps. However, 8 seconds up the road is David Plasman for SK Volante.
Indeed, that was actually what I was seeing before as well, that battle was slowly coming, surely but slowly is what I wanted to say, coming back together. Look at this though, the number 19 car that's, funny enough, in 18th place overall at the moment, and then the number 24 to number 25 car is really working well for me at the moment here. In 19th place, just as they were getting close, they get cut up by a couple of other cars. There's the Edge Esports machine getting rather severed in this racing line into that chicane by the that is one of the Dynamics Porsches. Just behind these, Tommy Rao in the 63 leading 911 GT3 Cup car, and still a close battle between these ones, as Anthony Beekman is in 4th at the moment for GT ABK Racing, is ahead here, but only by about a second, And with all this traffic, this could really be turning into the next hot battle we're seeing on track, Jack.
Yeah, it looks like this is where the battle is going to be, if it's going to be anywhere. We're hearing that Simtag Racing did receive a penalty for that earlier incident with BMS Motorsport, so Attila Sipos down for the responsibility of that. A stop-go I heard on their previous pit stop was served. There is Leinik chasing down Anthony Beekman. 1 second the gap between the pair of them. You can see the Torque Freak Carrot car there as well, and it looks like they're going to take a lap off themselves, because there is Yannick van Overloop. Oh, sorry, there is Ben Kuipers, pardon me, in the that is the I'm seeing. They look so similar, very similar blue. That is not for position, and I don't even think he's unlapping himself. That is the 900 machine of Ronald Wojtek in the test racing GT4 machine. I heard contact there.
Yeah, I think they just touched indeed, Jack. We didn't get any chance for a replay there, so can't really spool back to show you what happened. But indeed, it wasn't just you hearing things that don't exist like you always do. This time around, it was actually real. So maybe your doctor fixed out your ears this time around. I'm just kidding. But Maciej Linek, I think I would expect him to be Polish. That sounds a very Polish name to me. Of course, could be wrong. But in this case, I'm actually like 97, 98% sure. Anyways, never mind that. Linek, what a last name. That's a different one a different one and a difficult one as well to pronounce right. I think in Western European languages, we're not really used to the succession of two consonants like that, so close to one another, and the sounds. We want a vowel in between there to be able to say like Milnik or Lunik. It's a little strange, but I hope we get it right. If not, tell us. Please tell us, and we'll.
You are correct. I have just searched him up on iRacing, and yes, you are correct. He is from Poland.
Well. There you see. I see some cheering going on as well, and I've seen. It's not the first time. It's just the first time I've really noticed it in time to mention it. But it's so nice to see all the cheering going on in chat for different teams here. As by the way, Fabrice Cornelis sets a new fastest lap of the race now, as we're 3.5 hours into it. 1:22.180. He's flying along. That is, by the way, over a second faster than the quickest lap of the car, currently running in second place. And it's, hold on here, it's 5 seconds faster than the last lap put in by Patrick Young. So Fabrice Cornelis, he is putting down the hammer at the moment. And I think, have they used the fast repair of that car? No, they haven't. They're still carrying the slightest bit of damage. You can see it there on the glass fiber bodywork. Indeed, it's taken a bit of a dent on the right hand side and on the front as well. And we did see a very unlucky bit of contact from the race leading car earlier on in the race, or quite early in the race actually, lapping one of the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars, if I recall correctly, that just seemed to blink into existence right in front of this car, as sometimes it happens. Sadly in iRacing, when you have some kind of slight connectivity issues, it can cause the cars to blink in and out of existence. And if this is ill-timed enough, well, you can have it with the outcome as what we saw earlier. That was at least our view of it here in the booth. That was what we saw. It could be different for the drivers out there, but I'm counting on Fabrice Cornelis seeing exactly what we saw there, because it really looked that way as well. Nevertheless, a very unlucky situation, and we've had a couple of problems here. Jack, Didier Dexter's, the 908, the 24-hour man, has had an issue in the final chicane.
Yeah, he has. That looks like he's either changed down too quickly, locked a brake, maybe touched the grass, but what can you expect when he is having a solo effort? This, a little mistake like that won't bother him massive amounts. He came out rather hastily there, and it means he drove out onto the racing line in front of, I think that was the GT4 and the GT3 leader. He's managed to do something that everybody else has done. He's managed to disturb them both at the same time. What has happened to Marvin Julian Mamans on the run up towards the Gilles Villeneuve chicane? I'm guessing he's going to enter it backwards. Let's see what happened. No, he doesn't look like he's going to get it. There you go. There's the backwards bit. So that looks like a replay of every single one of my races in the Porsche Cup car. Grabs a gear, gets it back going again, gains extra style points from that one, and back going once again. But it's that number 13 G-Drive car, Hasse. It's once again come to strife. Little mistakes like that can really cost them dearly, and I do feel for them.
Yeah, indeed, and it's also hard to keep it's hard to keep your spirits high when you keep having these sort of incidents and you keep getting thrown back into the mix of cars. You've already gone past here as the 11 machine sneaks up through on the inside of Didier Dexter's 908 Circuit Zolder car. And there behind is the second place machine of Patrick Young entering the final chicane. Oh, and he's really struggling to find space for himself there. It becomes a sketchy situation, and that's around the Flemish Simsport TCR car as well, who just gets around it safely. We do have a battle still going on here between Anthony Beekman in the number 19 car, who's still in 18th, and that's of course 4th place in the GT4 machines, and that's 4th and 5th, of course, the aforementioned Pole Maciej Milinik, who's done well to chase down Anthony Beekman and is keeping the gap around. This half a second gets a very good run through the chicane. He's now on the bumper, Jack, and do you think he's going to be close enough to make the move anywhere in this lap?
He's definitely getting much closer. Tucked underneath the rear wing, harder on the brakes by the looks of it was Anthony Beekman, but look how close Milinik is. I heard a bit of a noise in the background, whether that was contact between the Porsche and the Radical. We can see in the background, look at him, he's looking to the left and the right. Is the Edge Esports driver, but nothing comes of that. Radical coming in very hot. He could see charging towards the tail end of Milinik's Porsche. A bit of damage aboard that Radical once again. Tucked underneath the rear wing, Milinik opting for the TCR draft over the GT4 draft. Somehow Anthony Beekman still the lead Porsche, but how long that will last, I really don't know.
Well, it's a good question indeed, and seems like we have been deceived, Jack, and we've made a little bit of a mistake, because Didier Dexters is certainly not a 24-hour man. It is the Zolder staff team actually running that car, but he couldn't fix all the names in, and that is for a good reason when they're running on the same account. So we stand corrected on that one. It was just because that was how it looked in our sheets, the information we have available to us. And just goes to show that sometime you assume something and it just turns out not to be right. And look at that, that's a bad exit for the 19 car. And they're going to be side by side through the long left-hander into the chicane here of Gilles Villeneuve. Giles Newtown is going to be the place for the 18, or it's up into 18th place it is for Linek in the 25 machine of Edge Esports. And I'm really getting confused by all these 19s, 18s, and numbers all around. I'm just going to stick to the class positions instead, in which it is the battle for 4th. So that's a really good position to be gained there for the pole, who is now looking to race ahead. And he seems to be on a very different pace right now than Anthony Beekman.
Yeah, so there is the moment that it was all leading up to. Milinik now in front of Beekman, and I have just had a quick look over at our important information. Little bits we need to mention, Hasse, and sadly we are going to have to go from a happy note to a slightly lower note once we've seen this incident. What has happened to Glenn Van Parijs? Over-rotated the car on the throttle. Does he keep it out of the wall? Just a little kiss for its troubles, and there you go. Grabs reverse, grabs first, and gets going again. But Tim Jacobs, we saw him in the chat earlier being nice and vocal, and he is participating for the Vape Shop RDR Motorsport machine. And sadly, it is a rather emotional event for him, because a month ago he had to say goodbye to a loyal friend and employee, Kevin, who was probably the biggest supporter of the team during the racing season. And as a way of showing their final respect, and as a way of remembering his fierce spirit, he has immortalised him by giving him an honorary spot on our racing car, including his favourite vaping Groot tattoo, Rip Teddy. This one is for you. So, Kevin, our thoughts go out to you and your family.
And indeed, it's always sad to hear those kind of stories, but what we've seen on so many occasions from the sim racing community as a whole is that it's one of the most respectful and honorful communities, I'd say, in terms of remembering the victims of such situations. And seen several memorable events held in honor of sim racers who, for one reason or another, have passed away, and that something along the same lines of tradition here, and that is very touching indeed. And all of a sudden I find myself in a very different kind of mood, and of course it's not something that we can, of course we really want to talk upon it, but it also does set a kind of somber mood all of a sudden, but a big piece of respect here. And of course we're happy to mention it and happy to show the car for a while, and that already very good looking Vapor Shop RDR Motorsports machine. Jack, we've mentioned this on several occasions before, but this is one bit of style that I like. When speaking colors, everything goes with black, and as we know here on Simracersworld, orange is very much one of those colors, so of course this is going to be one good looking car for us.
It really is. I think I just love the complexity, the attention to detail really does make that livery complete. And I know we always mention our favourite livery, and I've got to say mine has got to be that Vapor Shop RDR livery. It does look absolutely amazing. One of the liveries that will hopefully get a fresh lick of paint though is Cohen Klopman's, who is now in the lead car. The number 2 machine has been swapped from Fabrice Cornelis to Cohen Klopman. So let's hope that that car either gets repaired with some optional repairs or some required repairs, whatever they have received. But we will see what happens when they leave the pit lane. But I've got to say, that Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport livery looks absolutely amazing. I'm sure you can agree with me, Hasse.
Yeah, very much so. And just to hop on to another thing, we saw Glenn van Parijs with a bit of trouble before, and this is just a bit of the same incident from before. The turning circle of this 911 GT3 Cup car isn't really easy to work with. And that seems to be it, and he's back running. So just wanted to make sure that he wasn't out for another incident here. Another driver that's gotten in the car relatively recently is Cemil Yagisoglu, and that sounds very Turkish to me, and he enters the first chicane very backwards indeed, Jack. And your prophecies, you said it before the race as well, you thought we were going to be seeing a lot of backwards facing 911 GT3 Cup cars, and that's come to be true indeed.
Yeah, that tends to be how I drive them anyway. I struggle to keep them pointing the right direction. Massive respect if you can drive them quickly. Well, massive respect if you can drive them at all, and even more so if you can drive them quickly. The man we're looking at the moment, Dries Roher for Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport, driving very, very quickly. Currently in 9th position overall, 3rd in class, and I believe, Hasse, I think 3rd time's a charm. I will let you have an interview. It is from our race leader. Fabrice Cornelis is in the interview waiting room, so I'm going to let you have this one.
Well, Fabrice, it's something we've seen from you before, and yet again you have put in a sterling performance over the opening few stints and put yourself and your team in absolute pole position for the remainder of the race. What are your thoughts on what's happened out there on track so far?
Oh, hello. Yeah, sorry. Hello, guys. It's tough out there. It's all about surviving this race and yeah, just keeping out of the problems, like you saw already, and just keep the consistent pace like this. And I hope we can keep it like that. And
speaking of difficult circumstances, you can see Cohen is now very much in the thick of it here in traffic. You seem to have that mastery of just where to put the car and how to get through it, and it seems to really be working out. And sometimes we saw you lapping 5 seconds faster than the following cars. Do you expect this kind of advantage coming into this race, or does it surprise you as well?
To be honest, I didn't expect that it would be that much. I knew there was a gap because, yeah, we're just a bit more experienced in the sim than others here on track. So I knew there was a gap between us, but yeah, this is quite a lot. It's a bit surprising for me too. I think the others are a bit like maybe a bit scared on track and don't want to take too much risks. But to be honest, we are also quite safe when we pass people. But yeah, I think it's all about experience now. You can see every class leader has like the experienced sim racers. So I think that's the key.
And you blew your engine at Daytona, and having the time to get it fixed, to get back into the pits, and to get running out ahead of the next competitor as well. But are you going to be taking any extra precautions to protect the engine this time around, knowing it has to last the whole 24 hours?
But not really. We're just pushing because like the thing on Daytona was because the engine was heating up because on the oval it was getting too hot. You know, the straight was too long. So that's like the main thing. I think the only way you can blow up engine here is by downshifting way too quick back to first or second gear. But of course we keep that in mind. But we don't really have have in our mind that we can blow up the engine at any point.
All right, and always a pleasure having you in here, Fabrice. And before I say veel success for the rest of the race, is there anyone you'd like to give a quick shout out or a thanks to?
I see you practiced a lot, right?
I watch my cycling on sports. I pick up bits and bobs here and there and try to get the interviews as well. But thanks, man.
Yeah, Michel Words is not bad to listen to. Yeah, big thank you to Koen and Thomas for driving this with me. We're having a lot of fun on Discord and just making jokes while driving, so it's always funny. And of course, you guys for broadcasting. 24 hours is quite long, so thanks a lot for that. And also, like the biggest partner of this 24-hour Simtech. Since short time it became my work. Now I'm selling things for Simtech. So yeah, thanks a lot to them, and of course Andy and Ronald in the race control for making sure we have a safe 24 hours.
That's great to hear. So best of luck, as I said, in your native language, just to have everyone else on as well. And let's see how it goes for the remainder of the 24 hours. And do feel free to come back and have a word with us later as well.
Yeah, sure. See you guys. Bye bye.
So that was Fabrice Cornelis of the Simtech Racing Radical team, their teammate of Koen Klopman, who is Kopman indeed, as we're watching him at the moment, and that joke is not going to be funny for very much more. I do realize that, and I will stop saying it indeed. Jack, it's been a very, very good opening now. 4 hours of the race, and as I was just about to say that it's beginning to calm down ever so slightly, look at the gap between these two lads again.
Yeah, so it's Stefan Kalbrecht in the BMS Motorsport TCI. You can see he is the lead car, the silver and green one, followed by the white and green machine of Jarno Loret. He is only 2/10 back as they let past the Sky Limit Racing Team Porsche, screaming by the camera, the beautiful flat 6 raw from that Porsche. And you can see the class leader, the GT4 class leader, trying to work his way through, Diego Hames. And you can see that, I think, who is that trying to get through as well? Is that, I think that's Mlaniak. Mlaniak? Yeah, I think that is actually trying to work his way through. So you can see a couple of little battles intertwining themselves with others, but Jarno Loret chasing down Stefan Kalbrecht. Those two are glued together for the foreseeable future now, and that seems to be the way forward. A new battle forms, they stay together for a long while, and it tends to be strategy that splits them up. And the people that are thinking about strategy at the moment are the top 5 overall, because Patrick Young has come into the pit lane. Alex Cascatu has taken over the GHK E-Racing by T2 machine from, I think it was Steph Del News that was in that car, and now Damien Allo is still in the Traxxas by JB Services car, but whether those two will swap around, I don't know. he's managed to keep in the position he wants to be. He is leading the GT3 Porsche Cup class. How long that will last, I don't know. Still lots of racing to go. 20 hours and 8 minutes to go. So a long wait. Lots of fuel to be used. Lots of tyres to be shredded through. Hopefully no more body panels to be dented, and no more trade to be painted. No, wrong way around, Jack. No more paint to be traded. There we go. But looking at it at the moment, Damien Allo has either got a penalty or he has got damage aboard his Radical, because he's still in the pit lane. That, I think, was Didier Dexter's, or one of the Zolder team. Obviously, it might not be Didier Dexter's behind the wheel, but we know that it is the Zolder team. We think, well, that was the incident from earlier, or is that just a carbon copy? No, that is a carbon copy of what we've seen already, touching the grass with that outside. Oh, there goes Tommy Rao, very close there, and look at him, he's being swarmed. The number 19, the number 30, and the number 51 all charging towards him. But I think that is probably the same driver behind the wheel, because that circuit Zolder by Simtag car has hit that grass on the way into the final corner twice now. A very easy mistake to make, and it will pretty much be a carbon copy of what other people will do. Brian Crowell's going very slowly with a bit of damage on the front of that car. What has happened there?
There's been an incident, and I don't know if this has been between both of these cars. Here's Yannick van Overloop. Oh, that's a very unlucky bit of contact there. I just think they didn't really... Oh, and then he's getting collected big time, and that's where Brian Crowell comes into the picture all of a sudden, and we're just going to pick it up from his onboard cam here to see what he saw, or more or less what he saw, because he's not going to have the same field of view. Keep that in mind, and that is a problem for some sim racers, as he cannot really do anything. He comes around the corner, doesn't really know there's a problem, might have seen the yellow flags, and that's a bit of an issue here in sim racing in general, and in iRacing as well, whether to really, how much do you heed the yellow flags, because sometimes you just plow on straight through, and that's what you do most of the time if someone's off at the side of the road. But sometimes you also find a car parked straight across it, and then you meet it T-boning like that, and that really isn't the way to go on with the race. And that's very unlucky indeed for the GT4 car, which was in there. That is, of course, the Scuderia sim racing machine that we're watching in the pits right now in for repairs.
Yeah, I think it was a clumsy mistake to start off with Brian Crowell's. Nothing really much he could do. He just got turned in on, which left him in the middle of the road, and you could hear that the Scuderia sim racing car was hard on the brakes. The ABS was doing everything it could to stop the locking up, and then I think there was a bit of movement from Crowell's, which just shifted him forward. So not quite sure what the race control will make of that. I'm sure they're looking into that as we speak. Looking at Mleinik in the 25 Edge esports machine, currently 17th overall, third in class now, chasing down Ben Kuipers and that Talk Freak Racing by Carrot machine. And I've got to say, that car is going quicker and quicker and quicker, because if you look at the most recent time, it was 1 full second than Diego Hames for Flemish Sim Sport, the GT4 leader. And after speaking to who was it that we spoke to? After speaking to David Barraclough, I think that getting to the end won't be an issue. Getting the win is going to follow suit, I believe, because looking at the overall pace at the moment and the consistent pace as well, it's Ben Kuiper's race to be had, really. I'm just hoping that they hand over to either Bram Reniers or Tim Claessens, because I don't believe we've seen either of those.
Well, Tim Claessens has been in for the opening stint, I remember, for these guys, and it's true that that they have a guy or a driver yet to get in the car, and it could also be spreading it. Otherwise, maybe some of the drivers are thinking, or some of the teams, I'm sorry, are thinking of putting in a man to sleep through the day and drive through the night. Could be a way of working it out. Although I don't think most of the teams are 3-man or less, so they don't really have that type of luxury. And Ben Kuiper is trying for the comeback here, as he's 1 minute and 2 seconds down. By the way, Jack, just as I was thinking about it, Damien Allo is now rejoining the track, and look at it. they've done some repairs to the car, but that's still largely a very bent rear wing, and I'm thinking they might already have used the 2 fast repairs they had.
Yeah, I can't see a situation where they've had to use them. I can't remember them going into the pit lane for a mandatory pit stop and then coming out with a fresh car, but that's a lot of damage, and you would have thought if they had one, they would have used it. They were in the pit lane for a long while. We can see, so from pit entry to pit exit, it was 9 minutes 25 seconds. So best part of 10 minutes of the race has been lost. 1 minute 51 up the road is Roy Mars for Stage 1 Racing Belcar, and then 7 minutes up the road from there is Dennis Lux for Fast Racing Team. So Damien Allo has got a lot of work to do, lots of time to do it in though, but has a lot of work to do to get back up and battling for positions. Closest cars on the circuit, I'm just going to have a brief scan down. I think it might be Steve Maris and Team MRS in 21st position, coming down to now 3.7 seconds. And it's got to that point in the race, Asa, where it comes round occasionally. There are very few cars within touching distance of each other. And yeah, I think it is Stephen Maris and the number 35 Team MRS car, 7th in class, 21st overall.
Indeed it is. We've got currently 4.18 seconds between Stephen and Jaron Vettel up ahead. And that gap is seeming to be getting shorter and shorter. I think they took a fast repair when they were in after that incident, and that is probably a wise decision. I would imagine that damage to have been pretty heavy on the car as well. And as the race is really beginning to settle in... Oh, and look at that, Jaron Vettel out of nowhere. He loses it and gets a heavy contact with the wall. And we're going to have another look at that. Because I was actually looking over at the standings. Wasn't really expecting just someone to go and lose it out of the blue like that. Jack, what do you see happening here?
Going into turn 4, you can see he pitched the car in. Does he touch the gravel on the exit? Yep, there you go. A bit of gravel, holds the brakes, trying to get it slowed down, but the ABS kicks in straight into concrete wall is what it looks like anyway. It could be a bit of tyre barrier, but looking at the damage, I think he got away with that quite lightly. Yes, it is tyre barrier. So all that is apparent is the missing bonnet, possibly a bit of aero damage, and that will massively affect top end speed as well. So Jeroen Vettel, as he's left the pit lane after that fast repair, he may think about taking either his second, or he will have to sacrifice that and wait for it to get the required repairs completed, because like you mentioned, Hasse, you want to have at least one of those fast repairs sort of ready to use in the final half of the race. Is he continuing on? Yes, he is. He's clearly decided that the car is handling perfectly fine and there's no need to go into the pit lane. So Jeroen Vettel continuing on, and obviously if he were to pit now, it would throw him massively out of whack with his stint. Currently 21st overall though. After that incident, Maris has got in front. Look at this though. This is Maris with the number 71 machine all over him. That's Frank Oosterhuis for who is that? That is for Graphite Racing TCR, having spoken to his teammate John Ford a few laps ago, playing the long game at the moment. They are slowly picking up positions here and there. We've got Didier Dexter's in the pit lane. They've been in the pit lane for a long while, Hasse. That is 6 minutes they have now been in the pit lane. I can't say I saw an incident for them.
Oh yeah, they did have an incident not too long ago, where they lost the car into the final chicane. It's the circuit Zolder car there, so it's hard to say just what's happened, but I don't recall having seen anything happening to them just recently here. Not too long ago we had this situation here for Alex Cascatau. Oh, that is a big old rear ending of the 66 machine there, and oh my word, I think even Stella's a little bit shocked by either that's the incident or my reaction. I don't know, it could be any of them, could be both, but that is much more than I expected for that situation. It looked like a small off track there, but it's a big old hit indeed. And Alex Cascatau, that might have been some of the explanation as to why they were so far behind, or no, that's of course after the pit stop, so that's just put them even further behind. They're a minute and a half of the Sim RC Club Sport car now in second, and that's not gonna help their progress any further at all. Brakes glowing here into the Gilles Villeneuve chicane, and right in front actually is indeed Simon Grossman, who's now ahead by a lap, so that's gonna certainly help the radicals settle down even further now. It is the long run, the long haul that's really starting. And being 4 hours into this track, we've got 20 hours to go. And that is a long, long, long way indeed. And I think it's a good thing to bring along for any of the teams who've had bad luck so far in this race, that it can happen to anyone else as well. Nothing is certain at this point, and to be honest, anything can pretty much still happen. Although the odds of different stuff, of course, are varying. I think I won't rule anything out with what we've seen so far and entirety of the night to come and so on. I think all the more reason to keep your eyes on this bit here. The screen in front of you and the racing that's going on, even though they're a little separated from car to car at the moment, especially in the top class, but also throughout the classes. The closest cars in the GT3 Cup cars at the moment is David Plessman for ASK Volante in second, and Glenn Van Perez from Pro Assist Sim Racing, who's right here, and he's currently third in class, 9th overall.
Got to say though, Hasse, that was the 900 once again going into the tail end of a car. Maybe not being quite wise as to how the pit lane entry goes. Obviously here at Zolder, into the final chicane, you need to be hard on the brakes, but clearly they're not aware that just because they're going in the pit lane, it doesn't mean the car ahead is. I do believe they've been given another stop go. I think the 900 has already had 2 penalties, and they've been given another. And I know for incident points, you cannot get disqualified, but it's then down to the race directors to decide what to do, because that is now a recurring issue for the 900, but they should be continuing on nonetheless. There is still lots of racing to go. We are now over the 4-hour mark, so under 20 hours of racing to go, and sadly only 2 hours of our commentary stint left to go, Hasse. But from what we've seen so far, anybody who has been watching along with us and is planning on sticking around for the whole 24, you know you're not going to be short of action.
No, certainly not. And it's going to be, I think I can safely say now, plenty of battles developing over the course of this race, and plenty of shocks still to be had. All the reason to watch on. Anyways, Mew, nice to have you along. And no, I'm not going to do another. To be fair, I didn't do 24 hours at that old GT Sport charity broadcast either. I did a long time, though, not 24 hours. I had a bit of a break. I think that was maybe 4 or 5 hours off in the middle of it all. This time around, it's a little more balanced, I'd like to say. I've got 6 hours with Jack here, and then it's going to be over to Chas Draycott, and that's going to be at 8:45 Central European Time, 7:45, of course, Greenwich Mean Time. And from there on, tonight at 2:45 Central European Time, I'm going to take over, and I'm going to keep Edward May, who's going to do a 12-hour stint, so God be with the lad. I was going to get through that. It's going to be interesting. I'm going to have the pleasure of having the final 6 hours with him, so perhaps we can get him to say some funny stuff. Lord knows, we'll try. And then we're gonna be back with Jack Werrell and Peter Mackay for the final 6 hours of the race. So a solid team that has been brought together to bring you this race in its entirety, save for a few minutes here and there when we'll be closing down one stream, and that's, I think, worth mentioning. The streams have been split up into 4 parts, and that's of course 4 parts of 6 hours each. This first one a little bit longer because we had the intro, qualifying and so on happening, so interesting nonetheless to have 6 hours. I think 6 hours is, to be fair, also quite long to be in the booth talking. But with your company, Jack, time flies.
Well, I'm sure you're more than happy to for the time to fly, because I know you hate having me in the commentary box anyway. But, there is still a race going on. Still looking at Stephen Morris, for Team MRS. Currently sat in 20th overall, 6th in class. One thing we haven't mentioned in a while is the biggest mover in the field, and we tried to go off positive points. The most negative positions lost is Quinn van Hooijdonk, who is now he's now no longer at the very bottom end of the order. We knew he was continuing on, and we know he's setting very, very, very quick lap times. So looking at the class that he's in there, the 911 Cup car class, they're doing 31s, 32s, the occasional 33 in there. And Quinn van Hooijdonk for BMS Motorsport GT3 is consistently in the 33s, occasionally dropping into the 32s. Currently in 34th, 9th in class, 25 positions lost, but he's continuing on at a good pace. So by the time we end our commentary stint, I'm guessing he will be up amongst the TCRs, maybe even touching on towards the GT4s. But the most positions gained at first glance is for Nick Poilet for the Dynamics Belcar Green, the number 110, 7th in class, 29th overall, and that just shows how quick and how competitive they've been, and they're 13 seconds away from picking up another one. Jeremy Hessel's up the road in the sister Dynamics racing machine. So by the looks of it, all team orders off the table, and you can still see Stephen Maris is preoccupied with the traffic. He's had to let some traffic by, and he's already gone through one corner, and surely that means, yep, more traffic is going to have to come through. There you go, the Sky Limits events team comes raging on through, and one man I am really looking forward to seeing out on track is in that number 51 machine, Mirko Bertolotti. I sure hope that we get him on for an interview as well. It would be great to interview him, but I'm hoping that the car gets that far, because they are now back in the pit lane. I can't say I've seen them have had an interview, but you've got to almost think worst case scenario at this point, because we've seen lots of little incidents for them.
Yeah, very much so, and it seems to be the way for so many of the teams today. Is that those small incidents here and there, and you just pick up a little damage here, and a little thing there, a little bip there, and a bump there. You know what I mean? And it all adds up to greater sum of it all in the end. And Stephen Maris, I was just watching this battle for a bit of time as well, and seemed to get very close before. And now Stephen Maris, he's out of the traffic, and he is able to just draw out a bit of an advantage as Jeroen Vatlet clears the very same traffic as well. And Simon Grossman's just gone over the line in a 1:23.5, so they've picked up the pace as well, and are nowhere near 5 seconds off as well, so that might have been a bit of an outlier of a lap to use as an example as well. But it did happen nonetheless, so it's not like it's fake news of any kinds, but it might be a bad example nonetheless. The battle that we saw before, that was so close between Maciej Milinek and Anthony Beekman, well, it is no more, and they're now 25 seconds apart. You've seen the Edge Esports team before, and they've been strong before. They're showing good pace here again. And wasn't actually seeing this really, Jack, but they're up into the top 3 in class.
They are indeed. They're doing a brilliant job at Edge Esports. They are a pit stop down, though. The last time they came into the pits was on their personal lap 53, but that's what I have recorded, and I find it very hard to believe that they have managed to do 100 laps without having to pit. So I'm not sure. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong car there. It was GT ABK have not yet pitted for a long while, but looking at it, Edge Esports, like I said, the last time they pitted was lap 111. They are now on lap 115, so that is 40 laps at least. They have been out on the road, but Maciej Milinek doing a brilliant job behind the wheel, chasing down Ben Kuipers, and then up the road is Ben Kuipers chasing down Diego Hames at a rate of about a second a lap. The lead gap for Ben Kuipers now is 53 seconds, so it was over a minute a few laps ago, and it's now on its way back down, Hassan.
Indeed it is, and just looking at the best and last laps of the cars around Maciej Milinek, 200ths of a second off of his fastest lap in this race on his last lap, so he's really hammering at the moment. He's gaining on both Ben Kuipers and Diego Haynes, and all of them are within a minute and a half. So it might not be in the very nearest of future that we're going to see this, but it really could develop into a very hot lead battle for the entirety of the podium, basically, in the GT4 class. And we're really going to have to keep an eye on that for later in proceedings. Edward may say he's always saying funny stuff. That's true indeed, but I think after 10 hours in the booth, I can make you say some very funny stuff indeed. We're going to see just how that plays out tomorrow morning. I think that's going to be very funny indeed. I'm going to grab myself 5 cups of coffee and be on my A game, and we'll see just what happens.
I've got to back that statement up quickly, Hassa, though, because we are being joined by Peter Mackay, like Hassa mentioned, for the final 6 hours with myself, and Peter has set up a little rallycross league, and if you're not familiar with rallycross, you have to take a joker lap. So that at some circuits is a longer variation of the circuit. At other circuits, it's a shorter variation. You have to take it once and no more. It is mandatory. You have to do it, and because it's called a joker lap, somebody came up with the idea that you've got to say a joke while you're going through. It has to be a dad joke. It's got to be very poor taste, but you know, sometimes they are the funniest. And I've got to say, Ed May managed to break every single one of us because we were sat there crying, trying to negotiate the Daytona Rallycross course after he had said his joke.
Well, that's good news. I think I'm just looking forward for these the next 6 hours I'm going to do tonight, all the more tonight and tomorrow morning as well. What you could safely call the graveyard stint, alongside the next stint, of course, with Chas Draycott and Edward May as well. Still be in for the same amount of time. Oh, Cemil Yagisoglu is a little too aggressive on the curbs there. He finds himself with Rob Tyson in the G-Drive car. All of a sudden, Jack, we have an on-track battle going on here with the 15 G-Drive machine on the tail of that 906 Dynamics car. The 906 actually doing pretty well at the moment here, but that seems like a very clean and repaired G-Drive number 15 car to me. Rob Tyson, well, we know his pace, and he's going to be pushing for a position here. And if he can't force his way through, well, he's going to be hoping for Yagisoglu to make another mistake like that that might open the door for him. And you see just how it livens up all of a sudden when you get these battles going again and the racing gets going. And it comes from out of the blue. You look down, you see 20, 30 seconds all the way around. Then all of a sudden, 2 cars are close to one another. And it all just comes down to one having a pit stop. And you know how drivers' strategies and team strategies are getting skewered from one another. And it's really hard to keep the golden overview of anything, even with the... oh, Rob Tyson there, he keeps it under control. Jack, did you see that massive slide of the rear end? And they're now getting split by a TCR as well. And the question is, he's going to force his way out through there before he gets down towards the chicane. And that's, of course, not to get impeded too much here into turn 4. Because as Jack said earlier on, indeed, it does give us nervy moments when they go too wide through there. Now up into the first chicane. And he'll be trying just to close down the gap. He seems to have a pace advantage, Jack, on the 906 Dynamics car up ahead of Yagisoglu. That is that's quite present, to say so.
It is. I've got to say, I think Yagisoglu will be fully aware that Rob Tyson is on his way. Rob Tyson, very competitive in the Simracersworld GT series, and Kamil Yagisoglu, I think, is also in those as well. I've got to say, a lot of these names very well known in the Sim Racers World community, just to name a few that we are 100% aware of. We've got Matthias Titij, Kamil Yagisoglu, Rob Tyson, Diego Haynes, Ben Krause, Brian Krause, we have seen Keanu Bourguignon, Ben Thanes, just to name some of the names that have been shown here on Sim Racers World before, and obviously a lot of them have been here throughout the entire season of the Virtual Belcar eSeries. Here comes Rob Tyson, a little look up the inside, flying the flag for G-Drivers, the number 13, as tried to do throughout the entire race. That now has Thomas Podporky behind the wheel, the number 13 G-Drive Racing Exemia machine, and Kamil Yagisoglu has got the number 15 G-Drive Racing Exemia machine all over his rear bumper. But once again, to reference Chaz Draycott, somebody who you'll be joined by a little later on, this battle is going nowhere.
I feel inside jokes building out, and it's going to be strong at the end of this broadcast, that's for sure, and henceforth as well. Absolutely beautiful there. Indeed, here Rob Tyson is pushing on. He's getting closer and closer, and Jack, the only way I can see this battle going anywhere is if Rob Tyson goes somewhere and goes on past, because he really seems to have the impetus about him, and I don't think that Jamil Yakishoglu can really keep this on for too long. And I don't think he has too much to gain from it either, because he's going to be hampering himself against the drivers behind. We've got Mike Barton, a minute and a half down, so no real threat from there. And they're about 40 seconds off of Matthias de Tige up ahead. He's currently third in class, by the way. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not true. He's fourth. Third in class is Jeff van Rechten. Elon Bakor is up in second place and has gotten into the ASK Valencia Racing car. Ooh. And then, whoa, what's happening here? Oh, that's the 17 machine getting into it. Oh, he does get hit. Rob Tyson.
He's hit by his teammate.
Hit by his own teammate. What on earth?
I think that was Didier Dexter's parking the car in the middle of the road. Rob Tyson looks to the outside, and then Didier just follows him there, and there you go. Ben Thanes not expecting his teammate to have to jump on the brakes. Nothing really Ben Thanes could do. He tried to look through the car, so to speak, and see Didier in front, but I've got to say, a unique incident. Teammates collide, but it looks like it hasn't affected Rob Tyson too much. All that hard work he put in to catch Kamil Yagizoglu has now all come undone. But there we go, round the outside of Didier Dexter's. That move is made, and whether he's going to give his teammate just a little bit of a kiss on the way by, I don't know. But I know Rob Tyson, he is a very, very quick guy, and look forward to seeing that battle once again become relit, because Kamil Yagizoglu is still just up the road. I think we've got another battle going on as well, Hasse, just a little bit in front of this, between Jeroen Vatlet and Steven Maris.
Yeah, Vatlet's gotten past on Maris, and I'll see if we can find that somewhere. There it is. So just a quick glance on how that happened. Oh, traffic indeed into the final chicane. He's able to squeeze up and gain the superior exit there on the outside using all of the curbs. And that's going to gain him the position. I'm going to be too wide, so let's just see how he's been able to finish it off, or it's going to be a long one. This one actually a really good battle, and happy that we can bring it up again. He goes for the cutback on Vatlet, but he doesn't make it stick. And there could indeed be words in that team after that, Mew, but I think so much so an incident that as soon as they see it, or any of the teammates see it from an outside cam, they know exactly what happened there, and that none of the drivers from the same team involved was really to blame for it, because there's an outside interference in that situation, and that's not to blame each other for. Here the fast racing team number 7, Radical, sneaking up on the exit of the corner there, the safest way to overtake when you're in a faster class car. Oh my word, we're gonna have a look at this, Jack, because Korn Klubman, the race leader for Simtac, has been off track here at the first chicane. Oh, and that is a evasive bit of action that he takes to stay clear of the vapor shot machine. Another one goes around as well, and we're gonna see there Stefan Kalbrek, I think, was involved in something around there as well in the BMS number 30 car. That's completely isolated. That's a very, very mild bit of an inter-track cut there. I'm just gonna see whatever we can find out what happened before there. Rob Tyson had his bit of a moment, and there were cars spinning there before, and I wonder if that was Didier Dexter's, which is probably not Didier Dexter's. It could be, but it's indeed the Zolder car, and up ahead the 12 Vapor Shop machine doesn't leave the track, and does pick up one of the GT4s as well. And that is the car we confused for Scuderia Sim Racing so many times, but that isn't. It is the... I'm just looking down and back, I think. Track Velocity Racing car of Brian Crowell's there indeed, coming into the pits.
Yeah, so into the pits he comes with the damage on that car, I'm afraid. I'm going to have to put the blame on somebody. I don't normally do it, but it's going to have to be that Circuit Zolder car. Just pulling out in front of Brian Krause. Alan Day, 3-time Whelen Euro NASCAR champion. He's back in to the Sky Limit race team machine, the number 69, 13th overall at the moment, 7th in class. Now a pit stop in hand, I believe. This has been a pit stop that's actually been planned, so this will be where he will finish. Tommy Rao coming into the pit lane, class leader at the moment, 7th overall. Alan Day leaves the pit lane. Keep an eye out for him, charging back up through the order. We know he is incredibly quick in a car. And who is that? I'm assuming that's Loic Hartog in the car, but we might have to fix the overlay for that one, Hassa. But Loic Hartog now takes the reins of the bin goal by Simtag EMG machine. So let's see what he can do going into the 4.5 hour mark.
Yeah, indeed. And I'll have a look at the data immediately, get that fixed. So just have a look at something else. I just have another undefined Hartog. I see the problem there. That doesn't look very good, does it? I'll get that fixed immediately.
We're still seeing Stephen Maurice pushing on 1.1 seconds behind Jeroen Vatler now for Scuderia Sim Racing. You can see he is closing the gap, and he is slowly starting to reel that position in. 7th in class is Stephen Maurice. Jeroen Vatler obviously in front, and there's contact there once again. Whether that was Stephen Maurice not necessarily anticipating the car to still be there, but he just turned for the apex as if he wasn't.
It's a good point indeed, and I need to wonder exactly what happened there. It was a little bit of a sketchy moment, and involving the 900 car. It's not had an easy race so far. Speaking of that, there is the 3rd place car. Is that Casper coming through? There is the number 5 machine of Damien Allo, and he's certainly not had an easy time in the car either way. Back comes Stephen Maris, and he just wants to get past. This is not a battle for position, mind you, so we'll perhaps say that the 900 car should cede the position a little before he sees a little sanity, and not like the car you'd want to spend too much time behind, without saying too much here, but this can be a frustrating feel for the driver, and a scary feel as well if you're not really trusting 100% the car in front. And that doesn't necessarily go to say anything about the quality of the driver driving the car, but when you see that a car has quite a few dents and a suspension that's might be a little hurt here and there, the car that's not really balanced under braking, you can see the 900 machine there, the blue GT4 in behind, swarming about on the braking. Oh, and under acceleration as well, by the way. That isn't really confidence inspiring for driving around behind him. So I think a good bit of the reason why Stephen Maris wanted to get through on that. And, we just do another effort there to fix the Hartog issue. I do seem to be a little bit at a loss as to what the problem is with that, so I'm going to be looking into it, but for now...
just turn it off, make sure nobody can see it, just turn it off, change it, change it to the team names,
well,
there you go.
There
Problem solved.
Problem solved, and we'll go back to the driver names once he's out of the car.
Well, you can see Loic Hartog, though, is the class leader at the moment. And he is charging on forward. Currently still looking at Stephen Maurice, having had that little bit of a incident with the 900 machine. The 900 is starting to gain a little bit of a reputation today, which maybe it isn't quite fond of, but I'm afraid that is all part and parcel of endurance racing. That can be just one thing that's what happens. It looks like, Asa, you have got that fixed.
Yes, indeed. It's finally a bit of success with getting that as it should be. And of course, with almost 150 drivers signed up, is quite a lot of names and everything to have being completely right, and it has to be entered in the right way into the system, so to say, as well, for it to show up correctly. And if something goes a little wrong in typing it in or something, we get problems like that. Obviously, something easily and quickly solved once you pin out the error, and it's right back. Bram, we can most certainly have team names. I'm trying just to go back and forth a bit so we get both, but I can tell you that when stuff happens, I quickly forget to do so. So yes, let's have the team names on for a bit, because it is a very nice way of keeping track of who's who. One is when you just see the drivers' names, it's quite hard to remember which drivers are driving for which team. So that's very true indeed here. Loic Hartog with the driver overrides and naming now correct in the lead of the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup class. And it's been a very solid drive yet again, I want to say, for the bin goal by Simtech EMG car, because like a couple of the other class leaders we're seeing here, it's certainly not the first time that we've seen him up there. And now I just want to check something out there. We had a bit of a problem for Dieter Ertz. And it's a 906 car there. The Dynamics Racing Octagon machine is going to be facing rearwards in the chicane. And he keeps it out the wall. And seems to have quite a bit of momentum coming around there. So, oh, and that's the 66 car almost getting into it as well. Which just goes to show that here you really have to have a good old look at the relative before joining the track when having an incident, because there's so many cars on track. Oh, that's a race leader having contact with race leader in another track as we come back, and I almost lose my voice on that, and I need to keep it down a bit, I think, as well, or my neighbors are gonna hate me for eternity. But that was a very, very, very sketchy moment indeed, and that is not what either of those cars would be wanted. That could have been much, much worse than it was here, Jack. Another look at it.
So there is Loic Hartog. I think that was just maybe slightly too over optimistic from Cohen Klopman. I know I wouldn't have gone for that. He came from a very long way back, and that is the class leader from the top two classes involved in that. Loic Hartog, the GT3 class leader, and Cohen Klopman, the overall race leader and radical class leader. So sadly, that is just what happens during endurance races. Occasional lapse of concentration can cause that. There is Jarno Loret in the Radian Motorsport by QSR, hot on the heels of Jeremy Hessels. You can see Jeremy 6/10 up the road with a car in between them, trying to figure out who that is. It might take a little while for it to show up on the relative. I can't figure out who that is. Is there any idea who is in between them?
It's the Dynamics. I think it's
is it the Composer Racing?
Yeah, I think it is. Good call, very good call actually there, Jack. It is indeed Olivier Peters and the two-man team that is the Composer Racing, and they're in for quite a few hours as well. I was about to say in the saddle. That's not what they're exactly doing here, but then the seat, it is very much. He's 10th in class at the moment, and up ahead they have now gotten past, and you can see here around is the a little confused there about where that car actually went, because we saw it ahead before, and now I couldn't see. Where is it? The green car, the 3 what? I can't see anything right now. Oh, there it is. Jarno Loret has solved the confusion for me. Thank you. Finally, I found him. And I just wanted to see where they are. They've been so long, so far up there, but now in 5th place in class, and actually taking the position of Stefan Kalbrecht, who's in the pits, and Jeremy Hessels 2 seconds in front of here. This is the closest battle we've got on track at the moment. We've got Brian Krause in the GT4s, only 4 seconds ahead of the GTE ABK racing car of Dan Filtens. And further up the field, the gaps just get a little bigger. And now it's about 20 seconds, I think, between the Rob Tyson and Tim Jacobs from the Vapor Shop car. But this is the battle to watch at the moment. Jeremy Hessels in 3rd place in class, and Jarno Loret 4th for Radian Motorsport by QSR. Still split by the Composer. And we're just having to wonder if any symphonies are gonna come out later at night. He might be writing a new piece. and hope to be ready to perform it for us soon if that's the case.
Speaking of performing, Hasse, it would be nice to get a couple more drivers in for an interview. So if you are watching along, if you are out racing or have been, please feel free to join the Simracersworld TV Discord. Hop into the interview waiting room. We will see you. We will bring you in for an interview just for a couple of questions, see how it's getting on, what your expectations are, etc., etc. And it also adds another little layer of detail to the broadcast. So if you are out there watching along and you are in the SRW Discord, please do feel free to hop into the interview waiting room. We're hearing from Ronald Moons. The 908 has a stop and go for unsafe driving. Apparently, we're hearing that somebody else has got one. I'm trying to figure out who it is. Alan Day keeping us up to date, but I think there might be a stop and go for Cohen Klopman, our race leader, for unsafe driving. It must be for that incident with Loic Hartog, the bin goal by SimTag EMG machine, when Cohen Klopman went up the inside of Loic Hartog. And from what I can gather from the message, it sounds like Cohen Klopman has got a stop-go penalty, which is not what they want. They've got the time in hand. They've got a lap, I think, the best part of 1.5 laps now over. Actually, let me correct myself. 2.5 laps over Simon Grossman and SimRC Club Sport, so they can afford to take that stop-go penalty. But what will this do for their strategy, Hassan?
That's a good question. Judging on what Fabrice Cornelis said when we spoke to him earlier, I think they're not going to be too heavy-hearted about it. I think they're going to keep it on, so to say, and just head down and on with the task at hand. That's the only thing really to do in their situation as well. Mind you, Jack, they are almost 4 minutes. Well, that's not actually true. But it's set so, or I might have seen something a little wrong. It looked like they had 3 minutes 44. They most certainly don't. They have 1 minute and 44 to Simon Grossman in the SimRC Club Sport car. And I know they're not going to lose 1 minute and 3/4 on a stop and go.
They've already been looking at it. I think the last time they pitted was on lap 190, and they're going on to lap 191 now. So by the looks of it, they came out of the pits on the lap prior.
They actually did. And that,
which will be where that time was lost. Because I think they were 3.5 minutes ahead.
Yeah, weren't they? Okay, so I'm glad to see that I'm not losing my mind completely here, and I'm still able to watch numbers and make out something meaningful from them. But you never know when you lose that ability, and the only thing is that if that happens, you're facing trouble. So that's not the case. Anyway, jokes aside, we've got a close battle here. Stephen Maris is on the tail of Martin Kavs, who's now in the track velocity car, and they're being split by the SimRC Club Sport machine, the number 3 car, in second place in the radicals, finding themselves within some kind of touching distance again. They've gained quite a lot of time, to be honest, over the rivals picking up that stop and go penalty. And just as Steven Maris was really close, he's lost that slight bit of time there. He's lost a bit of positions as well for Team MRS, because Track Velocity's gotten past and Scuderia Sim Racing's gotten past as well, up into 5th place in class at the moment, and it's Dan Philitins in 4th. Then it's Tim Claessens in 3rd at the moment now. Messier Mlinix up into 2nd place, Jack, in the Edge Esports car. So they've done very well for themselves over these last few stints. And then Senna Hulsman still leading it for Flemish SimSports GT4. We should have a look at actually... Oh my word though, look at the gap here. Tim Claessens, that's relatively stable at 58 seconds at the moment. But Messier Mlinix for Edge has really made huge inroads into that, and is now sub 22nd. Now, Messier, of course, could be looking at a pit stop that the other drivers have already taken, and thus he could virtually be quite a bit behind his current track position compared to the others. But if that's not the case, well, they've made huge gains over the last, what, 30 minutes or so?
Yeah, definitely so. They have managed to close that gap. We knew that Edge Esports were lapping quicker, but maybe not that quick. We know Senna Hulsmans has just taken, well, I thought he'd just taken over the car, but evidently not, I've got to say. The last time I remember looking at that Flemish Sim Sports car, I thought it was Diego Hames in the car, but now it is Senna Hulsmans. So maybe not pitting as earlier on as I thought, but the gap has definitely come down. 20 seconds separating the pair of them. This battle is still raging away in the GT4 class between, who is that? That's Martin Kefs and Stephen Maris, Team MRS versus Track Velocity Racing. So those two, once again, glued together, riding on board with the very uniquely sounding Porsche 718 Cayman GT4. And the number 35 machine putting his foot to the floor out of the final corner. And after riding on board with the Radical for a few minutes, it makes this GT4 feel so much slower.
It basically looks pedestrian when you get on board with it. But when driving it, that's not really the case. Of course, it's not a straight line flyer. It's a GT4 car. It's something relatively close to a road car nonetheless. And these cars are not street legal though, even though not too far from it. But Porsche 718 Cayman GT4, not a street legal machine. And I actually happened to see one not too long ago. I think it was about half a year ago, this summer, at my local Porsche dealership, where I go to drool once in a while over whatever cars they have, both in the showroom, a couple of classics as well. And then the real gems are often some of the cars that are actually in for service, and that was the case with this Cayman GT4. And I bet it'd been raced, or was going to be raced, and was just in for a bit of a service. So it was pretty cool to see. It's a very cool car, and once you see it in real life, I feel like the Cayman is pretty much one of those cars that just hit the right spot of the size of a sports car. Many modern sports cars, in my opinion at least, getting a little too large, too chunky, and too big. And the Cayman is kind of the size of an old 911, which is perfect.
Got to say, I am a fan of the Cayman GT4. Really do like this car. It is a very nice piece of kit. I've had the pleasure of seeing them in real life, whether it be on the road or racing. I saw them as part of the British GT package for a little while, and then most recently they've been on the British Touring Car package as well. So at the moment, Stephen Maris showing us how to pilot one of these things around this Zolder circuit. Very unique circuit, not really a racetrack around the world that you can compare it to. There are lots of corners which you might think look the same, like the chicanes. They can all be very similar, but for example, the corner we're going through at the moment, turn 4, very tricky and deceptive corner. Now onto the straight for the heavy braking zone of the first chicane, then up the hill, back down the hill, hard in towards the Gilles Villeneuve chicane. A very, very tricky corner to get right as well. And I've got to say, it's starting to clear up the driving standards. Fewer penalties being rewarded. Haven't seen many people come into the pit lane after receiving their 25 incident point limit. And tell us what you see, Hassa.
Well, this is the GT3 Cup leader, Loic Hartog. Oh, who gets spun around. That's not gonna, I mean, it's thought it was gonna be worse, but it's another lucky escape, I want to say, for the 63 car. They had close calls early in the race. They've had some situations that could have gone badly indeed, and could have ended up with big time damage for him. It hasn't turned out so, and they're still in an okay position. They're still in the lead, and they're still holding their advantage here as Stephen Maris getting passed by Rob Tyson in the number 15 G-Drive Eximia GT3 Cup car. And we have Laurent Kersmakers, who's now in the car for Edge Esports. And that's quite interesting, because that means he's been in for a pit stop. He's now third as well, so they did have a pit stop to take. He's not that close to Senna Hulsmans in the lead, but they've certainly made up time, and they're in a good position to challenge for podium places. They're about 40 seconds down on Tim Claessens in the Torque Freak Racing by Carrot machine. And we're going to be following the GT4 battle with interest indeed here. Martin cares for track velocity with company still from Stephen Maris. Right in behind here, this is the battle for 6th place in the GT4 class. And they're currently split by the TCR G-Drive, the number 17 car. That is, I just want to make sure that's still in the lead. Ben Thane's in the car now and is very much still in the lead with a healthy advantage down to Keanu Bourguignon for Flemish Simsports and Jeremy Hessels for Dynamics Simulators Red. And with those names, Jack, it sounds like a good old SRW broadcast, doesn't it?
It does indeed. Very wide range of drivers on the grid from all ends of the earth. Great to see. And this battle is raging away. Track Velocity Racing, 6th in class, 20th overall, trying to fend off the attentions of Stephen Maris for Team MRS. And once again, it's one of these battles, Hasse, which seems to be sort of following the pattern we've seen all day. There's been a bit of ebbing and flowing, the gap opens up, it closes back down, but eventually, once all is said and done, and the traffic isn't really playing a part, they are very, very similar on pace, and I think that just shows the extent that traffic plays here at the 24 Hours of Zolder, round 5 of the Virtual Belcar eSeries. What has happened to Jarno Loret? Has he clipped the pit wall or has he gone sideways into turn 1?
There's been no incident for him. He made a pass on Jeremy Hessels, and I think that's because Jeremy Hessels went into the pit to leave the car to his teammate Sven Calvert, who's getting to it now. And that is very much what's happening here. Martin Keres is still right ahead of Stephen Maris. And I'm just going to see how this battle develops. Stephen has been closing in, but hasn't really been able to gain the decisive advantage. Joseph Kovacs in the number 40 car has passed as well on the battle that we were watching before in the TCRs. There's a bit of a long pit stop there in the end for Sven Calvert.
Yeah, you can see that. Martin Kerfs still trying to fend off the attentions of Stephen Maurice. 3.5 tenths separating the pair of them now into the final chicane. Both of the cars bouncing over the curbs. Clearly very comfortable using all of them and a little bit more. You can see two radicals charging hard at them now. Who is that raging by the start-finish line? I think that might be Simon Grossman, who has just crossed the line, as well as Dennis Lux. Both of them. There goes Dennis Lux for the Fast Racing team, the number 7 white, black and gold machine. Here is the GT ABK racing machine, number 19. Does he have anybody in his vicinity at the moment? No, but that could always be a good thing. 4th in class without any attention from in front or behind. 20 seconds up the road is Laurent Kersmakers in the Edge Esports Porsche, and that gap has slowly but surely been coming down little by little every lap. It's only a couple of tenths, but over a 24-hour race that can make a massive difference. And I've got to say, Hasse, that has got to be a close second for my favourite livery on the grid.
That's actually, the more I look at it, the more I see the small details that have been worked into the design, and the more of them you see, the better it looks. Very good looking car there from the GTE ABK racing team. And they seem to be around around their race number in the overall standings all the time. And it's been confusing me before. It was very close to doing so again. It is the number 19 car. Overall, they are in 18th place. And of course, in class, that's 4th, as you said before, Jack, so not a bad place at all to be. Look at Stephen Maris now, is yet again right on the tail of Martin Kerfs. And track velocity looks to have to defend here as they're coming up towards the BMS. BMS, no, I got confused about that as well. The number 30 machine whatsoever, and they're going to have to pass him. And that might present the opportunity for Stephen Maris. As we go on board, and there's plenty of space there. Plenty of space on the inside indeed of the BMS, and it is BMS. Turn 4. the TCR in a situation like that really has to yield the space on corner entrance. Too wide an option, but it's going to be a costly one often here. And chicane time, indeed. And here's Josef Kovacs for Simtech Racing. They've had a little bit of an up and down drive so far. They're 4th in the TCR class, but certainly they've had pace to go a lot further up than that. They've been hit by, well, incidents and I think a penalty or two as well. So that's part of the reason why they are where they are. They are over a lap down on current class leaders, who seems to be doing what they've been doing for the entirety of this season as well. And now it's Ben Thanes doing what Bram van Putten did earlier on in the 17 car here. And that is do very well indeed. Here's Sven Kalbert's leaving the pit lane now. He's come around for a very, very quick jolt into the pit lane again. And that doesn't really make any sense to me. I'm gonna see if I can have a look at... Might have been a penalty the second time around here. This is where he leaves the pit lane. That's not gonna make us any wiser on anything here. So I think we're just gonna leave it for now, as we are closing in on 5 hours of this racing gone. And even though we can safely say that the race in many ways have settled down, that doesn't mean we don't have on-track battles going on. That is for position. And here's Stephen Maris indeed on the tail of the 109 car, the Track Velocity Racing.
You can see there, Hasse, that these drivers are getting closer and closer together. They've been battling away for a long while now. 5 tenths separates the pair of them, and I think that is going to stay pretty much the same until the next pit window, when we've mentioned it over and over and over again. And I think it's going to come down to strategy for a lot of these drivers, because we've seen lots of penalties being dished out for the appropriate reasons, of course. So that can really mess up a team strategy, and if that is what loses you a position coming out of the pit lane, you're going to be devastated, but you're going to have all of that time to gain back. Let's see what has happened here to Lucas Romano, the number 900. Penalties for him. Flicks right, flicks left, hard into the wall, bounces over the road. Does he get it out of the way? Grabs first and gets moved, but the Test Racing GT4 by Sickers.be hard into the wall there. Not what we like to see, and I think he will be returning to the pit lane after this lap. There is the Track Velocity machine continuing on. Here is Lucas Romano with a very, very, very poorly looking GT4 Cayman. Hard on the brakes, is squirming, touches the grass, flies across the road, and I think everybody manages to avoid him. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see him return back to the pit lane.
I think when you're in a car in a state like that, that's the situation where you really become a hazard for the other cars on track, and you need to pit to get your repairs done until at least the cars in a drivable state. And here comes Stephen Maris. He's looking at it there, but the Dynamics TCR machine is just in the way, and he thinks twice about it. Probably a wise decision, given that there's still a fair bit of racing left to do here. But he is looking for the opportunity to get past. And Martin Kevs in this run of traffic at the moment, and yet again we're seeing that the speed difference between the GT4s and the TCRs, Jack, is rather minuscule. They're a bit faster on the straights, their accelerations through the corners everywhere, but it's only that little bit. It's only a few seconds a lap, and usually when having multi-class racing, you see cars separated by a little bit more than that. There's kind of the same dynamics to it as when you have GTE cars and GT3s on track at the same time as you would have it in the IMSA series, for example. It brings a little bit of the same dynamics to it, which sometimes can be a little hard to figure out, because easily and the GT4s get stuck behind the TCRs and try to make the move, try to get it done. But oh, look at this here, the 66 machine gives it a send up the inside he wants to get past, and he does so. That's what you got to keep in mind. All the while trying to figure out a way past the car in front. Is there all these other cars all the time, and literally all the time, to contend with, Jack?
Yeah, they do indeed. You can see they're getting closer and closer together, and then slowly starting to separate again, and it seems to be following the pattern that we've already alluded to so many times throughout this race, where the cars will get much closer and then much further apart, and then either a mistake or some traffic will bring them closer and closer together again. And all the time, the leaders of the class tend to be disappearing into the distance. It never seems to be the leaders that are battling away. It's always the cars just behind. So that opens the door for them to slowly start to pull away. But as we've seen already, Hasser, it's not necessarily the way to go, because the leaders have been caught out as well. Most recently, Loic Hartog, we've seen him hit multiple times. I think once by the overall race leader, and then another time by one of the TCR entries coming out of the final chicane. And it just shows that even though you're the leader and you think you might have the priority over everybody else, you flash the lights, everybody moves out of the way. Sometimes to the same piece of tarmac, and you can get caught out.
Yeah, indeed, it's a fine line we're walking here for many of these cars and drivers, and it's really, as I think we've touched upon it several times already, that it's really amplified by the characteristics of the track here. It just makes it all the more difficult to deal with all this traffic in a safe manner. You've got so many variables that can throw the car off, and it's a track that we found ourselves, Jack, when we took the radicals out for a lap or two here before the race, just to get a feel of what is this actually like in these cars. It was a feeling of being absolutely insane. And I know, of course, it was on the baseline setup, and probably find something that's a lot more handleable and drivable, but it was very difficult just to get it around safely, and then having to contend with all this traffic, all these cars. It's not going to make it much easier, is it? And oh, there they are again. The radicals, they keep appearing all of a sudden. That's the thing actually with traffic in such tight spaces as this, is once you have nightfall and the darkness falls on the track, you can use the flashing of the lights to communicate as well, also for the slower cars to communicate to the faster car behind. Come on, give it a send, go, I'm gonna hold off here, and you can safely pass. And that way of communication that really isn't too much of a possibility really in daytime, and it seems sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes seems to ease the flow of traffic a little bit. We'll see if that's the case here, as night will fall, but still glorious daytime. And at the moment, track temperature has gone all the way down to 21 degrees, and the sim time 10 minutes past 8. And as we can see on the lighting on track as well, it is getting darker, the sun is setting, and we're getting in towards the twilight zone ever so slowly, Jack.
We are indeed. Twilight Zone is going to very quickly become the danger zone. And no, not the one from Top Gun. It is only going to get cooler, that track, so it may give the drivers a slight feel of confidence, knowing that the car will be able to grip a little bit better to the tarmac, but then can introduce a slight overconfidence and maybe introduce a few more mistakes. There is Ben Thanes, and there is the man chasing him down, Keanu Bourguignon for Flemish Simsports TCR, not that far behind. We've seen him much further away, 4.7 seconds separating the TCR lead. I think this is the closest we've seen to a class lead change in a long while. It's a nice difference to see. Obviously, we've been keeping up with Jeroen Vatlet and Martin Kerfs. Those two are still nose to tail, Hasser. I think they're almost side by side now. Nothing separating them, and there you go. There's the change of position. Steven Maurice up the inside of Martin Kerfs. Sorry about that, I thought it was Jeroen Vatlet. Let's have a look to see what happens coming out of the final chicane. Steven Maurice gets the better run, and there you go, position made up towards turn 1. You can hear the number 13 G drive car accelerating away from his pit box in the background, but there you go, position change for 6th in class, 20th overall. Steven Maurice, number 35 machine, up now 2 positions from where he started. We will have to keep an eye on Keanu Bourguignon and Ben Thanes, though, Hassa, because those two are getting closer and closer together. 4.5 seconds separating them now.
Yes, I was thrown off for a short moment. I should have had a webcam there. I had all of a sudden dog coming in from my left on the side of the couch, which is next to my rig where I also sit and commentate. All of a sudden trying to lick my face. so that threw me off a little bit, I'm sorry. But indeed, we shall go to the battling as Steve and Marie's got passed, and the battle is getting closer and closer. Look at this here. Keanu Bourguignon, I think, is getting aided by the traffic somewhat at the moment. Now it's down to 3.8 seconds, and you can see the other car. That's the second, that's the 15G Drive Porsche ahead of Ben Thazen's number 17G Drive TCR Audi. And they're getting closer and closer and closer all the time. And I don't think Ben Thanes is going to be too worried about it in the end. They might just be at level with one another. I seem to recall Anton Dupin talking about the fact that G-Drive had a pit stop more because they had that early stop early in the race and it cost them some time. So that might be the reason, or it is of course the reason that we've seen them coming up through the running order, but we've also seen more and more of the other top runners here running into some kind of trouble, and that's all aided the 17s here, and they're gonna be fighting for it all the way to the end. It's now just around 4 seconds as Keanu Bourguignon is really giving it a go here, as we're just 2.5 minutes from the 5-hour mark here, and that marks the final 45 minutes of me and Jack's first stint. And in due time, we will leave you in the safest of hands, the hands of the wizard himself, Chas Drake. Someone called me the tech wizard earlier on. That is not a title I deserve whatsoever. There is only one wizard, and if anything, I'm still his apprentice. And you will be with the master wizard himself in around 45 minutes time. And until then, you're in the safe and capable hands of myself and Jack World. Good point, by the way, by Belgian Red Eagle, that the 6-hour marks indeed awards the first set of points for tonight. And that's of course some kind of finish line, and I wonder, Jack, if we're going to see any type of like extra racing towards that mark to get a handful on the points, or if people just are going to play the long game. What do you think?
It's a tricky one, really, because a lot of teams could be running different strategies in regards to that. Everybody obviously wants the points because the points mean prizes. However, if you start to overdrive now, you've got to remember that just getting the points now will make very little difference for the moment, because there is still a lot of time to go. Come that point, there will be 18 hours of the race to go. So you've still got 3 more chances to earn the required points. So I know everybody would want to go for the points, and everyone would like to win the championship, but I think if I was out there, I'd be thinking I want to play the long game, much like what John Ford said behind the wheel of that Graphite Racing TCR machine, playing the long game, seeing what will happen and just letting the race come to them. There's no need to push very, very hard in your first stint and the first 6 hours of the race, knowing that there are 18 to follow it up.
That's very much true indeed. Dupin tells us that they did a bit of fuel saving to make sure that they don't have to pit just before the 6-hour mark. So you see teams being very much aware of the fact that points are indeed given at the 6-hour mark there, and there's what looks like a tight squeeze of Porsche 911s in behind. It's not going to be any kind of battling for track, like real track position, but the ASK Volante car, oh, Loic Hartog, is quite a way down. He's just been into the pits, Jack, and we're just having to think whether the other drivers there in the Porsche GT3 Cup class have yet to just make that pit stop. But all of a sudden, Bingo by Simtech EMG is in 3rd place in their class, not in the lead anymore.
Yeah, so a change of position there for the lead of the 911 Cup car class, meaning that the car we're looking at the moment, piloted by Elon Bockerk, the ASK Volante racing machine, the number 26, now in the lead of the Porsche Cup class, followed by Matthias de Tiege in the Pro Assist sim racing car. And like you say, Loic Hartog finding himself behind the wheel of his bin goal by SimTag EMG machine. They're in third, followed by Rob Tyson, who is still working his way up through the order. And Alan Day now in 13th position for Sky Limit Race Team. Keep an eye on him. He is still closing the gap. He is lapping very, very quick compared to the cars ahead. The 2 cars ahead lapping the 135s, and Alan Day lapping in the 134s. There he is, the 3 times NASCAR Wheel and Euro Series champion, chasing down the cars ahead. Dieter Aerts there, or Dieter Aerts, pardon me. Dieter Aerts 1 minute up the road, but over 24 hours, we know that can massively change. Alan Day has been in the car now for, looking at that, was very close to the Radical ahead. I can hear Hassel holding his breath. He can see how close the Radical is in front, and then it roars away and just leaves them for dust until that downforce really starts to slow them down when they get up towards the higher speeds. But we know that Alan Day has only been in the car for 6 laps, so still plenty of time left in his stint. What has happened to the BMS Motorsports machine? That's very, very quick. Almost gets the moment collected up.
Oh, that's Dupin! Oh, that's not Dupin, but it's the Flemish Sim Sports car. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for cutting you off there.
No problem. No, don't worry.
Oh my word, but they just hit. I don't know if anything happened. We're gonna have to have a look at the Flemish Sim Sports TCR there of Ben Thames. No, it's not the Ben Thames. That's Keno Borgignon, of course. It's so close to Ben Thames, and look just how he avoided going completely off there and ruining whatever race they're having with G-Drive at the moment. I don't know. I'm just gonna take myself the liberty of having another look at that and then kind of focus here, just see from the viewpoint of Keanu Borgignon just what he did to keep the car. Oh, that is a rally driver's reflexes there by Borgignon, who does so well in order to keep it alive and to keep it pointing in the right way. Reaction times of a ninja. And 5 hours into the race, that's what you need there. And look at how he's gaining, Jack. He's getting closer and closer. He knows race lead, class lead here at least, is up for grabs.
It is indeed. That gap is falling very, very, very quickly. We will end up seeing the battle for the lead in class very shortly. 8/10 is the gap now. They just need to... Keanu Borgignon just needs to negotiate the SimTag car. He decided to give it a little bit of a bump, as if to go, come on, I'm here, let's get going. I don't want to lose any time for you. Pushed him into the Gilles Villeneuve chicane. SimTag car seems to be getting in the way a little bit now. Keanu Borgignon, in desperation, trying to get by, has a look up the inside in towards the hairpin, and that is the position made. Not an overall position, of course, but that is now clean air between himself and the G-Drive Racing Exemia number 17 car ahead. So that does mean the floodgates have been opened for Keanu Borgignon. He is going to put his foot to the floor, trying to get the class lead. Was that the Circuit Zolder TCR team up the road? No, by the looks of that, I think that's the Graphite Racing TCR team a little bit in front of the leader now, so he will have to negotiate that traffic. But you've got to remember, Hassa, that just because the leaders negotiated the traffic and lost time, that Keanu Borgignon will have to do exactly the same.
Yeah, indeed, and it's often a case of timing and luck more than it's necessarily a battle of pure skill there. As we see, he's on the tail. I think he's pretty much on the... He very much is. It's the 71 Graphite car that's now ahead of Ben Thames. He's coming into the chicane. He's got the run, and look at that! The Flemish Sim Sports car with the send to make it along. And you know what, Keanu Borgignon, that was a beautiful one indeed. A little bit of a high risk move, but he took a calculated risk nonetheless to follow the lead car through there, and I think the 71 machine was well aware of it there as he picks up a bit of grass. There, Keanu Borgignon might be taking a little too closely with my rally driving analogies there, as they're getting lapped by what looks to be the overall race leader. Yes, indeed, the SimTag Racing. It's Cone Clubman at the moment still, who's up there, and This battle, Jack, it's really heating up now, and Keanu Bourguignon looks ever so committed to getting ahead of Ben Thames at this point in time. He wants to get ahead, he wants to work that advantage and use the advantage that they have in pace right about now, because they know the pendulum can very much swing in another direction later in the race. So it's all about trying to get the advantage as well while you can, and see if they can get past and maybe even gain a little bit of time on the G-Drive machine, maybe also knowing that they are ahead on strategy. But that is of course a thing to calm you down as well, just for a little bit, if nothing more.
Yeah, you can see these two battling away. Keanu Bourguignon desperate to get the lead off Ben Thames. Let's see what happens here. How long will Keanu Bourguignon stay behind Ben Thames? I think it's more the other way around. How long will Ben Thames manage to fend off the attentions of Keanu Bourguignon? Both of them battling away. And I think these are well and truly the closest cars out on circuit. 4/10 separates the pair of them. And having negotiated the best part of the traffic, no radicals in immediate distance. So these two will be left alone. Look at that. That's Ben Thames going defensive. He knows he's there. Keanu Bourguignon much braver on the brakes. We've seen it already. And looks for the cutback now. Gets the better run. Nose to tail. Tugs underneath the rear wing is the Flemish Sim Sports number 102 machine. Heading towards the final chicane. What can happen here? Ben Thames desperately covering off that... Oh, that inside move, a bit of a nudge there. What proper touring car action. I think both of them managed to negotiate that, and the Simta car of all cars now gets back in front. Both of the cars trying to give ample room for the radicals, and Keanu Bourguignon, a slight mistake, pushed Ben Thames into the corner, expecting him to run slightly wide, gave him way too much room, and there you go, that's what happens. All the work to be done once again now, though, for Keanu Bourguignon. Ben Thames still somehow in the lead, but how long that will last, Hasser, I really don't know.
That's a good question, because Ben Thames seems to be under a good deal of pressure here. The number 40 machine in third place, actually squeezed in between these two. That's a bit of an odd sight, and I don't think he wants to get too closely involved with him as well. He somehow he seems to be trying to cover off Ben Thames, might be trying to stay on the same lap or something. That doesn't seem to be... Oh, see how they were scraping one another, Jack. I have rarely seen something like that in the 63, the Bingo car there. Long-time leader in the Porsche car, the GT3 Cup car class. Just snuck on through there as well. They're still third, by the way. There's Loic Hartog behind the wheel of that machine. I'm just gonna see. I'm afraid I cannot even bring back that bit of a scrubbing moment from before in a replay. I'd like to have seen it again, maybe even from that wing mirror cam. Would have been a great sight to see just how much contact there actually was. But Keanu Bourguignon, look at that, he really got impeded by that situation, and he must be slightly fuming. It's important for him that he now keeps a cool head, and he doesn't get overly aggressive and annoyed about it, and he really can't let it get to his head in this situation, because what you need is a cool head for dealing with traffic and whatever comes up along the way here. It's been a hectic opening 5 hours here at Zolder. It's been really good racing. We've seen some amazing battling. We've seen some big shocks indeed. And we have a race on our hand that is still very much open and for the taking, especially here in the TCR class, with just seconds separating our lead two cars after so long indeed. And Jack, you've been mentioning the fact that the TCRs can begin to touch on the slower cars in the GT4 class, and that's actually what's happening. Just about a minute separating these two drivers from Ivo van der Linden, who's in 8th place in the GT4s, and of course we do have GT4s behind that as well, but they've been subject to damage and bad luck indeed. But I think you're going to be very much right in the assumption that we're going to be seeing TCRs and GT4s battling it out with one another before the end of the race.
Yeah, you can see the pace difference isn't massive. The Porsches can obviously be much quicker than the TCRs, but it's all about driving style. It's all about traffic management as well here at Zolder for the 24 hours of Zolder. Round 5 of the Belcar eSeries. Battling away, you can see the leaders still. Ben Thanes managing to fend off Keanu Bourguignon. And continuing on, now going on to lap number 183 for Ben Thanes. So another 4-kilometre rotation of the Belgian circuit completed. And Ben Thanes somehow has managed to fend off the attentions, but you could see the little pop-up there on the left-hand side of your screen. Keanu Bourguignon half a second quicker on the lap prior, so definitely making his intentions known, sowing the seed of doubt for Ben Thanes, letting him know he's on his way. But they've got to make sure they don't battle too much, because losing a bit of time now will only accelerate the time loss towards the end of the race. You can see the Torque Freak Racing by Carrot machine. I think that's the Torque Freak Racing car. It is bouncing over the curbs, desperate, trying to catch up to Senna Hulsmans, the number 91 machine, working his way through the battle as well. So who is that? That's the ASK Valenti machine, the number 26 car, piloted by Elon Bockhawk. They're the lead Porsche Cup car now, working his way through this battle. So we've got 3 leaders in one shot here. There goes the number 31 of Tim Claessens. And Keanu Bourguignon still chasing down Ben Thanes. Those two not separating the gap at all. A Flemish Sim Sports livery does look absolutely amazing in this light, but I've got to say that G-Drive livery is growing on me. I can see it almost looks like it's got mascara on, Hasse. It's got the little matte black bits either side of its headlights. It does look quite aggressive with it on, and especially with that almost metallic and it's almost a satin orange. I really do like that in this dusk night. And crossing the line once again, it really does show how quick the cars are. And once again, Keanu Bourguignon half a second quicker, 0.6 quicker to be exact, than Keanu Bourguignon. There goes the SkyLimits.com team, screaming up the inside. That's Alan Day putting another lap on the TCR cars, not holding back at all. Now riding on board with Keanu Bourguignon, Hasse. And Ben Thanes, he's starting to manage that gap a little bit better. That was very, very close. The number 13 machine appeared out of nowhere. Thomas Pop Rocky for G-Drive Racing Exemia was just like, yep, hello, I'm coming through. And yeah, he definitely made the move through turn 4. Like you already know my my ideas on overtaking through turn 4, only as a very last caution. And he just appeared, Hasse. I'm not quite sure. I wasn't really expecting that, and I don't think Keanu Bourguignon was either.
No, it was like a teleport into existence all of a sudden. It was indeed also a good showing of just why it's sketchy when you get overtaken by a faster class car there in turn 4. Look at this now. Keanu Bourguignon has a little bit of an overlap, but he's on the outside coming into the hairpin. He might go for the cutback, and that'll bring him on the outside up through here, and that's no place to be whatsoever. But look at that. Oh yeah, he's really trying to get in behind there, and Ben Thanes is fighting it off on the inside. He goes across to shut off Keanu Bourguignon, but it's a move very much within the limits of what I would say is allowed here, as this is heating up for real here. After 5 hours and 15 minutes, a battle for the lead in the TCRs. And into turn 1, look at that, the race leader, the number 2 car of Cone Clubman comes in through there. Oh, almost goes too wide. The Vapor Shop 911 Cup car is there as well. And big speed there from Keanu Bourguignon to try to squeeze in there. And I thought he hit him. And that's judgment on a very high level indeed from the Flemish Sim Sports machine, because, oh, again, turn 4 to get sketchy. And it gets out of hand there almost. Whoa. My word, that was close. And it's the second lap in a row we've had sketchy situations. Traffic, turn 4 seems to be a deadly combination indeed.
It does. I said that turn 4 is where, if it's going to go wrong, that is where it will do. And you can see that was edge of your seat stuff there, Hasse. Keanu Bourguignon still in hot pursuit of Ben Thanes. The gap now 0.7 of a second. It was only 1.5 tenths this time last lap, and it's just massively changed. The Vapor Shop RDR machine working his way through. The leader of the Porsche Cup class now in the pit lane, Elon Bockhawk for ASK Valenti Racing, has pulled into the pit lane. Matthias de Tige, where is he? He is halfway round a lap, so I think he might inherit the lead. There is Matthias de Tige in that beautiful livery. I've got to say, really a fan of that one. And a while ago, I think it was round 1, I said that wouldn't look out of place in a Porsche paddock, and the reason why it wouldn't is because it is in a real-life Porsche paddock. I can't put my name on the actual series, I'll have to do a bit of research on that, but I can say that is an exact replica of one of the team's liveries.
And that's something that occurred to me when watching the Le Mans this year, that, oh yeah, there was actually a G-Drive car. It's a real team. We got absolute more or less replicas of the machines they're driving here, running around on real-life raceways as well. In comes Matthias de Tige, so seems to be on point with the pit stop there. And I'm going to be more interested actually to see just how it goes with Loic Hartog here. With Elan Bockhorn now back on track, that means they've lost a position. That means they're legitimately now behind the others. I think they've taken a fast repair as well. I'm not quite sure what's happened to them. They might have been touched by someone. They might have had a bit of a contact. Could have been a light contact without spin or anything that caused to gain our attention on the event viewer. But looking at this car, Jack, wouldn't you agree they've taken a fast repair to get some of the bumps off it? And I think it would be an explanation as to why they're behind as well, all of a sudden with some work to do here. And as I say that, I'm very much wrong. Where's Elan Bockhorn?
Elan Bockhorn still, it says he's out. Give it a moment though. I'm guessing that's just he has got out the car and his teammate is yet to get in the car. They are number 26. A quick glance up at my notes decides that I think it probably would be David Plasman or Oscar Wilkins getting into that car to inherit the lead, but that is now, yes, like you say, Loic Hartog back into the lead. And it does look very factory fresh, that car now, so maybe they have decided just to take one of their fast repairs, save the other one for later in case they have a bit of an incident during the night. There you go, Michael Pedersen behind the wheel of that car now. So the number 26 has had a driver swap. Matthias de Tige staying behind the wheel of the number 23 car. So he is now in 2nd position in class, 8th overall. There's Michael Pedersen sideways coming out of the pit lane. And then correct me if I'm wrong, that class leader has now dropped down into 3rd, which does mean Matthias de Tige, even after strategy, has gained a position.
Indeed, and all is well in the world of pin goal by Syntegi and G as well. Stella is looking at me like a dog who wants to take a walk right now. I think Michael Pedersen is asking the 900 car to take a hike as well. Get the hell out of there. That looked very sketchy, and on his opening lap as well, after a few hours out of the car, he gets a bit across there, and he might have hit with his floor or front or something there is not exactly perfect for him whatsoever. He's chasing Matthias de Tige, and he's trying to keep up with the pace. And mind you that if they didn't change tires on the car ahead, his tires might be in a better state for a lap or two until Michael Pedersen gets the heat into his tires. Of course, with a driver change usually goes a tire swap as well. We don't know for how long Matthias de Tige is going to stay in the car, but he overshot that turn ever so slightly, I think. And that might cost him a little bit of time in the end. And whatever TCR battles we had between Keanu Bourguignon and the G-Drive team has been pulled apart by the G-Drive team pitting in. Kevin van der Silk is now in the car. He's around 1 minute and 20 seconds off of Keanu Bourguignon. And that is what I believe to be the actual gap between the two. We'll have to see whether that is actually the case. Also close to one another. All of a sudden, Jack, it seems that several cars in the 911 GT Cup class has gotten very close to one another, and it's really coming together here.
Yeah, they definitely are, and we've just seen the car that I actually wanted to look at. We'll have a look back at that in a moment. There's Rob Tyson in 11th position, 26 seconds behind is Dieter Ed, but more importantly, 3.9 seconds, best part of 4 seconds up the road is Tim Jacobs for Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport. And that TCR up the road, I think it's the 110 Dynamics Belcar green machine, currently being driven by Jesse Hendricks. And while we were on the topic of real life liveries, Stephen DeWolf actually drives that livery in the Belcar eSeries, and it does have Simracersworld sponsors on it, so I'm not sure whether there'll be a camera angle that will be able to pick that up, but I think I've just noticed that as well, that the car we're seeing in front of us now, that TCR there, has got the SRW stickers in the exact location that the real life car does. So lots of real life livery replicas out on show.
Indeed, let's see. Is it going to show us anymore? Nope. Perhaps from the other side, as that is the... I seem to confuse the number 2 and number 3 cars with one another from time to time, and here's the 907 car confusing me even more. And indeed, Thomas, I think it's time for me to have a break soon. I know I'm gonna have one in not too long, and it's gonna be a timely break as well. To take the dog for a small walk, and to perhaps grab a bit of sustenance for myself. And I was actually thinking, Jack, what are your dinner plans for tonight? Not that we're gonna have one together. We're a bit far from one another for that, and social distancing and all. But nevertheless, what are you gonna have for dinner, my friend?
I think it's gonna have to be a cup of tea and a breath of fresh air. Because I haven't really planned anything. But I definitely am in need of a nose bag after 5 hours and 21 minutes, for the best part of 22 minutes of racing. Now look at that, Michael Pedersen trying to squeeze his way round the number 014 machine. I think there was contact there at the 14, letting his frustrations be known. I think that was Jeroen Vatlet. It was indeed in towards the Gilles Villeneuve chicane. For me, I would have said Michael Pedersen was just had just the same amount of part to play in that as Vatler. Both cars could have given more room, but Pedersen not necessarily had to make that move. I think he's got caught up on the gap to Matthias de Tiege. 2.4 seconds now, 2.3 going into the chicane. I think he was just desperate, trying to lose as little time as possible. The front right-hand side of that car now has a bit of crumpling going on. That front splitter, which doesn't look like it does much. I'm sure it does a hell of a lot in the way of aero. It might have had that before, but after that little coming together with Vatlet, it wouldn't surprise me if he picked that up then.
No, it's true, but I think he actually did have that before already. I think they've opted not to use any of the fast repairs on such a small amount of damage there, which does make sense as well. So even though it very much could have been, I don't think it is the case necessarily with Michael Pedersen here. It was very much challenging for top positions, and very much the same situation for Pro Assist Sim Racing here as well. It seems to have just kept their fast repairs in hand for later in the race. It seems they have a reasonable bit of pace about them, both of them anyways, and a very good amount of consistency indeed to be running in the positions that they are in the moment. And it's by the way, just to round off what I'm gonna be having, a pizza with some Italian kind of, like some kind of spicy, thinly sliced sausage and some extra cheese on top of that, I think in the form of some...
You make it sound like you're making it now.
Parmigiano, I think I'm going to put that on top as well, and some rucola sauce. Oh, it's going to be good. I'm not making it myself, though. But I've got a, let's say I've got a close relationship with my local pizza dealer, so.
It's that kind of relationship, is it, Asu? It's that kind of relationship. But after dinner plans have been sorted out, we do have a race still going on. We are getting closer to the edge of our stint. I think we're going to carry it through to the 6-hour mark, Asu, so we hand over at an even point for the stream to swap over. So everybody, we are going to mention that now, if it hasn't already previously been mentioned. We will be swapping over from part 1 to part 2. All the parts can be found on our YouTube channel here at Simracersworld TV, so please make sure you swap over, otherwise you will be sat here for a long while waiting for us to come back. But at the 6-hour mark in the race, we will swap from part 1 to part 2, and we will be changing commentators as well. We will be handing you over to the extremely talented Chaz Draycott and Edward May as well. So you have only got to put up with us for another 35 minutes. There is Jeroen Vatlet in the pit lane. Well, I say that as he's leaving the pit lane. I'm not sure what happened. Quite a short little pit stop for him. I'll have to see whether that was some sort of stop-go penalty.
Yeah, indeed. And maybe race control will tell us more about that, but I'm not quite sure, actually. We're going to have to see about that indeed. Remember the TC or the GT4 machines able to get their fuel tanks filled up while having their tires changed. I'm not quite sure that's the case when they're racing these cars as well, but I think it is. And that never really changes indeed, and it's a little bit different, the procedure of how the cars can be worked on from car to car. Let me just see a bit of damage popping out. No, damage is very much still there. So his front right hand side, he's behind the number 30 BMS TCR machine. And it is as we thought indeed, as we get the message from Anton Dupin in chat, that G-Drive and Flemish Simsport is now on level terms. In terms of pit stops, they now have the same amount of stops to make, and this is as such the current real standings, if you will, not the virtual standings in the TCR class, with Flemish Simsports ahead by around 1 minute and 20. And Kevin Fender Silk now driving the number 17 machine in behind there. Third in class, but down by a lap, as we saw before. Still Josef Kovacs, who's done a very good stint so far in the number 40 machine. Really just flown underneath the radar. Has made good of his position so far. He's around 1 minute ahead of Sven Calvert. And then there's Jens Husens for Red Ilya Motorsport. They're in 5th at the moment. They were challenging for better positions for a long time, but seems to have run into some kind of problems. And in the other BMS car, that is that's not the other BMS car, that is the BMS car, there's Mike Husens. And you have to wonder if those two are related or if just incidental name brethren nonetheless. Behind them is Jesse Hendricks. And I was about to say Jimi Hendrix because I'm getting tired here by now, I gotta be honest, but managed to keep that one out my mouth. Oh, look at this here. Matthias de Tisch and Michael Pedersen, or Mikael Pedersen, if we're gonna pronounce it correctly. And not a lot of people are gonna be able to do that, I know. Focus on your strong points. Here's Michael Pedersen. Jack, actually, when looking at his right front side, I'm actually quite sure there is a little bit more of a crumple there. And he might have taken more damage than I initially thought in the situation before. But it doesn't seem to be impeding the Dane in the 26 car. He's really attacking right now. He's aggressively but fairly dealing with traffic. And he's using it all, as just as I said that he absolutely sent it on the composer team. And now he's on the tail of the 23 Porsche. Is he going to send it? No, he has a big old look. He's going to sneak on up through here, up the hairpin. And it's going to be the run down to the final chicane. Perhaps he can add the exit. And Matthias de Tisch is going to be looking at his mirrors here. The gap 0.3 of a second. That means he's not going to be close enough unless it is going to be a huge send from many months back in time. And that's not going to happen. And luckily so, because no way that would have ended well. And Michael Pedersen certainly knows better than that. As we're 5.5 hours, or almost 5.5 hours into this race. Jack, it's so nice to see that we're still getting treated with battles as good as this one. And the racing here from the Virtual Belcar eSeries certainly not going anywhere.
All the cars glued together, and I have figured out whose livery that is. The number 23 machine in front of Michael Pedersen here, currently being piloted by Matthias de Tisch, is Glenn van Parijs's real racing livery as of this year. He previously ran in a very similar livery, but with matte black and red flashes. He also used to race in the GT4 Cayman. We also have that out here this evening as well. But that livery is Glenn van Parijs's current livery that he races in real life. There is Michael Pedersen chasing him down, 9th position overall. 9th position overall, 3rd in class. Matthias de Tisch 2nd in class, and 8th overall, of course. There's a bit of traffic maybe playing a part here. Didn't see any brake lights from Matthias de Tisch, but Michael Pedersen gets the better run of the two. Going into the final corner, I think he's a little bit too far back. He is indeed. Decides to jump on the brakes. You can see they've got to trail brake right the way to the apex, nice and smooth coming out of the corner, then start to apply the throttle once the car's pointing the way you want it to go. And there you go, another lap completed of the Zolder circuit. Harder on the brakes, Michael Pedersen. It looked like he jumped on the brakes a little bit later. Will Matthias de Tisch get held up here by a bit of GT4 traffic? Both cars going one way and the other. I think Michael Pedersen might have lost out here. He has indeed. Both cars reading the traffic differently. I say that, but look at the run Michael Pedersen gets. He grabs the apex compared to Matthias de Tige. Going in towards turn 4, they are very much together. Michael Pedersen can't carry the speed in, but slow in, fast out tends to be the way to go. Going onto the straight now, Michael Pedersen once again gaining. He won't be close enough on the brakes, and somehow, Asa, they still remain in the same order, clattering the curbs. But Matthias de Tige has managed to fend off Michael Pedersen's advances for the moment. Going into the Gilles Villeneuve chicane, still nothing happening.
That's a good point indeed, that been fending it off for so long now, but can he keep on doing that? I think it's only a matter of time before he hits some traffic in a place where he's just not going to be able to do much here. Yet again, Michael Pedersen looks for the opportunity. Oh, and all of a sudden, from out of nowhere, since we don't see the rear view mirrors, then all of a sudden a radical appears, and that's of course the number 3 machine of Lukas Dalsar. He gets through cheaply here, but loses a bit of time on Matthias de Tige. So to the final chicane they go, and it's going to be another lap that didn't really present the opportunity that Michael Pedersen was looking for. It was close to it, but Pedersen seems to be having his brain with him in his racing, and that goes for so many of these drivers. Otherwise they wouldn't be on track still here today with the chaos that we've seen. And it's not really the chaos car-on-car contact-wise between. We had a bit, but I think we've had less than expected given the level of difficulty that we see just navigating track in the first place today. So chapeau to everyone out there. It's been as clean as we could pretty much possibly have expected. Here is still Michael Pedersen, still within touching distance, but not really close enough to make any kind of move materialize on the Pro Assist sim racing ahead. And as such, let's see where this battle is going to be going. And my bet is going to be nowhere as Matthias de Tige overshoots it. And I think that's into the Gilles Villeneuve chicane indeed. Now the run down towards the hairpin. And yet again, Michael Pedersen was there just to pick up 0.3 of a second. And just remember to sweep down through our timings. But I'm doing so just to see that no one else is anywhere near as close as these two at the moment. And that also just in turn gives it a little bit of peace just to focus on a battle as it's going on, and having to cover off 3 battles and checking out the action on replay. And that's another type of racing, a sprint racing here. Might be a situation where had they been a little bit closer, Jack, Michael Pedersen could have overtaken the back marker and at the same time overtaken the Michael.
Yeah, it's all about traffic management here at Zolder. We know that it's all down to how you approach the traffic, how you negotiate the traffic, and then how you leave it behind. So lots for the drivers to think about. What has happened here? Hasse, you're going to have to talk us through it because my SDK is deciding not to show me what's happening.
Well, a relatively undramatic incident for Martin Deckens in the 906 Porsche, who locks up, outbrakes himself, and goes straight on through the gravel. A wise and mature decision, I want to say, not to try and too hard to save it. And then we've had another problem here for the 69 car of Pepin Krajeveld, who goes on to the gravel as well. And the question is what then happens, because it said he crashed. Oh, he makes contact with the 900 machine several times indeed and is sent around. Being stationary there in turn 2 didn't cause too much trouble for anyone else. It seemed everyone else got safely through. But very bad luck for the 69 Sky Limit Events Porsche Cup car. And yet again, it's not the first time we've seen it, Jack.
No, it just seems to be part and parcel of what the drivers are having to put up with, sadly. However, they are continuing on without too much of an issue. What has happened here? This is Michael Pedersen and Matthias de Tige. It now says Matthias de Tige is behind, and that is why Michael Pedersen is now in front and in second in class. 8th overall, followed the radicals through, followed the gap, and there you go. I said it was about traffic management, and what did Michael Pedersen do? Manage the traffic to his advantage. Matthias de Tige now the latter of the 2 Porsches. However, like we've mentioned so many times, so we're only 5.5 hours into this race. We've still got a long way to go. So the position loss now, come the end of the race, could be completely different.
Yeah, very much so, and you can just see how much quicker Michael Pedersen is at the moment. It could be a case of fresher tires or whatever, we don't know. But he's pushed his advantage to bring Matthias de Tisch out of the slipstream very quickly indeed. It's 1.3 seconds now into Gilles Villeneuve he goes, and he's just leaving the Pro Assist car for dead at the moment. So it seems to me he's having a car that somehow is just in a better state, whether that be damage, whether that be tires or fuel load or whatever. He's faster at the moment, Michael Pedersen. And indeed, Ben, nice to have you along in chat, and a brilliant battle to watch before, and I know it's not going anywhere. Very much looking forward to hopping over on the couch and leaving Chaz and Ed May as well at the controls of this, and just eating my pizza aforementioned, the aforementioned pizza of dreams. And just enjoying the race for a few hours, hopefully catching a bit of sleep, and then setting off 17 alarms in the middle of the night to wake up God knows when. So hopping in here for the graveyard shift as well. Mew, I saw you asking, by the way, when am I going to be back in the booth? And I know you're leaving for other commitments, but you really shouldn't, because the next 6 hours with Chaz Draken and Edward May, I guarantee you, is going to be at least as entertaining as Jack and I have been. I hope you think we've been entertaining, by the way, otherwise that's a shit comment to make. But judging from what we've seen in chat so far, it's been a lot of support also for us in the booth, which we of course appreciate big time. Thank you so much for all your kind words. We do, yeah, it warms our hearts big time. And it's really such a nice thing to have the support of the audience when doing something like this. That's very much for the passion of it. And for me, and I don't know about you, Jack, I know you have the commentators, the true blood of commentators. It runs thick in your veins, and thus your curse is a strong one indeed. And that's actually a thing we haven't seen so much in this race. I'm just going to finish. For me, this whole sim racing commentary thing is also just a way to live out a dream that I've had more or less lifelong, of actually commentating on sports. Maybe not having the... I'm not going to say I don't have the brain to become a journalist, but maybe I just have a bit too much ADHD, which I figured out half a year ago. That might be I'm not that good in school in general. And for me, it's just a way to live out a lifelong dream, and I'm so happy I can be here on Simracersworld TV, talking you through the action here at a race at this kind of level and this kind of field, the strength of field so high, the quality of racing so high indeed. And I'm just thankful to be here indeed with you guys, that being Jack, that being Chaz, Ed, Peter indeed, and the rest of you people watching. And I'm gonna stop before I get all emotional with you.
Yeah, it's I've got to say, it's an absolute pleasure to be here on Simracersworld TV. And like you say, only 20 minutes of our first stint left to go. You get in the commentary box at 2 o'clock, I believe, in the morning.
Yeah, your time, 3 o'clock.
Yeah, and then
3 o'clock Central European time, as I think many of our viewers will be in the Central European time zone. So.
Yeah, lots of European viewers. So hello to you all. Shalom to you all. Make sure you introduce yourselves and say hello, and give us some support, give us some critique if that is what's required in the chat. Ben, if you are still listening, Mr. Ben Thanes, and you want an interview, do feel free to hop into the SRW interview room. What has happened here? Kevin De Winter bouncing over the curbs, rotating the car through 90 degrees, and finds the 12th Marshall post. Just a little shed with the number 12 on it. Tim Jacobs, here he comes in the... okay. That looked like the... that was the Composer team, the 905, just didn't slow down.
Yeah, indeed. I think that's Olivier Peters in the Composer car, just hitting both Tim Jacobs, and I think that was the number 30 TCR machine of BMS as well. And we've had another off-track incident, I'm afraid, for Jelle Verstraeten here in the 66 car. That's the GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing. Just goes and cuts the first chicane in a relatively undramatic fashion, which is good to see. Attack the Stedovic. Yeah, I'm sorry, Jack, but a Danish comment in chat that deserves a Danish reply. I'm just gonna make it short. Hvor mange tak, sætter jeg pris på. Multilingual, you could say by now. I'm not gonna blow my own horn anymore. I feel like I did it almost too much earlier. So we're gonna leave it with that. But great fun indeed here. Tim Jacobs is chased by Martin Deckens at the moment there, and they were actually both having a bit of an incident not too long ago. And here's the 906 car of Martin Deckens, the Dynamics Racing Optica machine, but they're separated by just 2.5 seconds at the moment. And at the same time, Michael Pedersen up ahead has now increased his advantage over Matthias de Tige to just around 4 seconds. And that's a little bit more relaxed for him now, although relaxed is perhaps a bit much to say with the traffic that they're dealing with at the moment. And further down here, we're also having a GT4 battle, Jack, not too far from one another. As we have Lauren Kiersmakers for Edge Esports and Dan Filchens in the GTE APK car, separated by under 10 seconds.
Yeah, those two are very, very close indeed. There it is, Lauren Kiersmakers, number 25 Edge Esports driver. And like you say, 8 seconds now the gap between himself and Dan Filtens, pardon me, the GTE ABK racing machine, the number 19, battling for 3rd overall, the final spot on the podium, albeit provisionally, but we know that drivers do get points at the 6-hour mark, so a position gained now will massively help. We've got Kevin De Winter in the pit lane from 5th position, the number 907 Stage 1 Racing Belcar Radical. Coming in to the pit lane, here is Matthias de Tige roaring over the line, and he's trying to chase down Michael Pedersen, but on that lap alone, 1.8 seconds slower than Pedersen's. There is Mike Goosens, and just behind Mike, you can see, I think that was the number 110 Dynamics Belcar green machine. We'll find out in a short moment. Hopefully we'll get a camera angle where we'll be able to see them. This next camera angle, coming out of turn 4, we should be able to see the car behind. There he is. Oh, it's Jens Goosens following him along in 27th position respectively. So those two aren't battling away. I think they are 5th and 6th in class and 27th and 28th overall, but they are a lap apart. So I think this is Mike Goosens trying to unlap himself from Jens Goosens.
Yeah, indeed. Don't worry, Bram, we'll keep it in English. Indeed, here Jens goes for a little bit of an unnecessary move, I want to say. Of course, it's a job of lapping, so he does have some kind of right of way to throw it in there. He's faster, or has been for some time, and that's the lap put in between those two. 5th and 6th place at the moment. Just coming back to the fact that they, in Radical Motorsport by QSR, that 334 car has really been up there and about for so much of this race. Indeed, they've been doing a very good job so far. Here's Cole Klopman coming in, and look at that, Jack. They've pushed their advantage again, as we've got the brilliant camera angle once more here. I think this is going to show us a little bit more of what's going on in the pits. And Pierre is asking when we're jumping onto part 2 on YouTube. That's going to be in just about 15 minutes of time. I think that stream is being set up and beginning to run soon, and we might be having a bit of an overlap. I'm not quite sure actually, but I'm sure that we'll tell you once we won't just shut it off all of a sudden and you'll have to figure it out by yourself. Of course, we will be saying bye for now, because both Jack Worrell and myself is going to be back, although sadly at different times in the race, as Jack is going to be back to cover the final 6 hours of the race, and I'll be in the 6 hours before that. Nonetheless, it's still going to be great. I'm just watching down through here because I saw someone was closest. We're just pretty much stuck on that pit cam for a moment, which was not really intentional. Here's Tom Van Put, who's in the Graphite Racing TCR car, And when I heard that name and the team name, that rung a bell all of a sudden, and it seems to make much more sense to me. He's actually on the same lap as the BMS Motorsports GT3 Cup machine, driven by William Meyer at the moment.
You can see here Tom Van Put in the number 71 Graphite Racing TCR machine, currently 32nd overall, has just been overtaken by one of the 911 Cup cars, William Mayer, and that is the BMS Motorsport GT3 Cup Belcar car, if you will. And that is obviously the car that has been entered with Mirko Bertolotti behind the wheel. And if you haven't heard already, Mirko Bertolotti is quite the professional when it comes to motorsport. He really does have a background. So, for example, if you haven't heard of him, he used to be a Lamborghini factory driver. As of this year, he is now an Audi factory driver. He has won multiple championships like the Italian Formula 3 Championship, the FIA Formula 2 Championship, Euro Megane Trophy, Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup. So lots of experience. And that car is now working its way back up from the tail end of the order, so keep an eye out for him. And another driver we have noticed out there from pretty much the start is Alan Day, 3 times Whelen NASCAR Euro Series champion, so lots of experience from top to bottom of the field. But like you mentioned, Hassa, you'll find a lot of the real-life drivers, whether it just be because of bad luck, maybe setup, or they're not comfortable with racing in a simulator, sometimes the talent from real racing to sim racing can be very hard to swap from one to the other, and it really is showing today.
We got the teammate of Michael Pedersen and the Volante team as well, Nesterovic there in chat, telling us that Michael Pedersen was also quite high up there in the Danish championships as well. So all of a sudden we're figuring out that all the top drivers here basically got that real life experience. And it's absolutely top tier talent as well. And as we mentioned earlier, you don't get a 7K I rating by chance, that's for sure. We've got Senna Larsens in the pit. He's exiting the pit lane at the moment, still in 4th in class there. The number 19 car, that's the GT APK Racing machine. So that's going to be pretty good for him. He's 1 minute and 15 seconds ahead of the closest competitor. Oh, let me just fix that real quickly, because as Jaron Radlett came across the line, that gap is closer to 15 seconds. And there might be a battle brewing between those two. It depends on whether Radlett is coming in for a stop in the next couple of minutes. And then further up the order here is Tim Jacobs. He's in the number 12 Raper Shop RDR Motorsports Porsche Cup car. And getting chased by Martin Deckens in the 906 Dynamics Racing Optica machine. And there behind these two is Low Kartak, who's back as class leader, with a 1 minute cushion over Michael Pedersen. And they've been trying so hard. Michael Pedersen and the gang have been trying so hard for the entirety of this season to just get a foot underneath Lower Kartak, and the bin goal by Simtag EMG boys there in the 63 car, although finding it so hard indeed. And Jack, I don't know if you remember the race we had at Le Mans, where those two went at it to the absolute line, and that was one of the most enthralling race finishes I have ever seen. That was an absolute thrill to watch, and I actually think it ended up with the 26 car having to lift off and not coast, but almost coast all the way to the line down from the Porsche curves, which is of course not completely coasted, but if you're running out of fuel and you're just realizing it a little bit late, well, that's what happens. And I think what happened there on that occasion was that famous extra lap that sometimes happens, that can catch teams out by surprise. And at long tracks, Jack, like Le Mans, the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife especially, that's really something to be reckoned with.
It really is. Sadly, I didn't join you for Le Mans. I didn't join you for the first 3 rounds. In fact, I did join you at Daytona for the 6 hours, and obviously I'm joining you here for round 5, the 24 hours of Zolder. And Hasser, I'm afraid it's already come to that time. We're gonna have to cut off the stream in a couple of minutes' time. But to briefly round up, if it's even possible to round up this the first 6 hours, how would you do it?
Oh, a bit of a thought to myself there before. There's been so much to touch upon that I can hardly even pick something out. I think it's been, for something, the impact that the traffic has had on this race all the way through. As we saw the first bit of traffic, the Radicals catching up to the TCRs after 6 minutes of racing. They were there, and it's just been a constant thing ever since. It's really been what's been dictating the rhythm of the race, so to say, and I think it's been a race that's been raced after according to the conditions that they're raced under. And of course, so far we've had good conditions. There isn't really anything but good conditions in iRacing yet. Rain might be coming soon, which is gonna be it's gonna be making it into quite something different indeed. But and all the different battles we've seen for podium places across of all the classes, I think, has been so good. We've seen some really, really good racing. We've seen battles come, battles go, and already now after 6 hours, I have to be honest with you, Jack, I really can't just make out one thing that's been the highlight of the race so far for me.
Nah, I 100% agree with you. It's going to be very tricky to sort of sum up this race. I think we've just sort of really just gone off how the race has swung, really. We've seen lots of different drivers be in lots of different situations. And now, is that just me, or has Loic Hart just gone straight through the pit lane? Has he picked up a drive-through penalty? Let me have a quick look over onto the timing screen. He might have stopped and I just wasn't looking. But I don't remember seeing him stop at any point. Has he had a drive-through penalty? Has the leader had too many incident points? We don't know. But to sum it up, really, I've got to say the leader, Fabrice Cornelis, and the rest of the SimTag Racing team, they've dominated from the start. We know they had the pace coming into it. Championship leaders, of course, and they have just done an absolute brilliant job. Lucas Dolce for SimRC Club Sport and the Erind Barbar battle for GHK Racing by T2 Racing. That was a great little battle as well. And I think the race is, at the end of the day, it's going to come down to who makes it through the night with it being a not lit track, and the already busy job that is letting traffic by and also trying to get past traffic as well. And I think it's going to come down to strategy as well. So it's going to be who gets through the night, and if you get through the night, what your strategy is coming out of it. I think that is what's going to decide the end of this race, Asa.
Yeah, indeed, it is going to be coming down to who can keep it running and just lapping with the least amount of trouble, I think. And one thing I think they're going to be happy to have is the cooler temperatures of the night and the evening time that we're already seeing here. Last time we checked, we had 21 degrees of track temp, and I'll just flip out, just have a slight further cooling of the track here, and down to 20 degrees on the tarmac temp. Sim time now 10 minutes past 9, so we're not that far from where we actually are in real life time, in Central European time, that is. And it's going to be interesting how much of a difference it's going to make as well for the length of tire stints across the night. I.e., some cars now all of a sudden going to be able to double stint their tires in a way that we weren't really able to do early on, and some drivers might be able to go a little bit more aggressively because they don't have to save the tires in the same way. This is just another thing to think about when the big mix of considerations is getting thrown up in a race like this. There's so many things to consider, and I think sometimes the job of the real life job of a race strategist is really one that's I don't think it's really recognized upon just how hard of a job that can actually be, especially if you're dealing with the 24-hour races, that is.
Yeah, it's very tricky to negotiate your strategy with the team and how it's going to work. Also, you need the feedback from the drivers, but we're going to have to say goodbye, Hazard.
Yeah.
I'm sort of sad. I'm sort of sad. It's been a brilliant 6 hours. Thank you, everyone, for watching along. And Tasser, I'm going to let you close out the stream.
Yeah, indeed. Leave us a like on the stream if you think we deserve it, and subscribe for more action here on Simracersworld TV. Indeed, you're going to be in the safe hands of Chaz, Dracot, and Edward May from now on, who will be booting up the pod to stream as we go off here. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining in here on the opening 6 hours of racing. It's been such a pleasure having you all along, and I hope to see you all later. I think the same goes for Jack as we get back to the booth. But for now, a very good evening to all of you, and from us, me and Jack here in the booth, so long.